does not have the bird to work with just yet. It is not back. Is this an instant down situation we're seeing from Iron? Alright, the bird's back.
We do still want the owl will come out on time as Iron here. That's gonna be our second owl already on our hands to use as we finally manage.
Fast on Iron, preemptively putting that owl. Let's see if he's able to get towards a safe hiding area. And he does.
Slow attack. We do have a shell shock used to use a second until the next one, and that's gonna be a brilliant
play rather than forcing another cipher. As we see, AC still able to dodge it out. Can he survive this cage? Oh, I think he will.
Oh wow, that's so much time, boss. Not only does we do have one more cage left on our hands to use, but shell shock is ready in like around 30 seconds as we didn't even get hit on towards the moving speed. Once again, one more pilot here to play around. Can we drop down the pilot here or not? It's AK once again on this map. It's recalling back towards IBS, but this time it's a different hunter, but it's the same survivor here. Sears looking once again. Talk there. Oh my lord, that's a hit straight on towards here. We're all kind of rotating out here as much as we can, but if AK wants to, he can switch around here with the hunter since he, well actually no, he does have a flywheel to use, but right now, no more resentment on the hands to use. That's done on the hunter. Hasha is tired. Go to sleep. We're going to be able to get a 4-man escape here from the side of
Cage to try to get an early hit on him. Shot hugging the wall here so he can portal away, but he finds him right away and doesn't even get a chance to use that cage. He needs to get this cage right here, and he does get it. He would have had 0 resentment after. I wonder if he'll go towards middle to abnormal that cipher. No, it looks like he's just going to try to cop the officer from a distance and does get that shipment.
Time here, but at least if we can get a normal hitter, it's still okay. We're currently at half health.
So much time needs to be bought here for GG if they want to get a 2
teleport. But it seems like teleport didn't come out, but we saw Kuta at least. There's no explorer that we actually found, but that's an instant hit down right.
And it looks like finally explorer will come in for the save here, but misses the cage.
But it's okay though. We can still come back just on time. We can potentially try. That's a terror shock down instantly on that side. Try to find her route in as she will be found here instantly. That's gonna be a cage here just for the block. We're gonna get a second cage up already on time as well, but psychologist having nowhere else to go. We're gonna be able to go straight towards the other side, but that's gonna be hit instantly. But the cage cannot be destroyed on time as we want to get a little bit closer towards the chair. That's what we did, but it doesn't matter. We'll be fully denied by Swan here and
his way towards the shack area. So doing a great job. Interesting route too, but see him just go with a shadow dance and hits him through the pallet, Chocho.
See, Junkai is coming for the rescue. And that blink hit early on. Can he teleport back? He cannot.
Boar, so now this rescue attempt is not gonna happen at all because the boar is still on cooldown. The speed is insane, and now we see it down onto the patient.
Yeah, so Pimpin, let's see, he's able to go over. Seems like he will not even be able.
This is happening, Chocho. There's like 2 ciphers that are about to be primed. But unfortunately, out in the open here, there's not much Pimpin could do. Vaults it, and now corners him for the down. Now it's going to be up. Denkai, unfortunately, gets popped up a little. If not, I think Peter would have seen the Muro's best friend over there. But this could be the last any longer here, especially after he gets that one more hit. So he can actually force a rescue, but no, there's not going to be enough time, and also he's going to get cut off.
Namiko is going to be seeing the hunter here. Will the blue orb register onto him as he flywheels?
She goes down. Psycho, that's a... Well, I thought we dodged some, but we didn't. They can heal themselves right now.
As we miss the orb. We don't miss the orb. We don't miss the orb. As we get it onto Kairu, he will not survive. Looking at this,
Can Cypher Machine currently at 99%. We got a blue on towards the hand. Can someone change towards blue here for endgame? We got the stun here once again, but we can't pop on time. See you still trying so much. How we pop? But we didn't hit!
You were trying to cut it out. Your dungeon is over here. And he survived.
4-1 escape game. They execute currently at 90%. 10. No, not even 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And Bomber can run straight towards the dungeon.
And there you go, guys.
4-man.
Aka's still able to get the down. We're going to see the coffin getting utilized first here as well.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised.
And Aqua kind of trapped in a bit of a weak pallet, so he's able to get that first hit. He's not going to get this pallet stun either. Aqua's going to take a second hit right away here because of that. He's got the double jump. I think Aqua's going to be down here yet.
The thing also is that we can do a double teleportation here, excuse me, as I hit landed straight onto us. We did break that part from the Revelation on the side of Akka, but it's okay, we can still double dash here if we want to, and that's going to be Novelist going down. And that's why Novelist isn't such a great character when it comes to going up against.
Cypher Machine almost done here. 80%. So Survivor's getting a bit close here. There's the hit onto the Mercenary. Will Mercenary make the rescue with the elbow pad? I think he may just teleport here. He's going to throw teleport.
Oh wait, Mercenary didn't walk through the elbow pad. No, Mercenary didn't get the rescue. He didn't walk through the elbow pad properly there. Not elbow pad, probably there. And that's Psycho already a hit.
This will make the vault here, so he's able to kite a little bit longer. I guess the only chance here for Omni is if Mercenary can self-heal in time and get the
Hit will be registered here. Drop down hit.
Wow,
Exactly.
called it. Nice one, Chocho. Able to actually...
They know that he has already changed his trait to potentially teleport here. So Persica will be seeing the chase here and missing that first swing.
Okay, nice usage of that bomb just to gain some distance, but unfortunately the second hit was from this 11 area. Nice movement, able to bait out the slow bomb, but he's in shadow form and he gets the down on Perseca. It's gonna be Juan. Oh, but the teleport just to add more pressure, just to stop the ciphers from moving.
The second hit on that board, but the board will expire now. So we will be seeing the basic.
Other cipher just as the backup, and Huyi unfortunately falls down here. Oh wow, able to spot Perseca out. This hit, able to register and unable, has teleport actually. Hit because we do have borrowed time on Perseca's side. Able to get the white bomb just to avoid it. And now going back and forth here. 80 seconds, unfortunately unable to get it. The pickup is gonna happen. Unfortunately, the last one, it is a 5-point game on Jin's side. One last box to work with, and in this area drops down a peeper here just for the mind games. At least they know that his trait is peepers.
Successfully, and now Novelist will see the free hit coming into this.
Oh, they swap away
nice.
AC. Okay, AK. Oh my
Oh.
goodness. Yeah, with a bit of a switcheroo here, continuing to. AK though does have a bit of book to work with. He is playing with fire here since he is in this cage outside the cage, so AK still survives.
Exactly, and
I'm not sure if that's going to be able to catch him off guard, but we do see that he does get cut off here, so this is going to be very dangerous.
and denies the rescue. It will not be Hart able to come in for potentially a terror shot here. Unable to potentially get out of this cage, and will see the hit as well. So first officer will be coming for the rescue.
Too risky to even go for a rescue at that stage, so it seems like first officer has to eat that hit, and I think it's only a matter of time for the checkmate situation to happen, and not even 5.
Goes back. Here's the cross. Airplane still has to make the rescue. There you go. Oh, but he hits the chair. Yeah.
Yep, he did. Survive. I mean, the Cypher's pretty fast. Aeroplanist can.
Oh, Anti trying to. Oh, gets
Nice.
the stun. Cypher's not ready.
He missed a little bit. The cross gonna be placed.
jump.
Puch out.
Cypher's only
Gonna go down. 90%. Oh,
He get
he's
excitement. He get excitement, or he could have normal.
Yo,
And he's gonna try to
force
pop.
it. He's gonna force it. Yeah, they're gonna force it. And now,
I don't think they get it though, because nobody's on the gate. Nobody's on the gate. Trade swap is available. He can teleport. He can warp. I don't see
this
how
is hard.
GG. I don't see how GG wins this. While they do have a 4 survivor endgame, he's gonna teleport instantly.
Wow.
As long as he
Finds
sees
no
a
one.
survivor.
Oh, he's gonna see someone. He's there. He still has one swipe available, and the gate's almost open. Oh no!
Oh, this is gonna be. He needs to be careful. The jump. Does he get the stun? He gets the pushback. Can he get the hit? There's the hit onto the airplane. Can they crawl out the gate here? Airplane is. Bomb snipe here. He's gonna wait. There's the red instant hit onto XY here. Can he get it here? And Peter off to a very good start. That insolence about to kick in here, and already ACT on the back. Stun does miss out on that one though. And XY will fall down to this clone, but
Mark and Gogo will be receiving the first set of damage. Seems like that exactly happened right away, and Gogo is able to transition upstairs, or he's gonna be coming down.
well, you want to win before you get to the end game because you don't bring detention. So we're gonna see him actually warp. He's gonna force the rescue to come in early. This is gonna be his play. I actually like this, forcing the early rescue. And what that does is that makes it so the 7 machine won't be primed. He's just down instantly.
Let's see if rescue happens.
Cypher not yet being decoded. 50% on both of them about. We're gonna. I don't think he's gonna go for that Cypher. It looks like he's gonna hard tunnel this survivor. It would be more optimal for him to. He downs the officer before the Cypher's primed. He's gonna get the chair off. I mean, yeah, Puppeteer can't really go anywhere. So
It's a done deal here, and we will be seeing the down
actually a pallet drop. And look at these 180 moves. And oh my gosh, actually, Joker actually using a rocket here. So it seems like Kakiri able to get
to destroy this pallet to gain better access to Maomi. Cyphers are not very fast. 1 minute into the matchup, Maomi unable to stop it once again and will see the down. Or the Kakiri trying to get that hit onto him. It seems like it will register, which is a successful rescue. Now, great movement from the clown, I believe. He's not hitting onto any objects. He's doing a relatively good job here, and Yang gets that hit. Huge play from the patient, and also a misstep from Kakiri's side, and now a pellet stun. First officer is forced to use his self-heal. Patient is so far away from the chair. He will use his first hook for now, trying to get closer to the chair, but look at that. Rocket is almost at 2 seconds
for him to use. So Levo has to be very careful because he's already used the flywheeling and doesn't even need to use the
here, but doesn't have a blink to work with from Kakiri's side, destroying that wall there, forcing Levo to transition away, and the hit register successfully. None of them have self-heal, so this is a stalemate situation. Access to Maomi. Cyphers are not very fast. 1 minute into the matchup, Maomi.
And Rowley, whoa, the gate. Wow, the terror shock hook. Wise counter move against Yan. Woo!
我生而为王，南驯如狼。
hit, and now back to Aqua we go. Oh, the back step and oh.
He gets a double guess correctly. There's the hit away from Dungeon. Can he get out the gate in time? He's throwing onto the dungeon. It gets open in time.
即便阿西子也归因。
Has to be able to time this
tree
well.
man,
The dungeon's
tree
there. And there you have it.
Don't worry, be happy.
There's... Oh, he knocks him out, though. He knocks him out. Does he get the stun under the... Oh, she fly without the key. Prospector does not have magnets, though. Ford can stun, though, but he blinks around the Ford. He doesn't get it. See the Ford to get the
free rescue?
But oh yeah, he's just gonna get a free save. He didn't know that the other survivor was coming in here.
Gonna play a little bit of mind games here. Actually,
he's
gonna
getting
get
the
healed
heal?
up. Oh my god, in time? No, we're gonna see him try to go for a double sprint.
He's gonna get it!
MRC 坐下。
Cypher Machine's almost done, and Seer, such beautiful corner containment. Use at least 2 of her little releases, and once that borrowed time actually pops out, oh my gosh.
Use the Gravekeeper skill, able to create a little bit of distance here. Last two ciphers are being moved.
game here, and he is still living around a singular pile. Give the pet a little bit longer. I guess the only chance here for Omni is if Mercenary can self-heal in time and get the
Schmitty will find out. I'm not sure if he's going to make it towards this window. Able to actually use the flywheel. And this is the first chair. They could take their time here. Gets the chair hit. Oh my goodness.
Just yet, and it creates a position where Adi is just gonna get.
There's the hit. I think she's gonna get stuck here now. She's not gonna make the rescue, and that.
Over there with that colorful uniform coming from the Gargovet, and he will just see the hit, unfortunately. Sandbags bomb onto him. Can he get out? All right.
Okay, gonna hide behind this pallet here. Able to actually isolate. No, unable to actually get the hit because the pallet did drop. With able to actually cage him all. Drop down, reset.
No, even 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and Bomber can run straight towards the.
And there you go, guys.
Oh man.
루비 짱, 하이, 나니 다스키, 조금민도, 열리면 아나타.
루비 짱, 하이, 나니가 스키, 조금민도, 요리면 아나타.
For the team deficit, right?
Yes.
But he's finally gonna go down.
Able to actually. Oh man, he's gonna go for
Keep
another.
using it. Keep using
He's
it.
gonna go for another hot wax trick. Able. Oh my god!
我们还是那句话，见谁打谁，就皮。
Down to 0, and will be the 4 kill here for.
出发前我们做个标记。走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
我跟我疲れた了。没道理啊，方向明明是对的。こ こまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。
哪怕你到我到手，你回头啊！别玩了。他们在干什么？别看了，快点帮忙啊！1、2、
あー、奥の方、いやこれ永遠に向こうに戻されるんじゃないか。
再继续清醒牵制了，点位太差了。哇！怎么就没有人提醒一下这里有块大石头呢？
道端に落ちてる石なんて誰も見ないよね。
啊，疲れた。もう一回やるのはめんどくさいよ。啊，包在我身上。我来帮你。我也了。哎，这是什么东西？えお早く開けてみよう。
なのであれば瞬間移動切らずとも救助狩りができていきそうだ。断了，这音乐怎么断了
？Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家来到深渊 Talk。
我是 ITZY 的白鹿，
我是 T1的杨洋。
AbyssⅧの高子です。塔卡口的救人比较稳健，基本上没有出过什么失误。洋洋的六鬼也很厉害，我基本上都有看比赛，感觉就是比较厉害。
白鹿的话，鹿神的话，那就不用多说了。我从预选赛就开始一直粉他嘛，然后就一直看他那个精彩操作，就非常的厉害，就控场思路非常清晰。然后追击的话，基本上就是可能有时候会紧张，但是基本上都是拉满的追击。然后塔拉口的话，我记得印象比较深刻的是牵制跟救人也是非常的好的。
バイル選手は、オペラアイビー、アシナイフラバル、芸者女王などさまざまなキャラを高い連動で使えて、僕は救助職なのでとても救助行くのがとても怖かったです。ヤンヤン選手はさまざまな知識職をすごい上手に使えて、特にT 戦のレオモのカキリさんの試合の時とかはシンディっていう難しい救助のキャラでもすごい4割難しい、救助を伸ばして4割救助していたり、セカンドチェイスでとても長くチェイスしていて T のサバイバー1、2ゲ取れたと思います。はいはいはい。え？
你来抓我就是
哦，哎。選手を当てる？
让我想一想，
どうしよう、やばい。
关于第五人格，关于第五人格。
第五人格のキャラクター。肩。
用4个字。
它是日语的吗？4个字。
有点难啊。
サバイバー？
迎来到第五人格深渊的呼唤8全球总决赛开幕式的现场。2025年対抗人格コードベース8ワールド決勝トーナメント戦の開会式へようこそ。Welcome to the opening ceremony of 2025 Code Base 18 Hangzhou。当最后一束锋芒在4月的广州亮起，12簇星火已淬成撕裂长夜的利刃。钱塘江水卷起新的战阵，而杭州认得这种故事。12支战队即将站在镌刻缪斯印记的舞台上，争夺最终的荣耀。20戦隊の中から勝ち抜いた12戦隊がいよいよトーナメント戦へ挑みます。8 teams have fallen, 12 elite squad are racing toward the throne。现在，代表第五人格赛事年度最高荣誉的冠军奖杯已经屹立在舞台之上。深渊雾霭中蛰伏的猎手与逃亡者，此刻皆褪去伪装，以食指为刃，同燃星火。接下来，让我们欢迎战队登场。それでは各戦隊を呼び込みましょう。Now everybody Hangzhou, let's welcome all the competing teams to the stage。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 ITZY 战队 ，Welcome ITZY。欢迎来自日本赛区的 Reject，Welcome Reject。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 M2C 战队 ，Welcome Miracle。欢迎来自东南亚赛区的 FT 战队 ，Welcome Future。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 T1 战队 ，Welcome T1速。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的成都竞技战队 ，Welcome 成都竞技。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 ACT 战队 ，Welcome ACT。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 WBC 战队 ，Welcome 微博 Gaming。 自日本赛区的 AbyssⅧ Welcome AbyssⅧ。中国大陆赛区的成都狼队 ，Welcome 成都王！日本赛区的最他队为胜 ，Welcome 最他队为胜。中国大陆赛区的积压战队 ，Welcome Team Glory。此刻，钟摆停格于心跳频段，庄园古堡的回廊间，为王冠坠地之争鸣，能破勇技。勝つのはどの戦隊が全てはこの舞台で決まります。The glory of champions await our warriors, ready to be claimed。在此，我宣布，2025第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛正式开战。2025年大個人格COAⅧワールド決勝トーナメント戦の開幕を宣言いたします。The 2025 COAⅧ Grand Finals. Let the battle commence.
去年夏天过得很快，转眼我又站在了新的夏天，好像一切如旧，但我们彼此都知道，所有的一切都不一样了。
自我们的加入就不一样了，从预选赛走到淘汰赛，我们的存在算不算是变数之一？
算，那就作为变数去叩击命运，看看到底能闯出多少名堂。
如果命运听见叩击的回响，这一次我们要站在聚光灯之下，大放异彩。
从广州到杭州，大家齐心合力，一起往前走。
只要认可自己擅长并热爱的事，就能秉持这份信念走很远。
ステージにいる時間は特別で、緊張も興奮も喜びも全てが何倍にも膨らんでいく。我们知晓胜利的滋味很让人着迷，所以赢过一次就会想要下一次。
トロフィーをあげる感動も同じだ。リーグで優勝した後はワールドチャンピオンを目指したい。
5年努力，等来了艾维尔的冠军，大胆点， 再做一个关于奇迹的梦。
IJL はいつもワールドチャンピオンに一歩及ばない。その一歩は実力？いや、何も欠けてないはずだ。
相聚在这里，我们都有不能输的理由，那就享受比赛，不留遗憾。
欢迎来到第5人格新人的呼唤吧总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人潇潇。接下来让我们掌声有请2支战队登场。首先有请 WBG 战队。
2C 拜拜。
欢迎过客陶晚安、Alex、回忆、梦露。下面让我们有请 Reject。
Hello， 大家好，我是阿西的弟弟。
欢迎 Monopi、Lolly、Aka、CT、Shota、Soba、Kira。今天的第一场比赛由 WBG 对阵 Reject， 让我们一起来期待这场精彩对决。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first day of playoffs for Call of Abyss. I'm Ilayo, joined here with Kurashiro, who will be in the live commentary for this match. You guys saw a very exciting, very hype opening ceremony there, and I think it's definitely bringing up the energy here as we progress into our first match. Kuro, great to be back commentating with you. How are you feeling about our playoffs here in front of us?
Well, it's already playoffs day 1. The week actually passed pretty fast here as well for Core Group Stages too. So for us moving on now for today, we cannot forget the first game is WBG versus RC, as we have seen as well. And we cannot forget that we do have one member missing here from the side of WBG. Juan is currently in rehabilitation as he did injure his hip. I think it was a pelvic injury. So we're going to be able to see L Config here, LC for short, who's going to be subbing in for Juan today. So I would say more or less it's going to be quite a new challenge here for WBG, especially for playoffs day 1.
Yeah, definitely going to be an exciting matchup too. RC is a team that we expected to be one of the top contenders in this event. As for Weibo, we've seen a very strong performance on the Hunter side with Alex. For the Survivors, some inconsistencies here and there, sometimes successful, sometimes struggling to even tie games. And with the absence of Juan, I think that'll definitely hinder them quite a bit in today's match. So with that being said, I think RC definitely will have an edge going into this match with their full team. RC a very one of the powerhouse teams in this playoffs, but definitely could go either way here, and we expect to see a good match.
Exactly. It's not only that too. We can't forget RC was the finalist of last year. However, today they are missing Peter still, as he has joined Zeta, which does make Zeta division very strong for themselves too. However, we cannot forget the prize pool here in total is 4 million Chinese yuan. Of course, we're already in the top 12, so the lowest anyone can actually get here is 90,000 Chinese yuan here. Overall, though, this is going to be the brackets for the next 4 days. We're going to have our 12 to 8, our quarterfinals, semifinals, and then our finals, with each day here respectively, in which it will go on to. We're going to be able to see the top 2/3 teams from each group stages today, and then it will be the winner of today's games versus rank 1 teams tomorrow. So for our playoffs right now, it's going to be quite interesting to see. Not only that as well, it does seem like we're going to save the best for last, as I would say right now, it's not only until the semis or the finals until we see actually the rank 1s for each group clash.
Absolutely. And make sure, if you haven't done so, I'm not sure if it's still open But if you guys haven't done so to do your predictions for the bracket, it may have closed by now. But anyways, this is also our I'm not sure exactly what this is. It's the Japanese. Unfortunately, I do not speak Japanese, so. But yeah, this is the our matches here for today. We have Weibo versus RC first. We have ACT versus ITZY second. GG versus MRC and TE versus FT. So that should be a very good match. I'm actually really interested to see who's going to come out on top in that one. I think TE would have the advantage, but I think FT, with the way they've been playing and how their match went against FL, they have a very good shot at potentially taking down TE in that last match of the day.
Yes, it's not only that as well. We can't forget that it has already been 1.5 weeks since the last time we've seen all these teams. It is quite a lot of time still, 10 days to rehabilitate and to learn new characters to use as well, especially from the side of WBG versus RC here for our first match today. We have seen Aka with our Hermit first, alongside with multiple different hunters for a round 1 playstyle. Potentially speaking, we could see something different today from Aka round 1, maybe to even catch WBG off guard.
Definitely possible. And Aka, as we know, one of the stronger hunters in this event. Actually, the hunter that I predicted have the best deduction. I think he did miss out on that, but definitely one of the better players here. We did see him play Hermit in a round 1 situation where there was a 4 survivor elimination, and his mindset was like, okay, I'm going to play Hermit. I'm going to play a high-risk, high-reward hunter. I'm going to take the chance of getting a 4 kill, but I get to save hunters like Hullabaloo and Goatman for later rounds. So, definitely something that could be an opportunity here, as well, as we know that that's a character that he does definitely favor. And Hermit is a character that we've seen come into the meta quite a bit. But yeah, for this matchup, definitely I think RC will have a slight edge, but it will be very close for sure, since both teams are missing key players here.
Yes, not only that as well, for today, home team will be WBG as they get to pick them up, and of course away team is going to be RC. We're going to be able to see Guoke, Persica, Alex, Juan, Hui, and LC here from the side of WBG Survivors roster. Once again, Juan will be out of the playoff stages as he's currently rehabilitating, and of course from RC side it'll be Monopi, Rowdy, Aka, Seiji, Shoka, Soba, and Irie. Overall, we've seen Monopi coming in as a round 3 type survivor to play the harass characters such as forward to give Aka here a little bit more edge.
Looking into our statistics here, we have the preferred map of Leo's Memory for Weibo and Red Church for RC, so not the Chinatown Ever Sleeping that we're typically used to. The Weibo Hunter side, with Alex being incredibly strong, that's something that we've talked about over and over. But the RC Survivors definitely having the advantage here versus Weibo today, as Weibo Survivors have been quite inconsistent. But yeah, it's going to come down to, Alex against these RC Survivors. We've seen him get many 4 kills throughout the majority of this event, one of the higher 4 kill rates in this tournament. But with this RC Survivor side being as strong as it is, it's going to be very difficult. And RC Survivors, again, we talk about they're survivors, not missing any players. They have the full survivor lineup here today. You see Mono P right away with a 67% escape rate in this current meta. That is definitely quite high. Again, RC Survivors looking to put up a good show against Alex today.
It's also a surprise that City's not being a round 1 survivor today from the side of RC's lineup. Potentially speaking, we might want to test the waters here up against WBG's new survivor and see what Aka can do. However, it does seem like City's actually on the lineup, so I do wonder who we actually substitute out. Monopi usually a round 3 survivor main, but next will be RC Rowdy here, who's the main decoder of this team with an escape rate of 18%, average deduction points of 6,263.91, average containment time of 61.49 seconds, average rescues of none, average decoding progress of 162.27%, and average heals of 0. Overall, a really nice and new member to RC. However, it still does need some improvement when it comes to certain kites and when it comes to handle the difficult pressures.
And yeah, Riley being one of the main kiters getting first chase. Quite often we have RC Soba next. Does average a rescue per game as a kiting support character. Is a little bit less common, but we do see him having to go for rescue sometime here. 36% escape rate as well. Soba, again, one of the kiting players on this RC Survivor side here with both Embalmer and Priestess. Priestess is a character we see less common throughout this current meta, but Embalmer is something that's quite proficient, especially in early rounds when fighting for ties on the Survivor side.
But City here, average rescues is second, 1.75 overall. Average decoding was 127.75. Average shields is 0.25. Escape rate is 38%. Average deduction points of 7,284.62. And average containment time of 57.84 seconds. What's really surprising from RC's lineup today is we got both rescuers out for game 1. It could be a potential to go up against Alekas's Goatman or Hullabaloo just to prevent as many double downs as possible. But if that's really the case, we won't have that much rescuers to use in round 2 or round 3 anymore, or maybe we want that 4 to come out just to go up against the Hullabaloo or the Goatman, since he is really viable now. As we do see Alekas here really stacked up statistics when it comes to formal elimination of 60%, 4th overall, average difficulty points of 11,389.3, average knockdowns is 7.4, average eliminations is 4th overall 3.3, average terror shocks is 0.2, and average time to knockdown is 54.51 seconds.
Yeah, definitely quite fast. And with that 4 elimination rate of being 60%, we know Alex has been one of the stronger hunters in this tournament. Again, going into this tournament, Weibo was, people were kind of considering, is Weibo's stability going to be very good here going into this tournament? But Alex has shown to be quite good. It's the survivors, again, that really are going to have to, turn things around here against Aka today if they want to take down RC. But this first match getting underway should be very exciting here. We have the RC coach as well. We have, Kuro, how do you say that?
I call him Hoo, or you can call him Hoo.
Okay, yeah. Hoo. Yeah, there you go.
But overall from RC side as well, look, we are going to test out something new today as it's currently different survivor starting lineup. And of course, from the side of WBG here, it will be our Weiser, yes sir, he was originally from Miracles, but we did transfer to WBG as WBG was also missing a coach as well during this time. Well, not this time last year, but maybe 9 months ago. So he's not a bad addition to the team, but more or less we're still trying to get used to this playstyle of WBG. As we know as well, our Survivor playstyle is a tiny bit more different compared to RC Survivor playstyle, and of course from the side of Hunters as well. Alekas is a type of talent that can pick up Hunters really fast if he really wants to do so. As we have seen as well, initially like day 1, day 2 with his Goatman being a little bit, a little bit below the standard, and of course as the days move on, his Goatman has gotten really scary just by the span of 7 days as well.
Absolutely. We're going to see our map selection here. It's going to be Leo's Memory as the Chinatown map is banned out. This was the map that is favored by this Weibo team, as we saw in the earlier statistics. So they're going to go right into it here. We almost expected to see maybe even a Leo's Memory ban, since that seems to be their preferred map pick here. But it is not going to be the case, and it is going to be Leo's Memory as Weibo is the home team and does have this map selection here. So Leo's Memory, not a common round 1 map. We typically see Chinatown or Ever Sleeping Town as the more common round 1 situation here, but it is going to be Leo's Memory as their map of choice. Typically a map that's considered to be favorable for survivors due to that factory, but with how strong these current hunters are in this meta, then it's definitely going to be a lot easier for the hunter side.
But with the Mechanic and Seer ban alongside with Graveyard and Aeroplanist they're being chosen, Puppeteer will become the next ban here from Alex's side. From the side of RC right now, they could potentially run the Explorer, as Alex does have quite a weak side when it comes to finding that Explorer. It's quite hard on this map as well, but if that's the case, last ban here being Anti-Current, we could potentially speaking bring out an Acrobat here wouldn't do bad, especially when you recycle it, or Fire Investigator from the side of RC, but this simply just means, do we want to provide support, or maybe a Coordinator as a second rescue given towards City, and Mono P here becoming the main rescue might just not be a bad idea here. Quite a slow, well, you could say it's a slow decoding count because of the 2 rescuers, but we cannot forget Aeroplanist's 2% Cypher Machine decoding speed per each Cypher Machine he touch, and Explorer himself, a relatively safe character to use almost anywhere in the map. But if that's the case, we might potentially have to play Hullabaloo in this case, just so we can locate the Explorer as soon as we can.
Absolutely, that could be an option for him here. As we do have a bit slow decoding, yeah, that Coordinator and the Gravekeeper might be a bit of a problem. But this could be, Hullabaloo definitely would be a pretty good choice. Now, Explorer is a very good character for hiding on Leo's Memory. There's a lot of excellent hiding locations. In fact, one of the better maps for Explorer to hide on, as there's literally large, what do you call that? Like mounds of snow that you can actually just go inside, and the hunter can't even see it. So It actually is a pretty good hiding spot overall. But yeah, looking into this team comp, I would say that Hullabaloo would be the optimal choice at this point in time. That's probably the hunter that I would go with in this spot against this team comp.
Yes, it's also that as well. Hullabaloo in this current patch, he can locate the Explorer if he uses his double surprise. In our rank matches right now for Season 37, it's a little bit different as Explorer is immune to all location tracking devices. So for Alex right now, probably speaking, Goman would be his choice here instead of the Hullabaloo. But if that's the case, that means our first chase has to be that aeroplanist no matter what, and we need to make sure that we land that hit or even land those cages right when he uses those jetpacks, or else it'll be pretty detrimental here, as we have seen Kuga from FT containing up against a Goman before within his cages and nullifying 2 cages just by himself.
And it's very interesting to see that we'd see the Goatman here, as this would be a composition that we'd imagine Hullabaloo would be stronger against. But Artsy got what they wanted. They built a pretty good Goatman counter comp. They got the Goatman here in the first round, and I think this is favorable for them in this situation. We're going to see Alex spawn in the top. No, he's actually going to move over to middle left here. No, he's going to move over somewhere.
Oh, mind games.
His options. It's going to be middle left here, spawning into that aeroplanist, which ends up being a pretty good first chase for the survivors. I guess every character on this comp has survivability against Goatman, but it looks like, yeah, he's going to be chasing into that aeroplanist first here.
I do really wonder if he's going to bring excitement here, though. Cordy first chase with excitement isn't too much of a bad idea, especially with the fact that you can use your cages here to dodge the gun as well. However, from both coaches now, it's a lot of pressure from both sides because the coaches are the one who makes the ban pick decisions. And let's just see whether or not we're going to be able to get an upper hand here, as Alex will be bringing Trump attention alongside with Peepers here from WBG's Hunter. Okay, then from Survivor side, it'll be double tie turner here. However, it's given to the Explorer alongside with the Gravekeeper having that flywheel too. And of course, Ninja Reflex Flywheel on the Aeroplanist, Ninja Reflex Flywheel on the Cordy as well.
All right, it looks like Alex is going to be rotating towards middle here, which is the airplane is trying to hide out. We also see the coordinator hiding out near Shack. Gonna go for that first cage. Not yet. Monopi's gonna wait at the pallet. Gonna go for that pallet drop. Alex gonna probably drop a peeper here, slowing down the movements of the aeroplanist. And we will see that first cage get dropped. Will we see that jetpack getting utilized? He's able to go through once. There's the jetpack to avoid the first hit. He's gonna go through again. And will the cage fall? The cage is going to fall. He's able to kite the first one, but is going to get a second follow-up hit, as Monopi did not have anything to kite towards.
But aside from machines that are slowly progressing here, we can't forget we do have a knee-jerk reflex here to use on the pallet side, and of course the jetpack is ready. We do need 2 cages here in this case scenario then, because we have seen before, right, 1 is going to be enough as we got the hit right over the pallet there, brilliantly done by Alex. So if that's the case, we can just use the cage to block off that jetpack, and in this case scenario here, Monopi would be as good as dead if we're not careful. So that's a very nice jetpack over, as right now we might just get overstayed towards the other side, but that's a flywheel use on the hover, but no cheerleader nearby, as we'll go down here immediately 75 seconds within the game.
Yeah, not a bad start for the survivors. We see a lot of Cypher progress being done here. It looks like Explorer has chosen to decode rather than search for a page. And sometimes we see that be the case when the Explorer's page does spawn too far away from the Explorer. Sometimes it's not worth, there's not good value in going for that page. It's better to just decode, which we will see that be the case here. Bradley coming for the first hit, just barely getting that flare gun, almost able to get behind the tree there, but was able to connect that there. Alex still with 1 more cage to work with here. And we're going to see him go ahead and drop that. There's the cage switch, the hit the flywheel, and does get the rescue off there, it looks like.
I'm surprised that didn't hit the chair though. From the side of Rowley as well, it was a brilliantly flywheel use. However, we cannot forget there is no borrow time here, so we're saving the remaining 2 borrow times for a potential tie game later on. But that's going to be a cage there used instantly, as well. We still do have our jetpacks here to use. Monopi definitely will be able to buy enough time here until this cage is over. However, we made a huge mistake with that jetpack hover. And if that's the case, that's going to be a full rebound kite there, denied. But we still can't forget, that was no tie turner, so it's overall it's still okay.
Yeah, we're going to see the Gravekeeper come in for the next rescue. Does have wanted order, so we'll have to shovel early here. Also has flywheel to support the rescue as well. But looks like he's going to come in for the save. Cypher's still a little bit behind here, not quite as far along as RC would like. Alex can go ahead and drop a peeper here, just trying to waste as much time as possible before going for the save. And with Airplanist not having any items for a flywheel, it's going to be a very tough rebound fight here.
But it's okay though. From the side of survivors, look, Explorer already has 50% page as well. We did miss the hitter. Unfortunately, it is not an arrow place nearby. We want to go find the Gravekeeper instead. But Arrow might be able to actually hide away here. Can we? No, we do still see the footprints here, thankfully. But can Alex find him? Yes, he can. That's why we brought peepers. And in this case, that's going to be Mono P here trying to play around one single pallet. It's going to be a beautiful pallet stun. And we can't forget, Gravekeeper was nearby, so the pallet stun duration is increased by 20%.
He's able to cut this out here. He does block off the pallet, so he's gonna probably still go down. But flywheeling through that swing there, can he last out this cage? He mixes the swing there, and he lasts out the cage, and the cage is still on cooldown. Only 30 resentment to work with. So Mono P already off to a very good rebound kite, and a couple of missteps here from Alex is really gonna cost him. Mono P cannot even afford to give a basic hit, and he will give that basic hit. You really want to get a cage out there and force him to use some resentment, but unfortunately was not able to do so. Still a pretty solid rebound kite. The Explorer is going to have a 100% page pretty soon here, Curl. And the last Cypher is going to be there's going to be one Cypher team remaining. So essentially RC is already prepared for this endgame.
But we can't forget that no one here actually has borrowed time, so if that's the case, who can we maybe go for first? We don't see anyone nearby. No, we do see Rowley here. Rowley, we can't forget that we did have Flywheel that we have used already, but he vaulted over instead. That's going to be Coordinator down. Yes, the Cypher Machine is fine, but who can rescue aside from Explorer? As we pop out the Cypher Machine here instantly, we know that there is no teleport. However, one survivor at a gate, you can at least guarantee a one-man escape. But if that's the case, City with the Crows, he'll be shot up immediately. That's going to be location revealed here straight towards the Goldman, as this might just be a 3-man elimination for him.
Yeah, we're going to see Explorer opening up one of the exit gates here. Now, he does still have a shovel, so we're going to see that shovel getting utilized in this situation. And does have a pallet set up as well, so it's not easy for Alex to get this survivor down here, but it doesn't really matter. He has a lot of cages. City can't get up and break the cage. You can break it here, or he can go through it, and Alex can just use another cage to secure the down. Does miss that first swing. And the flywheel finally gets the down onto this Gravekeeper. I would imagine Explorer just going to take the escape here, and we're going to see RC getting one out. So overall, a pretty decent result for both sides here. Alex not able to get the 4 kill, but RC still able to get the 1 escape. So definitely, I think, a pretty even result here.
It does seem like, as we saw from City's camera as well, they were pretty happy with that one-man escape. It is unfortunate though, because we don't have borrowed time, especially when Explorer had 100% page there. Sadly, Cordy did go down a little bit too fast, as we didn't manage to actually find a Cypher Machine there just yet. But overall, not a bad result here from the side of RC. We did want a one-man escape, and now it's up to Aka here to see whether or not he can 4-man eliminate WBG survivors.
Yeah, the way we kind of explain it is in a round 1 situation, when you're able to get a tie on the survivor side, that's essentially getting a 3 escape. When you're able to get a 1 escape, it's like getting a tie. When you get a 4 elimination, it's like, well, I mean, it's good for the Hunter, but yeah, so when you're able to get a 1 escape, it's essentially like getting a tie. The Hunter would prefer to 4 kill in round 1, and the survivors would definitely prefer to tie, but a 1 escape definitely still pretty optimal and totally fine for the survivor side of RC. So definitely will take a little bit of pressure off of Aka here, and I think that means Aka can't afford to play anything like Hermit. You typically would play Hermit when maybe, let's say, round 1 was a tie or a 4 elimination. You can take a risk by playing that Hermit character, but when it's a 3 kill, you can't really take that chance with Hermits, and Hermit isn't as consistent as Goatman or Hullabaloo. So we're gonna have to see Aka play one of those 2 hunters in round 1, most likely, unless he wants to go something like Ivy, which would also be okay. But it's gonna have to be one of those 3 hunters. So.
Yeah. Well, he does have quite a lot here on his hands to use as well, especially with his Hunter pool, but we cannot forget with that containment as well. Even when Mono P had a bad early game, we were able to rebound Kai here, especially without Tighturner for the first time, and of course with Tighturner for the second time. When Alex got greedy, we saw how much time we actually bought in order to get the 4 Cypher Machine done, and Explorer having that 100% page here as well. So we do see as well, right from the side of Hunters, it is necessary to get a double down in order to win, but sometimes when you're too deep in, you just might kind of throw away your win and maybe even throw away that tie.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, in this case, that 1 escape is still fine for RC. So now for the survivors of Weibo, they need to avoid getting 4 eliminated here. We did see them be pretty consistent in not getting 4 killed in round 1, especially in that RVL matchup where I think it was Juan went down almost immediately to the Goatman, but they were still able to manage a one survivor escape in that situation. So while the survivors of Weibo have been kind of a little bit inconsistent, they do still have the ability to easily get one survivor out in this spot. Now, keep in mind, this was Weibo's map selection. This Leo's memory choice is a little bit uncommon for round 1. So Weibo definitely is hoping to win in this round on this map, because it is their map selection using a bit of an uncommon map here. But if RC is able to get with a tie or even a win in this round 1 spot, they're definitely gonna have a huge advantage.
And it's not only that too, it's pretty interesting, right, from Weibo's point of view right now. Do they want their new survivor, LC, to play rescuer main, or potentially speaking, do they want him to become a main container here in exchange for Juan? Because we can't forget, right, everyone in WBG right now, they can support, they can't harass, and they definitely can contain as well. However, but when it comes to the rescue side, Persica can't do it, Juan can't do it, also Goaka can't do it, as we have seen with the multiple terror shocks before within the past, past few stages that we've seen them playing professionally. The one who is able to play quite relatively safe format is actually Hui. So now the question being is LC able to take up that spot as a rescuer main in which you have a low chance of getting chased, or maybe do you actually want to become a main container here and maybe just to allow the WPG survivors to take a little bit less pressure off them? But if that's the case, it's more pressure on him. Aka's 100% gonna go for him no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what where this ban pick goes and which character Aka chooses to go with here. Obviously, this team composition is going to be very important. I also think that Goatman on this map is not. It's similar to Sacred, where it can be a bit difficult to place cages in areas like the two-story factory spot. So I think in reality, if I'm playing Hunter here, I would prefer to play something like Hullabaloo. But we saw Alex, even with a composition where Hullabaloo seemed to be better, still going for that Goatman. That's a character that a lot of these Hunters have been favoring over the Hullabaloo in round 1. We've seen it kind of go back and forth, but Goatman having the more common selection for the most part. So yeah, I mean, we'll see if Aka decides to continue with that as well. We also have ITZY. Again, with ITZY, if you're in that factory area, it's the same sort of situation where you have that elevation to work with, and that elevation is so good against ITZY. You can not only drop down to avoid getting in the tombstone if you're on the edge of the platform, or you can just be on the stairs and you can avoid getting full presence. So there's quite a few things that can be a disadvantage for ITZY here as well.
And I do think from WBG Survivor side, right, especially when it's a Leo's map, especially when ITZY and Opera has been pre-nerfed already, Opera doesn't really work as well here, especially when it comes to factory, cannot really dash as, fluently as before. Alongside with ITZY as well, as you just said, can force the Ostracan to spawn below you if you're on an elevation area, or even if you're just on the stairs, more or less, you can't really gain those stacks as fast. But as we see here, right, it's all the WBG supporters here today on the group stages, as we do see their survivors come out versus Orsi's Hunter. Now, once again, really cannot forget that up to WBG survivors here, as we see Persica. She was the main container of this team, but no Hunter is willing to chase after her anymore.
Yeah, Persica here we see with pretty high decoding, 164% here, and escape rate of 20%, which is a bit interesting. Again, we've seen Persica not get his first chase quite as often as some of the other players, but still with a lower escape rate. That's just how good these Hunters have been in this tournament. And let's see if they're able to prepare and adapt to these round 1 Hunters. They had a lot of time in between the group stage and now, yeah, we'll see if they're able to make that adjustment here.
And of course, Goaka, who has been practicing all the way until 4 a.m. in the morning, he's been practicing really hard, honestly, from the side of WBG as well. Overall, though, that Boy Investigator has improved quite a lot, but we haven't really seen a lot of good anti-currents here just yet, especially when he is rank 1 anti-current in the side of CN server as well. Overall, though, 20% escape rate, average reduction is a little bit low with 6,000 overall. Let's just say from the side of WBG here, how much practice have they really put in for our playoffs? And of course, once again, LT here, WBG LT L-Confid. Overall, a newer addition without any stats, so we don't really know what he has in our hands, but he could be a potential trump card here for WBG.
And we have Hui as well. Average game time 62 seconds, 1.6 average rescues per game, definitely quite high, and escape rate of 60%. As the rescuer player, this is expected. We see rescuers able to escape a lot more than regular players, survivors, just due to the fact that they are a lot stronger, a lot harder to chase, and a lot of Hunters will choose not to go for the rescuer until need be. So that's why we see the escape rate on the rescuer is quite high there. And Hui as well, 1.6 average rescues, definitely very high on that survivor side there.
Yeah, and we cannot forget, right? Gorka did say bye-bye to RC, so for Aka right now, I do wonder how much fuel we have ready for that Goldman, because I do think Goldman is quite a nice pick here on Leo's as well, especially with his Goldman in which he's been practicing that character the most. However, look at these stats here. 45% format elimination rate, 11.6 thousand average reduction points, and 8.27 average knockdowns here. 4th, 5th overall placement. Quite stack as well with 60.55 seconds average time to knockdown, but from the side of WBG Survivor right now, it might just be even faster because of our new Survivor that has just joined WBG 2. So from the side of Aka here, potentially speaking, it could be something very different. We have seen him playing Nightmare before, we have seen him playing, you know, the unconventional Hermit, Ivy, Opera, round 1. However, when you need a format elimination, it's probably best to stay with that Hullabaloo or Goldman.
Yeah, it's definitely the case here, and we'll see which character he opts to go with. But I can say right now, it won't be Hermit. There's just no way Hermit would make sense in this situation. Again, Hermit would be fine if you have to 4-kill or tie. The reason why is that if you have to tie, Hermit is a character that is more likely, obviously is very consistent, and probably with the way Aka's Hermit, he's probably not going to lose, so he's able to at least get a tie in round 1, save some of those other hunters for round 2, although even then he probably wouldn't do it. A 4-kill situation is definitely better, because Hermit is a high-risk, high-reward hunter, so you're basically saying, okay, well, I'm going to play this hunter that's high-risk, but I have to 4-kill anyway, so I might as well, and I can save Goatman or Hullabaloo for round 2, that's perfectly fine, but for a 3-kill, it doesn't really make as much sense here, it's too risky. So we will see one of those round 1 hunters, whether that's Hullabaloo, Goatman, or even Ivy, as Ivy is still a character we see getting utilized in round 1 because of her high win potential.
Not only that as well, WBG survivors have a lot of problems here when it comes to the end game play. We're usually able to get a 4-man end game, however, it always ends up as a 3-man elimination for some odd reason. But moving directly on towards band picks, Aka here, Seer and Mechanic first 2 bands. Overall, not bad bands, especially when you want to play Hullabaloo or Goldman. But if that's the case, it'll be Anti-Current here and the Puppeteer immediately chosen up from the side of WBG survivors, mostly given to Gorka and maybe Confid here himself, with that Puppeteer easy character to use, less pressure on our first day of stages.
All right, and with this, these characters here, definitely looking to go against that Goatman here from Aka. First off, it's gonna be the next band. They're gonna actually choose Knight. I was gonna say maybe we're gonna see the Gravekeeper getting picked up here, but with that Knight character selection, they may be using Knight as their main rescuer. We'll see if Aka thinks that's true or not. If he thinks that is the case, he'll ban. He won't ban Gravekeeper here, but if he thinks that Knight's gonna be used as a kiter, he may just ban the Grave straight up in this situation. But we'll see what he opts to choose here. Could go for an Explorer or Embalmer ban as well. Those are both viable options in this situation. But yeah, that Knight is a character we don't see getting... Oh, it's gonna be Embalmer, yeah, so from Aka. So they do have another rescuer with the Gravekeeper, and we'll see if they go with that, or if they just go with a kiter. It's gonna be Aeroplane, it looks like.
Okay, if that's the case then, what we do know from this Knight pick though, it's definitely not going to be Goatman. Aka's now forced to play Hullabaloo. If we want to play Goatman, it's no problem at all. Look, who do we have? We have Aeroplanist, we have Antiquarian, we have Knight, we have Puppeteer. What can you do here when you play Goatman? Literally nothing. So from WBG Survivor side right now, it's a full counter Goatman. Yes, you still can counter Hullabaloo with Antiquarian, with Aeroplanist to a certain extent, and of course with the Puppeteer as well. But giving that Knight to Hui simply means that we want Aka to play Hullabaloo and to chase after the Knight, especially with the fact that you can nullify all the abilities that Knight has when you play that Hullabaloo too.
We've seen Knight be a character that's also used just to once you put up a cage that's Goatman, if you don't have enough energy to drop another cage, or you're not bringing peepers, then you can simply use the swing cancel, and Goatman cannot hit the Knight. It's gonna be Hullabaloo though here from Aka. But we haven't seen the Knight be as effective. We just see Goatman kind of just like bring peepers to counter it. I mean, it forces them off of abnormal, but it still allows for a peeper build, which is still fine, and you can kind of counter the Knight that way. And Knight just hasn't been as effective against Goatman as we would expect. But Weibo's going to choose to go with it yet again here. It is going to be their main rescuer option. We will see probably 2 Tide Turners, probably Tide Turner on another character. Well, Knight as a rescuer, and then we'll see probably Aeroplanist or that Puppeteer being used as a rescuer as well.
But from the side of survivors here, once again, we cannot forget as Ida has said as well, abnormal is a huge potential here. If we get a really fast round, that'll be very devastating here from the side of WG Survivor. So in this case, we need as much containment time as possible, and preferably speaking, as far away from your Survivor Cypher machine as possible as well. So in this case, WG Survivors, the spawn locations, you know what, they're going to be able to spawn pretty close towards each other here as we move directly on towards this area selection mode. It'll be Anti-Korean here spawning at Shack, Puppeteer in middle, the Knight here at two-story setting, and of course the aeroplane is near towards the right-hand side of middle, Aka spawning by bottom right here. Could potentially speaking chase after Knifers, or even Aeroplanist isn't such a bad chase as well.
Yeah, definitely would be fine. I think I'll probably go for that Aeroplanist down near the Christmas tree gate area, as you don't really want to commit to factory if you can help it, especially a character with Knight that is pretty good containing. That Aeroplanist definitely will be optimal in that area. So we're going to see the two coaches go ahead and shake hands and exit the stage here as we get into the second half of this round here between RC and Weibo Gaming. We have to see the survivors of Weibo get at least a one survivor out here against Aka. This could be left right with Peeper here, and we'll have actually 4 tide turners and no BT for the side of Weibo here. This is the second half of the first round of the Weibo Survivors versus the RC Hunter. I'm Yeleo, joined here with Kershaw bringing the live commentary for this Call of Abyss matchup.
This is Playoffs Day 1, Match 1, Game 1, second half of RC versus WVG here, as we missed that very first double surprise here, and it seems like we missed the second one as well. Very nicely done here from the side of Config. LC here overall as the Aeroplanist. Yes, first chase is a lot of pressure here, but we cannot forget Instant Stormguard here alongside with Max Pella breaking Panic, and if I'm not wrong, Nostalgic.
And we are going to see that first red bomb onto the Aeroplanist here. Will we see that he does use that first item there? We're going to see the black bomb hit there, one hit away here from Aka to getting this first hit. Missing that first double ability is just so suboptimal for Aka. It makes it so he's not able to get that first hit here, so it's going to be a lot slower fading that first hit. Able to avoid that first surprise. He has one more to work with here. Can he avoid that second one? Does still get that hit though, and Aka will be unlocking that first presence with that insolence.
But it's overall not too bad though. We did waste like 3 double surprises there overall. Well, I guess 2 in total, but that's not a really good jetpack there from the side of Confid. We have to go try kite towards the corner right now. That's a fly we'll use just to try maybe counter the Y-ball, but right now we are at a corner, which isn't too bad, but that's going to be instant down because of the double surprise. However, we cannot forget, 75 second down, it's the same as last game when it comes to RC survivors, and Hui is already nearby here as the Knight to perform the rescue.
Yeah, already a very good start for the survivors. No abnormal here to play with as well. We see Quitty getting spotted out early. Aka does get the first prediction right, and does get that rescue off here as well. Aeroplanist, he's trying to get this hit onto the Knight, but he's gonna have to wait out the shield for it to even have much effect here. There's the switch. Doesn't even get it. So all that time wasted on the Knight, not even able to get the hit there. And Aeroplanist is able to transition to this back area. Aka needs to get this down before Tide Turner's up, or he just has no value at all here. On this rescue, but it looks like he is able to do so pretty quickly. Or
yeah, but like Confid here didn't really rotate out at all. He does realize that he has no items left and no flywheel to use as well, so we're probably worried about Trapeze there being used, but we didn't really hide well there as well, right? So with this in mind, it's going to be Anti-Current here becoming the next rescue of this game. At least Knight got out with a no damage rescue here, so it isn't too bad. We're just missing 1.5 Cypher machines here remaining. Goku coming for the rescue. If we can get it disarmed, that wouldn't be too bad. However, probably going to look for a little bit more cross potential. We're going to be able to get a rescue here as Anti-Current will be taking the hit immediately, but we want to chase after. That's not a good idea. That's going to be one disarm. 4 seconds straight towards this hullabaloo, and that's going to be you. That's a broken arm there for you. Are you going to be able to lift it up for a double surprise? We have 9 nearby here as a support. We're going to try attack predict twice here. That's going to be one brilliant attack predict, and of course with the second one it's going to be a trapeze over. However, we missed that double surprise there once again. Aeroplanes will still go down as it's a 2-cast ability.
Yeah, it's still okay. Still able to get that down there, but missing out on a lot of free damaging opportunities. He was not able to hit the Antiquarian. He was not able to, or sorry, he was not able to hit the Knight. He was not able to get a double hit onto the Anti here. So Looking at the ciphers here, we're down to about 1 cipher machine remaining at this point, 1 injury on the Antiquarian. But Akka definitely not out of this just yet, definitely can still play for a win in this spot. Looks like we have the Antiquarian hiding out in this area, but is able to spot him out with that peeper there. We're going to see that first red bomb hit, does the jump here. The second hit onto the Antiquarian, can he get that white bomb? No, misses the first one. And he's going to get stunned here, so not able to get the Antiquarian down very quickly is going to be a bit of a problem here for Akka and the flywheel, but oh, he cancels it as well, not able to get that hit there.
Antiquarian's doing a brilliant job right now, but there's still double surprise here left to use. We're going to try to play around this pallet for a little bit longer, but with that spin gear being used, can we get it down? We got it down just on time, barely by the edge there of that circle. And if that's the case, see where Hui is right now. That's going to be a knight here decoding by himself, but we can't forget, it's going to be a teleport over straight towards Hui here, as we don't have any cipher machines nearby just so we have to decode a completely new one. But look, it's still knight with 1 item left to use. We did use a knee-jerk reflex from the window there, but there's just so many pallets here to play around as we managed to get that very first item used. But once again, the predictions wasn't right for the last helmet there being used, and this might just go down really fast.
Yeah, we're going to see that last hit onto the Knight. You see why Knight can be considered an inconsistent character. Just the ability for the Hunter for it to be a guessing game. And that's kind of the big problem here, is Akka was able to get them both right in this situation, and was able to get a quick down onto the Knight here. The trait's still on a long cooldown, but the problem is, again, nobody has borrowed time. They kind of just have to pop and go for the end game. We can see this Puppeteer feed Tinnitus and pressure the Cypher machine, but this Antiquarian just needs to decode. They have to at least just pop this Cypher. He's actually going to go straight for the Cypher. The mindset here is if Akka can go to the Cypher down this Survivor here, he will have teleport back in time to go towards that last Cypher machine again after they rescue.
Ooh, a brilliant disarm there performed by Goku once again, but we're still trying to force Goku in towards the red zone here, as we're going to be not able to get it down to just that count, but we can't use our items just here as well. That'll be Goku going down because he was within the red zone for quite a long time, unfortunately. But he's going to go back towards his 60% Cypher machine right now. It's not a bad choice here made by Akka, but it's just so much pressure on WG Survivor side right now. Person guy here coming in for the rescue. We can't forget here, once again, that's speed 2 used already, as little Lewis here will come out instantly from the side of Puppeteer. The Cypher machine has just started being decoded, but we need to buy a little bit more time here for ourselves to use. So the second one, it will be we'll be using immediately, but we have to get a rescue here no matter what happens. We want to get Persica down here as soon as we can, but the Cypher machine only at 73%, as Puppeteer will go down here first. No ball time from the side of Survivors. If that's the case, we're going to have to pop no matter what.
And now the teleport is back. Will he choose to use it? He's actually going to save here. I think he acknowledges most of these Survivors don't have borrowed time, so he can kind of just go for this Antiquarian here, down the Antiquarian, then teleport on the last Survivor after they're going to just have to go straight for the pop. But again, this Antiquarian not long for this world, but is able to get that first stun. We're going to see the Cypher pop being activated here. Akka needs to get this down quickly and teleport to the gate if he wants to go for a win. There's a red bomb here. There's the flywheel, able to avoid that hit. Does not have a jump to work with. We see that the Knight is not to the exit gate just yet, though. Still able to avoid all of these hits. Needs to get the down right here. Is able to get the down onto the Antiquarian. Will he teleport right away? No, he's going to go for the chair here, it looks like. And the Knight is not able to make the rescue as well, so he can chair, he can teleport. He's going to TP, and then he can just use the clones to look for the Knight. And this should maybe be a 4K, unless the dungeon's in the vicinity. No, the dungeon is in that vicinity. Hui's going straight for that dungeon. I don't think Akka's going to make it there in time as the Puppeteer is about to expire.
But we're so far away though. We need to drop down the pallet here at least and try run our way directly in. But we can't forget, there's no double surprise on the side of
I missed one hit there.
On the side of Akka to use. So we're able to get out here on time. That's gonna be a clutch one-man escape here from the side of WBG. It was such a bad endgame, but we somehow made it because of Dungeon.
Yeah, that dungeon being definitely an optimal spawn there. Dungeon had to essentially spawn. Well, actually, there could have been a few dungeon spawns that worked there. As long as it spawns Shack, triple pallet, or bad corner, as we call that, that would have been fine. Any one of those spawns would have been okay. Would have enough time to rotate to Shack, triple pallet. Although triple pallet maybe not, because maybe he would have been able to find him before he was able to get to the dungeon. So probably Shack. It had to be one of those two, Shack or in that corner there. It ended up being in the corner. If it was at Godkite, if it was at Christmas Tree, it would have definitely been a lot harder for that Survivor to get that escape. But that's going to be a tied round 1 in this spot. I wonder if it would have been better value to leave the Antiquarian on the ground and teleport to the gate. You teleport to the gate, find the Knight, down him, and then Antiquarian, maybe try to go back for the Antiquarian. That could have been a better bet, but I think Akka just wanted to guarantee at least get the 3 kill, make sure he doesn't lose that round 1. And that is going to be the case here. So it's going to be a tied round 1 here. But I think a tied round 1 still is definitely stronger for RC. It was the map that was chosen by Weibo. Weibo definitely wanted to try to win on their selection, and now we go into the second round with RC being able to choose map, and the match is just simply tied up. So I think RC definitely is fine with this result.
Not only that as well, we do see as well from WBG LC as well. This new survivor isn't bad. He can handle the pressure really well by himself, and especially with that early game chase as well. It's not too bad, you know. We were able to contain 75 seconds, but I guess it was just a mid to late game decision after the first rescue. Maybe rotating out would have been a better idea. I do see why we want to maybe try and play the hiding game, but with Peepers on the Hullabaloo, it's just not going to work out here. As we see the match stats as well, it's overall not too bad here with containment side from the side of WBG. More than 50 seconds overall, especially up against the max presence Hullabaloo, is not bad.
Yeah, definitely. And it was just a lot of early game time wasted, and the rescues were also very clean. We saw the Knight be able to get the rescue off with no injuries. The Antiquarian was able to avoid any sort of double hit, and things just went really well for the survivors of Weibo there. And we have seen them struggle a little bit in round one, but the fact that they're still able to get one off the gate here, especially in a situation where Aqua was slowly working into his favor, it was looking like he was able to come out on top there. But that clutch dungeon escape, good communication there. I think for a lot of people, let's say you're in a rank match and you're playing in that situation, a lot of people just try to rush the gate or try to hide or something like that. But no, they're able to communicate well, set up for that dungeon escape, and they were able to get it there and tie that first round. So still definitely not a bad result for both sides, but I think it's definitely slightly would favor RC here.
But I'm generally a little bit more surprised that Aha decided not to teleport towards the chair, especially with the fact that we popped open the Cypher machine during that disarm as well. Our Knight did have enough time to make it towards the Puppeteer, but I do think more or less it's kind of the professional experience. Aha did realize that they only need a woman escape, so probably the Knight was forcing the gate there, and he predicted correct. We can't be wrong. But however, like, it's just, you know, more on the professional side, it's more about just, hey, we know what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to rotate there as much as possible. But before that, though, we'll move on directly towards the highlight before we start game 2.
ナイスけどじゃあ5割もあった一応あれも 50% 持ってるこれあとこれか東あまあ1でいいと思うこうなったら1しか無理だなオッケーオッケーオッケー来1是快
体制过去体制过去谁过去了谁过去了
60了
过去小2号没电
可以可以牛逼牛逼牛逼荣誉公平杯荣誉公平杯可以牛逼牛逼牛逼牛逼牛逼牛逼
骗他，假装要救。
可以牛逼牛逼牛逼。
Okay, and welcome back, guys, to our second round here, in which we see a tied round one between RC and Weibo Gaming. We expect a lot of these matches to be very good and go all three rounds during the group stages. We can definitely see some one-sided matches, but this time around, that will not be the case here in the playoffs. These are all the best teams that have qualified for this playoff spot here, and it will definitely be a lot of exciting action as we progress into our second round here.
And especially with that as well, like we saw WBG's voice comms there too, with LC being the most exciting one of it all, especially with the rescue from Hui's Knight too. We did see why Knight is chosen quite a lot of times, but like when we move on after that teleport on the Hullabaloo towards the Knight, didn't really get a single prediction correct. Once again, yes, we had quite a lot of abilities to use, but this is kind of the double-edged sword of Knight, right? When it comes to meta hunters, it's just too hard to play around, too hard to predict overall, but I guess he still does work pretty well when it comes to, you know, game 3, when there's maybe an after the cat is come out, you can maybe ability predict just to force the cat to get off you, or maybe force the cats to run away from you before the Anna is able to pull out that ability once again to split the cat, to latch it on towards you. But now Knight is out of the equation. However, at least for round 2, we still have Seer, we still have Priestess. Yes, it will be Hullabaloo or Goldman ban depending on which survivor comes out first, but once again, look, it's okay. We've Gardener, we still have Psychologist, we still have a lot of characters that can potentially counter Ivy and Opera.
Yeah, definitely. And that's kind of how this meta goes, is we have a lot of characters that get chosen in round 1 that are maybe not as necessary in round 2. Once you get into a round 2 situation, if you're expecting something like Opera, you can go into characters like the Gardener, as we talked about. If you're expecting something like Ivy can go to characters like Psychologist. So there's definitely a lot of options going into the second round. And that's just kind of how this meta goes, is you don't mind losing your characters, certain characters in round 1, as certain characters are still very viable for the second round. So yeah, going into the second round here, RC will have map selection, so definitely having a slight edge here. And I think if we get into a third round, we kind of talked about this before, for Weibo, the keys to victory for Weibo are them winning in the early rounds. I think the early rounds favor Weibo for both for Alex's Hunters, for the round 2 Opera Singer, for the round 1 Hullabaloo or Goatman. Once we get into round 3, it becomes less advantageous for them, as Alex's round 3 Hunter pool has less win heavy hunters, whereas Akka has a lot more options. Akka has characters like Dream Witch, characters like Mad Eyes, characters like Hermit. So Akka has a lot of high win hunters in round 3, where Alex simply does not. So it's very important for Weibo to win one of these first 2 rounds here, if they want to be able to win this series. I think if this round ends in a tie or RC wins this round, I think RC will win the series.
And it's not only that, so we can't forget Aka's Anne is pretty scary as well compared to Alex's too. We have seen WBG's Hunter Alex playing Sculptor. We have seen play quite a few unconventional hunters that you don't really see often. He does have Wax Artist, he does have Knight, but Knight is not really suitable in this meta, so it's either going to be Wax Artist or the Geisha here being played from the side of WBG. But like, look, if this is really the case right now, moving on towards round 2, it is still RC who chooses the map, right? So like, if that's the case, I do wonder what RC will choose here, as now we know what is gone. Potentially speaking, we could go Ever Sleeping Town here to get Aka's Mad Eyes out.
He'd go Ever Sleeping Town, yeah, it would be a good map for Mad Eyes, pretty good map for Hermit as well, if he did want to play that, but it's also good for some round 2 hunters. You do have to consider as well, Ever Sleeping is also a very good map for Opera Singer for Alex. We know Ever Sleeping Town is a very common choice for Opera because it's very easy. There's so many great dashing locations. When you're in the alleyways on Ever Sleeping, there's shadows on both sides. You can go in between both of them and you can go make a zigzag back and forth. You catch the survivor immediately. So Ever Sleeping Town is considered to be very good for Opera as well. So it kind of just depends if they did want to go something like Mad Eyes here as a surprise pick, or at least leave it open as an option. That could be a choice, but then again, it would also be pretty good for Alex. So they kind of have to consider both sides of both sides of the coin or whatever. I don't know. They have to kind of figure out what's going to be optimal for both their factions.
But we can't forget as well, right? If I'm not wrong as well, like we have seen Aka's monetizing Ever Sleeping Town. It was a really scary monetize as well, in which a lot of the pro teams from CN server does ban that money, especially if Ever Sleeping Town is chosen as well. But it seems like for our game 2, we're gonna get WBG's Hunter to come out first up against RC Survivors, and it will be Moonliver Park here being chosen from RC, as their Survivor here first coming in. They didn't do too bad during the first half of game 1, but potentially speaking, moving on towards round 2 and towards round 3, tie game should be the bare minimum here, as yes, once again, Ivy and Opera has been nerfed, and going up against game 3, non-meta type characters, you should have more of a leeway here to play around.
Yeah, Naka even has Clown too, so that's technically an option. Probably not something we'll see, but it is technically a choice. Depending on the situation here, but yeah, it's going to be Alex choosing to play Hunter first here against the RC Survivors. Again, Weibo known for their Hunter side, so typically when you go into a round 1, round 2 situation, you want to give the momentum to whichever side is more optimal. You give your Hunter a chance to go for a win here, and then you kind of make it so your Survivors acknowledge, like, okay, we only need to get this many out the exit gate here to win, so we can simply just go with some sort of tie Survivor, play for tie. We don't have to play super aggressive, whatever it may be. That's sort of the logic here, I would imagine. So anyway, so we're gonna see the RC Survivors here going up first. Moonlit River Park is a large map. It's not going to be good for something like Mad Eyes, so we won't expect to see that here, but it does open up opportunities. If Akka did want to go off of the Opera or off of the Ivy, it does open up options like Hermit. It's a very good Hermit map. It's a very good Clown map, so he definitely has some options if he doesn't want to play one of those round 2 hunters.
Yeah, and it's as you said as well, right? A lot of hunters that can be played on this map. From Alex's side here too, what does he have? He's this gamekeeper that he's been playing. He also has the Wax Artist that also works well here too. But of course, Opera is more or less of his own signature pick ever since she was released as well. He was known as the best Opera singer main as well during the early days, and then Pepe kind of overtook him afterwards because of his smoothness. But from the side of Alex right now, we do have quite a lot of choices here to make. But actually speaking, Opera is still a good character to use, as we've seen before, right? Still still potential map controls here, still potential really fast downs, and you can still run abnormal if you want to, or if the team comp suits.
Definitely true. Although because a larger map is more difficult to play abnormal on. Although on Moonlit it's sometimes not too bad because typically we see 2 survivors spawn on one side of the map, 2 survivors spawn on the other. So this map is split by the bridge essentially. So you can go abnormal the Cypher machine that's closest to you on your side. It ends up being pretty good. And because of that, it also forces a lot of the ciphers to be completed on one side of the map, and survivors will often 3-cipher themselves too. So let's say you down survivor on one side of the map, you have normally the other cipher being decoded on that side, and then all the ciphers get rushed on the other side, and it kind of results in a 3-cipher situation on one side of the map. You have to be very careful as a survivor side when playing on Moonlit. So yeah, definitely something to consider here, but we'll see. Alex, almost 100% will be going for that Opera Singer here.
Oh, do you see that? Antiquarian and Novelist here first 2 bans. So if that's the case, we don't really want any harassment potential here. Once again, like with a Novelist ban, it does kind of make sense if you want to play Opera. More or less, it's kind of just telling us right now we're not going to play Ivy at all. So I feel like from Alex here, not really the best first bans. But we're going to have to see what RC Survivors decides to pick.
All right, it looks like we're going to see RC probably going to pick some sort of Opera Singer counters. Still have Puppeteer available as they did not choose it in their first 3 in round 1. We still have Coordinator available, so still a lot of good options. I imagine Coordinator, Puppeteer seem pretty strong here. Also Seer if they want to go that route. So also Embalmer if they want to go that route. So definitely some combination of those 4 survivors I would imagine in this spot. Looks like it could be Wildling as well. Okay, so it's going to be Puppeteer and also the Wildling. Wildling a very good rescue against the Opera as he's very difficult to chase, and we know how valuable that is against the Opera Singer and cannot get cut off from a distance, which is something that a lot of hunters like to do on Moonlit.
I do feel like from Alex's side right now, getting rid of that Coordinator isn't a bad choice as we don't want to give any support potential here towards the Survivor side. But if that's the case, we know that we're going to play a Hunter that is very, very, very prone to harass. So from the side of Soba here, potentially speaking, right, you could pick out Seal, you could pick out Priestess. These 2 are still pretty viable as well, especially up against Opera and Ivy. We know that it's not going to be an Ivy that's going to come out, as Embalmer here will be chosen for the guaranteed tie. However, once again, it's 100% going to be Ivy here. You banned out all the harass potential here in which Ivy can counter, and of course here being the last ban is more or less just telling you we don't want you to recycle. Well, we don't want you to play this in game 2, maybe in game 3 if you want to you know, make it into the perma bans. But then if that's the case, Acrobat here will be chosen for either first or 4th stop.
All right, and for Alex here, we would expect nothing other than an Opera Singer here. This is his round 2 character. He does not have something like Ivy, and so that's something that's kind of been a bit of a downside for Weibo, is survivors know exactly what's coming. They know it's going to be that Opera Singer. Now, even with that being said, it's still difficult. That's how good Opera Singer is. It can still be difficult to deal with the Opera, even knowing that character's coming, even knowing to pick characters to counter it. But still a very good team comp for RC. Acrobat, a very effective kiter, not only on this map, but also against the Opera Singer. Puppeteer, as we know, one of the best counters to Opera. Wildling, probably the best rescuer in the game for Opera Singer, and the Embalmer, a good survivor for playing for a tie here.
Yeah, but from Survivor's Persona side then, we do need at least 2 tie turners here to use, but with Embalmer being on this map as well, it would be nice to see who will be the first chase here, especially when Embalmer can't get the face, and of course, resurrected Survivor that has been downed. But if that's the case, I do feel like even up against Alex's Opera Singer, even up against a nerfed Opera Singer, it probably would be best to at least still bring someone with a suicide build, preferably speaking here as well, right? Yes, everyone can still contain, but we cannot forget that end game potential after the first one has been eliminated. If we can't really contain for the second containment, it will be really bad, as Alex here will decide to pick out his signature pick. That's going to be Opera immediately for round 2 first half.
Yeah, definitely the character we expect. Now the question is, what kind of sort of trade is he going to go with? You have a few options. We mentioned Abnormal could be valuable. We typically would see Blink on something like Moonlit though, so I wonder if that's going to be his choice as well here. Could even go with something like Warp. Warp is one of the best traits for Moonlit, being able to warp between both sides of the platform to get a free hit on a survivor. Additionally, for the coaster as well. But a very interesting spawn here. We're going to see the Puppeteer actually spawning next to Bridge, Wildling spawning at second stop. That makes sense for hitting the stop sign. The Acrobat in 2-story and the Embalmer at first stop, pretty standard spawns. But the Puppeteer, very odd spawn here. I guess we could rotate around the bridge or something. I'm not really sure, but we'll see. If Alex chooses to go for that chase or just go for 2-story instead.
But I do feel like Embalmer spawning by first up isn't bad. The Cypher Machine will be locked, so he can just drop down his Coffin and rotate away. But for Bombardier here, he will be the one in danger as he only has knee-jerk reflex. But Alex will be bringing Peepers with Trumpet Detention. Ooh, Peepers for a little bit of map control, I see. Maybe Terror Shock down on towards Bombardier. However, once again, this will be RC versus WBG here for our COAⅧ playoffs day 1, match 2, second half.
Alright, looks like he is going to go for that Puppeteer, and all these survivors do have borrowed time, so they're really going for a strong endgame here. It looks like we're going to see Puppeteer again, not having Flywheel here for this first chase. He's able to get to this first pallet dropped here. Is going to take that vault here, going to get that speed boost. Is not going to want to use that Puppet too early. Finally is going to use it though, just so he can make it to these next pallets here. He's actually going to not drop that first pallet. We're going to see the Peeper getting dropped here. There's the pallet drop. Mono P maybe trapping himself in a bit of a tough area. We're going to see the switch and the hit onto that Puppeteer there. I would have expected him to drop both of those pallets as soon as he got to them, but not dropping that first pallet actually results in a free hit here. So I think maybe a little mistake there from Mono P potentially.
But we still can tank 2 more hits. We do have Peepers left in our hands to use. The Shadow Leap will be in cooldown there, as we did miss that second one initially trying to catch up. But for now though, it's not a bad rotation, we can't forget. That will be the Paladin drop down immediately. We know there's no Blink, so it's okay. Don't really need to try Blink Predict here. But even if Blink is ready, it's overall not too bad. Overall, like, look, 71 second containment time. That's going to be another Lewis there being used. And the Cypher Machine, yes, it is a little bit slow because of our initial spawn point. But look, it doesn't really matter in this case, especially when you have enough tie turners here to use.
This is the downside of... Oh, he doesn't take that vault there. Nice discipline from Mono P there. But he's going to be trapped at this back wall here. And... Oh, he actually mind games Alex here, wasting a little bit of extra time. Finally going to get knocked down, but a pretty good first kite here. I was going to say, this is the downside of not bringing Blink on Opera. When you bring... Well, actually, not even that. Bringing Peepers. The Puppeteer knows... If you bring up normal or blink, the Puppeteer doesn't know what the trait is. But if you bring Peepers and you drop a Peeper, he'll know there's no blink, which means he doesn't have to use his Puppet early to try to predict the blink. So there's no risk of that. So he can kind of just be a lot more conservative with his puppets, which is exactly what we saw here. And this ends up being a lot better of a kite than it actually seems like, because they have 3 ciphers already past 50. This is essentially a value of around a 3 cipher kite. We're going to see the rescue from the Wildling is going to have the board to get on immediately, so he's not going to get doubled down. And the survivors just have a lot of good progress here at this point. So we are going to see the Puppeteer die all the way in the corner at this point. So just a very good early game here for RC.
We do see as well Whiting coming in for the harass potential here though, going straight towards the corner. It's been a while since we've actually seen Whiting harass, so let's see how well City can do this right now. We're going to be able to catch up here. That's going to be no hit on straight towards the Whiting there. So we do have a double surprise here to use. That's going to be us going back here immediately.
Does he get it?
Whiting, unfortunately, a little bit too far away. I would say it's really ambitious. It's not a bad plan as well, but you did waste a little bit more time here in exchange for a little bit of decoding time. But if that's the case, look, Soba has already finished his Cypher Machine as an Acrobat. He can become the next main rescuer here, as we don't even have teleport ready because of all the Peepers that we're using.
And it's actually great value. Wildling already decodes pretty slow, so at this point Wildling just needs to finish that 60% cipher anyways, since he's not going to be doing the last Cypher Machine. So it ends up being great value for the survivors. We're going to see the rescue from the Acrobat. Can Acrobat, he's going to red bomb here to stop the dasher. Will we see a body block commence as well? Puppeteer has a strong pallet to work with here too. I feel like body blocking here wouldn't be a bad situation, as the last Cypher Machine is already 20% and the survivor does actually have borrowed time. We're going to see that Puppet getting utilized. Oh, he's going to take the vault here, does get it off in time, and we are going to see the Acrobat come in for the support. Does miss that bomb there though. That's a pretty big miss, and did not body block. I think a body block from Sobo would have been a lot stronger there, rather than a bomb there, I think.
This is very scary too, because look, last Cypher Machine there being at Rowley, 2 survivors at half health here for ourselves as well, and we do have teleport ready in around maybe 20-30 seconds. So if that's the case, if we force Wily onto his board here, we can just teleport out immediately. That's going to be Wily straight onto his board, teleportation straight towards the Embalmer. Embalmer, yes, you may have a coaster there to use, but it's Opera saying we're talking about. They need to decode a new Cypher Machine, and not only that too, they have to heal.
Yeah, I think this is fine though. Obviously you can take a hit, take coaster. Rowley doing a good job of containing in this area. doing a very good job of containing around these pallets here.
Ooh.
Is finally going to take the first hit, but just going to take that coaster and get away here, and the trade has already been expended. We see them, they're actually not healing, they're going to prioritize the last Cypher, and the reason that they can do this is everybody has borrowed time, so while they can just come in for the rescue with BT, they can pop the Cypher machine and get the rescue off when the Cypher is primed. So looks like he's going to take coaster all the way across the map. What we need to see happen here is we need to see one of these survivors needs to rotate all the way back to first stop to pressure that Cypher, and we need to see this other Cypher being utilized, but Alex goes all the way back and nobody is there.
I was about to say this is kind of a double-edged sword here, especially with the lights being open as well, forcing the Embalmer to go towards third stop. But like, if that's the case, we've lost so much time for the survivors right now. The two survivors here are decoding one Cypher machine each. It's scoring at 30%, as Embalmer here is slowly making its way towards his original Cypher machine. We do now realize our big mistake from the side of Alex, but if that's the case, this is only going to be a tie game then, since right now, yes, it's a 2-for-1, but Wilding has Boar, Acrobat has Balls. Acrobat is also currently hiding away as well, so there's no way Alex knows that it's going to be a Wilding nearby, but of course, that's to be Embalmer going down here. Oh, it's not Embalmer running back, it's Wilding instead.
He can just coffin back to first stop and decode that Cypher machine. This is going to be a guaranteed 3 survivor endgame at this point, because Embalmer can just coffin to that Cypher and decode it. Even if Acro gets knocked down, Wilding can still save with the Boar, while Embalmer primes that other Cypher machine.
We don't have Shadow Dance ready just yet, so it's not on a 16-second cooldown, but also the Shadow Leap there, it was a little bit of a faulty one as well, so at least Acro can survive here for a tiny bit longer. We did dash over there though on time as the ball, they will be used immediately just to cancel the vaulting animation, but if that's the case, look, Cypher machine creating a 77%, Alex still trying to play mind games here by herself, but that would be a good hit down. But if this is the case right now, if Wilding comes in, oh no, Wilding's already at the bridge.
Yeah, Wilding's already here for the rescue. Cypher machine is primed. Wilding has BT. This is a guaranteed rescue here, so we're going to see him coming for this save. They will now. Alex will have trade for endgame. Wilding does not want to use his Boar now. He wants to save it for after the rescue for that endgame here. We're going to see how close he can get to the chair before making the save. It's going to be very crucial that he gets as close as possible. He's going to take the vault. There's the hit. Ooh. There's the Cypher pop. There's the rescue. Acrobat has he does not have any bombs to work with. Wilding does have that Boar though. Acrobat's gonna go down right away though. Unfortunately, he was not able to get to that pallet, so he's gonna get knocked down. Embalmer already on the exit gate here, but it's not gonna be enough as Alex does still have teleport. Now Acrobat is not dead on chair, so Alex cannot teleport immediately, or City will make that save off. There's the gate being opened. He's going to make it out there. Now the question is, can Wilding get out? I don't think he can, though, because the Boar is about to expire here. Yeah, and he's going to get found out. This will still be what looks like a 3 survivor elimination, unless Alex... unless he can contain for 22 more seconds here. Most likely that's not going to be the case, as there is no pallets here in this area.
Yeah, and it's also doubles the Shadow Dance for the remnants nearby, right? So for City here, it's really more or less just a really suffocation area here for the 2 pallets. Even if they drop down, it's a Wilding here who moves slow when he's off Boar as well.
So it is going to be a 3 survivor elimination. Looked to be a pretty strong tie there from RC, but Alex still able to get that extra kill. That's going to be very important here for Weibo. To gain an extra point advantage here in this second round. We expected that to be a tie based off of this team composition. Even knowing what character was coming, they were still only able to get 1 escape with a hard counter comp here.
You could say maybe Acrobat used a little bit too much balls during that very last containment of his, in which he doesn't have any more to use to maybe transition away. Because we do know as well, right, we initially chased Puppeteer there first. A lot of pallets within that half of the map has already been used as well. So maybe even for Acrobat there, yes, the containment was good. However, Wilding was forced on board way too many times. It was only a 20-second board time. If it was maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds, we definitely would have been able to make it towards the other gate just on time as well. But because of, you know, all the resources being used on the other side of the map, you know, Acrobat not having any, you know, items to use as well, we can see why it ended up as a 3-man elimination, but also maybe from the side of RC, it was necessary as well to kind of contain for as long as we can.
Absolutely. And with that being said here, we do see 114 seconds from that Puppeteer doing an excellent job in that area. Now imagine if the Wildling was able to get that push off and Puppeteer had the puppet ability to work with. I think that's why they're going for that harass there, is if Wildling is able to get a push off and the Puppeteer has that ability, he can just absorb another hit and waste a lot more time. So that push could have actually been game changing. If he's able to get that off, I think the survivors definitely would have had no problem getting a tie, but being able to waste some time was pretty valuable, just not enough there in that situation, and the Wildling getting found out. I think the Wildling used the Boar prematurely after the rescue. He thought, okay, maybe I'm going to get chased. He ended up going for the Acrobat, so I guess it's hard to say because you want to use it a little bit early so you don't get hit too soon. But definitely a good result here for Alex. He's able to get a 3 kill. Survivors of RC did not want to lose that game.
Yeah, it's also, you know, Acrobat had Flywheel in that game as well. I feel like if it was maybe knee-jerk reflex, it would have kind of been a tiny bit better as well, especially after rescue, taking knee-jerk reflex from the window and just run as far away from the chair as possible, in which that definitely will allow Wildling to get out as well, right? So like maybe from the Persona side of RC there, having Flywheel wouldn't really be the best case scenario. Yes, it would do if it's up against an Ivy, but like if you think about it, anti-courier novelist ban alongside then with the coordinator ban, there was definitely not an Ivy coming out there, so that Flywheel choice was kind of questionable maybe from the side of RC.
Definitely, yeah. But typically, you know, we see a lot of teams with Acrobat, they choose not to bring broken windows because you rely on using your bombs at the window or at a pallet or something. So it's like, okay, well, Flywheel is maybe a little bit better value. We can Flywheel a hit, we can bomb the window, something like that. So that's typically why we see that getting utilized. But yeah, definitely the Flywheel was better in Alex's favor in that endgame situation. So now, with that being said, we do have a 3 elimination here for Alex. So for Aka, what hunter do we expect him to play? He has quite a few options here for the second round. We would expect probably going to be Ivy, maybe Opera Singer, but also still has that Hermit, as it is a good hunter for this map. But Hermit, not particularly good, again, in a situation where you need to go for a 3 kill when you still have characters like Ivy and Opera available.
Well, we have seen his Nightmare in this map, we can't forget as well, right? But it's really, look, the safest option is get that Ivy or Opera out first. Look, when it comes to Opera Singer, I would say more or less WBG survivors have a knack when it comes to putting up against Opera, especially when Alex plays Opera so much. So I would say WBG survivors' biggest issue probably would be Ivy. Because, I mean, Alex's Ivy isn't as good, right, compared to his Opera Singer, and probably from the side of WBG survivors as well. We have seen them being really good solo containers. They're also harassers as well, in a sense that they come in really early for the rescue to prevent any mistakes from happening. They also really like to assist each other as well, especially when Juan was in the team, right? We saw that Weeping Clown harass coming in which no one will be able to do it aside from him as well. We see the Knight from Hui as well coming in immediately, performing a no damage rescue too. So like from the side of WBG, a very team-oriented type of survivor comp. However, if it's too team oriented, especially up against Ivy, if you're not able to contain for a really long time, it does come off as a double-edged sword in which your decoding speed is kind of reduced significantly because of the amount of support that you're giving towards the survivor, and the return on investment is just not enough.
All right, so we're gonna get into our band pick here in a moment. Keep in mind we are tied for this round 1 spot and this round 1 situation, and in round 2 we had a 3 elimination here for Alex. So now Aka searching for at least a 3 kill in this second half of the second round. Definitely a bit of pressure on him. We would have liked to see the survivors get a tie there. They were well positioned to get a tie. Only getting a 1 escape is definitely not optimal for RC. So for Aka, again, will we see probably Ivy or Opera Singer getting utilized? Not a good situation for Hermit, not a good map for Mad Eyes. And I mean, technically could play Clown, but I don't think he'll actually take that risk in this spot as much as we would love to see that get chosen here. So I guess the advantage to that is you could technically play a non-Ivy and non-Opera and still have that in round 3. But yeah, it does definitely seem unlikely. We'll probably see something like Ivy here in this spot.
But like, I do want to kind of point this out too, but it does seem like the WBG Survivor Cypher Rush is a little bit faster compared to before as well. I would say as well on that side note too, because of conflicts, because of LCR new Survivor here being chosen, any placement for Juan, we do want to play this a little bit more safely as well. So like from their side too, with Juan being gone, there's not going to be a Weeping Clown coming out. There is not going to be, let's say, a Painter coming out from his side as well. So like we got all our niche characters there gone from the side of Juan, and so we got all the mystery, we got all the trump cards there that we initially prepared for Juan gone, and now it's really up to LC here to see whether or not we could maybe potentially mesh something a little bit more different, or potentially from the side of WBG here, we could still just go very safe. You still do have Embalmer, you still do have Mercenary, First Officer, more or less right now, it's a lot of cheers for WBG.
Definitely, but yeah, we're gonna get into our map or our band pick in a second here, in which Aka is trying to get a 3 kill in this spot. So it's kind of interesting that we saw Moonlit get chosen, actually, considering that If Aka does want to play Ivy here in the second round, Moonlit's not considered quite as optimal. There's multiple two-story areas. It's also a large map. Typically, we prefer smaller maps for Ivy, as it's a lot easier for Ivy to get that ghost around the map. Pressure Cypher Machine's a lot easier. Similar to Dreamwitch. Dreamwitch prefers smaller maps, whereas with Ivy, same concept. You don't want to have to deal with a very large map. Moving that ghost all the way around the map takes a long time. The elevation change is very difficult. There's there's 4 places in which the elevation change takes place in the first and 4 stop platforms. Also the 5 actually. Wait, no, 1, 2, actually 6. Wait, no, 1, 2. Hold on, let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 stations plus 2 story. There we go. We got it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of places where Ivy can struggle. But we have still seen Ivy get chosen quite often here on Moonlit. So we're going to see Seer and Prisoner as the first 2 bans here for Aka.
That means that those 2 are Persic's main pick, though, Seer and Prisoner. We still do have Mechanic, but I don't think it's going to be good, especially up against, the Opera Ivy. For now, though, it will be the Novelist here being chosen alongside with the Aeroplanist, once again giving LZ that Aeroplanist here, as he did perform pretty well last game. But this game, in this case scenario, whether it's an Opera or an Ivy, if it's an Ivy, it's easier for Aeroplanist to play. If it's an Opera Singer, Aeroplanist is going to have a really tough time, as we ban out Goaku's Spy Investigator here, in which, in response, could get a Rescuer out here then from Hui's side.
Looks like we're going to see Weeping Clown actually from the side of Weibo here. So Weeping Clown is a character we've seen being utilized in round 2 quite a bit, as it's considerably good against Opera. Opera has a hard time catching up to Clown while he's on that rocket, and you can also, it's also just good, it could be good against Ivy as well, but the biggest problem is you can get canceled out of your dash, so that's something to keep in mind as well. And it looks like we're going to see Coordinator as the last ban. Will we see the Survivors pick up main rescuer? They will go for that main rescuer, not using Clown as the main rescuer. It's going to be that Mercenary in this case. We did have the First Officer as an option, or even the Wildling as an option, but they're actually going to prioritize Mercenary, it looks like.
But at least Mercenary can be recycled, right? He's the 4th pick here, so we can still use him in round 3. But I'm surprised that we're giving Goaku the Weeping Clown here, because since 1 is gone, you can't really see a lot of harasses from the Weeping Clown maybe in this game. So I would say from the LBG Survivor side, we are more or less prioritizing solo containments. But if this is the case, right, look, Ivy can counter Novelist and the Aeroplanist, especially when it comes to Hover, and the Weeping Clown as well when he uses his items as well. So I would say here from the side of WBG, the moment Aka chooses out this Ivy, it will be a tough match for them.
Alright, so let's see if that's going to be the case or not here. Again, we talk about Ivy's not exactly the best for Moonlit, but it would be very good into this team composition. Novelist has a hard time farming books. Aeroplanist can be pretty good against getting out of that tombstone, but the Clown as well can get his ability canceled by the Ivy too. So Ivy definitely would be a strong character choice here for Aka if he wants to go that route. We will not see a Clown from Aka, as Aeroplanist and Novelist are both very good against Clown. Aeroplanist Hover cancels the Clown dash, and the Novelist can literally just cancel the dash with his book. It looks like we're going to see that Ivy as we expected here.
Okay then, if that's the case, WBG Survivors, a lot of slow decoding early game, especially with Aka's map control. Yes, it's going to be less map control compared to the usual, but now the question is, do we want to spawn each survivor at a corner each? Everyone can pull distance. Everyone can make distance, everyone can run. And moving on towards the area selection mode, here we go. Let's see, WBG, more of a closer spawn here, as we do see as well, with the Nautilus here being very close towards first stop, Mercenary at Northbridge, the Aeroplanist at Southbridge, and of course Weeping Clown here at 2-story area. Okay then, if that's the case, we can kind of spread open quite a lot, with Ivy there spawning underneath the 2nd stop, or maybe the 3rd stop here, as Aka is still trying to make his decision. But it seems like we're going to lock on towards underneath 2nd stop here, as if that's the case, potentially speaking, look, we could push a Phantom at 2nd stop and then leech on towards the Novelist the moment that he takes the coaster from 1st stop to 2nd.
Oh, sorry, I had a yawn come in there at the worst time. But yeah, definitely, that could be the case here. We see the Survivors trying to spread out as much as possible, making it a lot more challenging for Aka to pressure all those ciphers with the Ghost here. This is, we're going to get to the second half of this round. Aka is, of course, searching for a 3 elimination here, whereas the Survivors trying to go for a tie here. Pretty standard build here for Aka, and we have 3 Survivors with borrowed time. This is the second half of the second round of the Wave of Survivors, which is the RC Hunter. I'm Irleo, joined here with Kersher, bringing the live commentary for this Call of Abyss 8 playoff matchup.
First chase is going to be Persica here. Okay, we're finally willing to chase after Persica now, but that's also because it's Novelist here who we're going up against. So right now, it's going to be a brilliant revelation here from the side of Ivy. 40 stacks immediately on towards our Survivor side, and only 57 though right after that leash 2. It's going to be instant tension here, alongside with Max Hunt and Berserker.
All right, we're going to see Persica trying to contain this area, trying not to look at the ghost at all here. We're going to see the switch into the pallet, into that pallet stun here, but does get a 75 scare all the way onto this Novelist. And it's going to be very difficult for Novelist to actually farm book here. As we know, Aka's just going to teleport into this area. He's going to get that hit onto the Novelist, but is going to go ahead and take this ghost. As we know, every time Novelist looks at the Ivy, he's just going to build up stacks there. We're going to see the ghost being brought to this Novelist here. Blink will be ready in about 10 seconds. And it is just 2-second stop here. Insolence now available as well.
But we can't forget that Gold Cut, the Weeping Count here, is in 2-story as well, so I don't really think Persica can rotate there safe enough. We're going to be able to get 40 stacks here, thankfully, just about on time. However, once again, it's going to be the Cypher Machine lock here from the side of Aka. Novelist not having any items here to use. We're just waiting for a blink down here as we can leech within the next 10 seconds. LC Cypher Machine will also be locked here once again, but if that's the case, more or less here, Cypher Machines is pretty fast from the Survivor side. Look, 90, 70, and 65 overall.
Looks like we're going to see the ghost being brought to this Novelist here. There's the teleport closer. Going to flywheel out of range of that tombstone here. Blink is still available. Already a very good first kite, though. The scare is not going to be enough to down them, so we're going to have to see a blink to get the down here. Is going to blink and down this Novelist, but already one Cypher Machine done. The last two Cyphers, the next two Cyphers already with a lot of progress, so definitely a lot of time wasted in this early game, and this is a good start for Weibo.
The question now is, Novelist has no chance in rebound kiting here anymore. LC is running on our new Cypher Machine. Yes, we do want to lock that Cypher once again, as our leech cooldown is shorter the moment we open Presence 1. However, a weak here Cypher Machine is currently popped open just about on time as well. We're going to come in for the instant rescue maybe, or we just want to wait around here a little bit. But just outside of the chair zone range as well, right? That's going to be instant elbow pad and instant rescue. No damage rescue here from the side of Hawaii. Beautifully done here, if I would say so myself. And that'll be Persica going down. 40-second book recharge here, as LC is actually able to maybe bait the Ivy into going towards him, and if that's the case, Novelist here being leeched, potentially speaking, we can still rescue once again. This still looks like it's going to be at least a guaranteed tie game.
Yeah, but even so, I mean, two Cypher Machines with a lot of progress here. This is looking pretty good for Weibo. No, Novelist, I guess the downside here. This Survivor does not have BT. This is the one Survivor without BT, so it's going to be hard for the Survivors to have a 4th Survivor endgame here. Aka just trying to burn as much time from the decoding here as possible, but we can see the Mercenary coming for a second rescue, as he did get that first rescue off uninjured.
Oh, Mercenary, we're going to try to play some mind games here. We can't get leashed here once again, so we need to be very careful. We're going to be able to force a rescue here instantly as well. But yes, there's no way that Novelist can look back here anymore. We can leash on towards the Novelist here within the next 2 seconds. And if that's the case right now, Persica, we don't have flight until another 17 seconds. That's a little unfortunate, since we could definitely sit on a chair for a little bit longer. But that will be Novelist there being forced down instantly here, as LC is trying to rush that Cypher Machine as much as we can. But if that's the case right now, everyone has to leave that Cypher. Potentially speaking here, Weeping Clown should be the one to open a completely new Cypher Machine as well. But Mercenary here, he knows himself, cannot be leached, so he will stay near the Cypher Machine, as Ivy will be applying as much pressure here as possible.
Right, it looks like we're gonna see yeah, the Mercenary getting pressured by the ghost here, but not able to be ghosted just yet. He's kind of waiting for that to come back online here, and now it is available, so he can't put that on the Mercenary. He can go for that Tombstone teleport here if he wants to do so. Mercenary just going to go ahead and use an elbow pad a bit early here to avoid that, and now we're going to see the teleport onto the Mercenary. There's the 100%, and Mercenary will get hit here. The last Cypher Machine already 76% of the way done, though, and both Survivors are uninjured in this spot, so still a pretty good position for Weibo, but Aka getting this down to the Mercenary. Yeah, but that Cypher's already 80%. It's almost done here for the Survivors.
Yeah, a Weeping Clown has a rocket that he can pull straight towards the chair as well. But right now, it seems like we just want to teleport straight towards Config, who did use his hover just on time as well. Brilliantly done there from the side of Config. Right now, though, Cypher Machine clearly at 93%. If we want to go back straight towards the Mercenary, yes, we definitely can. We want to force this aeroplanes out as far as possible. And, of course, to maybe leech on towards the Mercenary and to bring it back on time as well. But we can't forget, though, Weeping Clown Harass is still a thing. This might not be one, but this is still the Goku who's put in a lot of effort during his training days as well. This is going to be redemption from the side of Goka right now. Are we going to be able to get anything else from this? It's going to be 40 stacks of, 40 stacks in general. And it seems right about now, we are going to teleport just about on time here. But the beautiful hovers here once again from that jetpack is going to be able to buy us so much more time as Mercenary healed up just on time as well. There is blink ready though, so we have to be very careful.
Yeah, we're going to see the ghost being brought back to those survivors here. It looks like it's going to be the Weeping Clown trying to get to that Cypher machine. Akka needs to be aware of this. Weeping Clown still with 2 rockets to work with here, so definitely can use one to get out of range of being hit if necessary, but he's going to want to try to save it. We're going to see actually a blink here. Would expected for him to save that blink potentially for endgame. And in this case, we can see the airplane is trying to rush down that Cypher machine as Akka is not really pressuring it just yet, but now he is going to bring that main body over there, keep it from being decoded.
But look, Mercenary, that's a needle here for himself to use as well as, we're currently trying to destroy as much Ostracons here as possible. It still takes 5 seconds though in the current patch compared to the ranked patches we have right now that's online. But Mercenary will become to decode a completely new Cypher machine. It's okay, he can just heal while wait for that 20-second cooldown to be over before he starts dismantling too.
And we're going to see that teleport onto the airplane. It's 99%, not enough to get the hit here. That's an unfortunate miss for Akka. Double tombstone sitting on the Cypher, which means that they really can't do anything about decoding it. Akka can just teleport back there at any point. But yeah, trying to find, he needs to do something here. He can't be this passive. He needs to be able to injure somebody here. We're going to see him leave the ghost at first stop, then teleport back over to the 4th stop area, in which 2 of the survivors are here. COAⅧ also in that 1st stop area, which he cannot get ghosted just yet. Now he can, and he's going to go ahead and bring that back, just putting up another tombstone in that 1st stop area. Akka really preventing the survivors from doing any of these ciphers, but it's really just a matter of time. Mercenary can heal with that syringe. Airplane is already at full health. He's going to teleport here. He's going to get an injury though, so that is a bit important. Definitely a bit important here for Akka. Going to teleport back to 4th stop just to make sure they don't prime that cipher. But even the Weeping Clown getting a lot of cipher progress onto that 10th cipher.
But at least Mercenary is here full healed, right? So if Akka actually decides to teleport towards a Mercenary here, we can just heal up on time as well. But it seems like Mercy will decide to dab a little bit more just to get that full heal out, as we're going to start trying to disrupt as much Ostracons here as possible. Still do have 2 items here from the side of Weeping Clown to use, but it does seem like right now WBG is very conservative on their items. However, once again, cannot forget IV's blink is ready in 30 seconds, so if we can get a blink down on any of the survivors here, especially near the prime Cypher machine, it'll be pretty devastating here. But at least look, second Cypher machine they're currently being at 50%, Mercenary here currently at well, not Mercy, but Aeroplane is at 99 stacks once again, beautifully done by the Aero, as right now potentially speaking we might go down with, we don't go down with the charge attack yet.
Yeah, missing that hit, that would have been very important there. Airplane is still at 99% at this point. We're gonna see he has to bring that ghost back to 1st stop, as it is getting some cipher progress. Only 40%, so he still has some time here, but it's not going to be... He doesn't have enough time to get that ghost over to 1st stop, but he needs to make sure he's also pressuring these ciphers. 10 at 75, 4th stop at 95, so he needs to be very careful here. And even if he goes to this Mercenary, he's not going to down him. It's only going to be a basic hit, so... he needs to down someone. He needs to down someone quickly here. They will have the survivors for endgame. There's the teleport. There's the break. Cypher at 96 though. It's gonna be prime though for this endgame.
Can we pop? LC is currently shouting. We're able to pop it here just on time, but we can't. We got the leech off air. Wait. I don't think we should be doing that, especially with the fact that we're now currently trying to rotate away from this area as much as possible. But you could potentially speaking go after Goka, especially when he uses his rocket there as well. So for Akka right now, this is really bad here. COAⅧ Cypher machine currently at 52%. Config has hovered to use alongside with his jetpacks as well. Where is that clown right now? That's 2 jetpacks on. No, not 2 jetpacks. That's 2 rockets on his hands to use, and it's gonna be the Cypher machine there currently being open. We can hover out. That's what LT is gonna do right now. Okay, Goka, do we want to use that rocket right now? We're gonna use the rocket here immediately, and the dungeon is right in front of us. It's right outside that 2-story area. It's currently open here as well. We can definitely get a leech on here as well. But we need to wait for the speed boost to be over here. But it's 40 stacks. It's 98. We didn't get the revelation. A 3-man escape from WBG, and that will be 6-2.
That's gonna be, that's a huge lead for Weibo here in this 2nd round. He was not able to get, he was able to get that scare up to 100%. That would have been enough to secure the kill onto that survivor and at least be a tie for this round. But that survivor saving that rocket for the end game there, able to make it all the way to the dungeon, very crucial in this situation. Getting a 3 survivor escape, that's not something that that we really expected. We don't see survivors getting wins in rounds 1 or 2 very often, but against this ITZY here, really well prepared. Weibo playing that end game perfectly, not giving any free downs, even with all those Cypher machines, playing everything perfectly. And with that being said, Weibo able to get 3 Survivor escape here, taking a very large lead in a matchup that we expected RC to probably be winning here.
Yeah, and I do think that last revelation on that Ivy, we definitely could have gotten it, but Guoko is able to slightly just get past that revelation to prevent that 100 stack as well. A beautiful dungeon escape from the side of WBG. Definitely could have been a guaranteed tie there, especially with the fact that we had the Phantom on towards that Weeping Clown, in which we can easily, force him off it as well, and just to get the 100% stack. But for Aka there, it does seem like he was a little bit lost towards the endgame scenario.
And this Aeroplanist LC on Weibo, the substitute player, actually playing very well so far in this these first 2 rounds here, with a strong first guide in round 1. We see 108 seconds in this round, wasting a lot of time there as well. So this player definitely being a very good addition to Weibo here on the Survivor side. Even with Juan not being able to play today, who's one of their better players, Weibo still able to get a 3 out here against Aka. And you see RC just really struggling. The survivors of RC not able to get a tie just yet. That's typically something we expect to have happened in these first 2 rounds. But we're going to go ahead and look at our highlights here for the second round. Or not, never mind. Pro, continue.
Well, I mean, with that game as well, I do think from Aka's side, look, he did brilliantly, right, when it comes to, hey, we want to, get as much items consumed here from Survivor side as possible. But between the teleportations as well, it's only Confit, it's only LC, the Aeroplanist, who was actually the one using the items as well. And not only that too, could not find Mercenary, could not find Weeping Clown as well, could not force Weeping Clown off his items too. And this new Survivor is so clutch. 99 stacks every single time when Ivy teleports, when Ivy leeches. Predicts perfectly actually for each Ostracon that Ivy lands on towards him on force up as well, alongside with teleportation, being able to jetpack out during mid animation as well to dodge that max corruption or transference is absolutely brilliant from LC. But we'll move on towards a highlight here first before we move on towards game 3.
Okay, never mind, not yet. Anyways.
うまいね、もっと伸ばせ、これ悪い。板残ってる、板残ってる。いやー、ごめん、板。なるだけ耐えて、あと3割、あと3割。板ダウン粘着でもいい、これ。オッケー。何やったら、あと2割、あと2割、あと2割。皆さん耐えて、ダウン粘着。
可以可以可以 ，OK OK， 就点修就点修就点修。牛逼，尽量多修点，懂吗？可以可以 ，OK OK。
等一下，等一下，等一下，等一下。
前面前面前面前面前面前面前面，开！
So with all that action you saw there, we see Weibo winning the second round here by a score of 6-2. Pretty big win. And the reason why, since round 1 was tied, it actually means that RC needs to win this last round by 6-2 or higher. Now, typically that would be very difficult, but as we know, round 3 heavily favors RC in terms of hunters. So that definitely is not. This match is far from over. When it comes to round 3, Alex is known for really only having tie hunters, where Aka has many win hunters in round 3. A lot of players can't claim that, most players have, one hunter in round 3 that they can use as a win hunter, like maybe a Dream Witch or maybe a Hermit or maybe something like a Wax Artist or whatever, but Aka's got a ton of options here. He has at least 4 win potential hunters here for this last round. So this match is far from over, but that is very crucial that not only Weibo was able to win that round, the fact they were able to win by 4 points is very crucial for them. Again, this round 3 favors RC, so it was very important that they were able to get a 6-2 there.
Yeah, but look, let's just go through Aka's, hunter pool as well, right? His Anna is really good. He also does have his Hermit. He also has a Wax Artist. He also has a Nightmare. He also has the Mad-Eyes as well that he can use, but we still can't forget. Look, map bans right now, it's going to be WBG here choosing their map here for game 3. They can play this one very safe. They still have Embalmer, they still have the Seer, they still have Priestess, they still have Mercenary, they're recycled, they still have, well, they don't have Anti anymore, but they do have, you know, Goa's Fire Investigator here as well. It's just so many characters now that, you know, WBG Survivor pool can pull out to make even a tie game or just a one-man escape game. And of course for Alex, side note too, just play the Ant for a one-man or a two-man. It's more than enough to actually take the game home.
It is, definitely could be, well, more or less. The thing is, if Alex gets a 1 survivor elimination in the survivors, let's see, if Alex gets a 1 survivor elimination and Akka gets a 3 kill, then that would be a problem. So basically the survivors really need to push for a tie. That's going to be the crucial thing here. If the Weibo survivors can get a tie here, then they'll probably just win pretty easily, because then Alex is supposed to get 1 kill. But the most important thing in this spot is that Akka needs to get at least 3 survivors eliminated, if not 4 here. And again, he has a lot of good hunters for that. We have Mad-Eyes, we have Clown, we have Dream Witch, we have Hermit. So there's a lot of characters that we even technically have Clerk. Akka's got a lot of good characters for getting a 3 kill. I don't think we'll see Akka play in here since he has to go for a win. But it's still obviously an uphill battle for them, for RC here. And in a match that RC expected to be a bit of favorite in, Weibo definitely has turned things around here in this first round of the playoffs. They did not play as consistently in group stage. This time around, though, they're playing, looking to be a lot stronger.
Especially when they're missing their core survivor main here as well. But like, it does seem like they fixed their main problem though. It's their Cypher Machine that were actually the slowest, especially when it comes to WBG's current roster here as well. We have a really good kiter and we have 2 really good harassers, 1 really good rescuer, but it's always just the Cypher Machines that were a little bit late when it comes to, you know, getting it done as well. But it seems like it'll be Retro Shard being chosen out by WBG alongside with Arms Factory as the ban from RC side, with Akka here becoming the hunter to come out first from RC side.
Yep, we'll see Akka go out on the hunter side here, and this does give this is definitely optimal, because it kind of gives the survivors an idea of what they need to do when they're playing survivor. Do they have to 4 escape? Do they have to 3 escape? Do they have to tie? Whatever it may be. Because if Akka 4 kills, then RC survivors only need to get a tie to win. So if Akka gets a 4 kill here, and then RC survivors can just get a tie, and then they would be the winners. But if Akka 3 kills, then they know they have to 3 escape. If Akka only 2 kills, then they know they have to 4 escape. So they know essentially, it's definitely better for the hunter to go out here, so the survivors know exactly what they need to do based off of the result from the hunter side.
Yeah, but like, I still can't forget though, this means there's more pressure on Akka. However, on a map like this, you nullify the box artist. On a map like this, you do kind of nullify the Geisha as well because of the amount of pallets that are nearby. On a map like this, you also do nullify the Knight here too, as it is really hard to get those Harpoon out and running as well. So like, usually Akka really likes to play An on this map. His An on this map is very, 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 very scary too. But there's also a potential for Mad-Eyes as well, as we're seeing a lot of top Mad-Eyes mains here, you know, being blocked middle, as well as we see the Priestess and the little girl cosplay here from the, you know, from the audience side. I kind of just wanted to point that out. But Akka doesn't have that much choices. It's very limited.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what cosplay. I don't even know. See, I don't know any of the skins in the game, pretty much. I only know, what do I know? I know Netherwalker Clown from COAⅧ. I know Barber Ripper, because that's pretty easy to know. I know Soul Emissary Ripper. By the way, Soul Emissary is peak. If anybody says that there's a better Ripper skin than Soul Emissary, you don't know what you're talking about. So I'm just going to point that out right now. If you try to say, what was the other one? Tuberos? No, I don't care. I was having a debate. Hold on, let me explain this just real quick. I was having a debate with my stream yesterday. I was like, Soul Emissary is the best skin. And they're like, well, Tuberos has a hat. And I was like, well, that means nothing. Soul Emissary is peak. That's literally like OG, like old Ripper, like peak. Sorry. It literally just is.
Well, what about Angel of Death though? We just got, well, we got that crossover 2 years ago. It's been quite a while. Fair enough. I do like the hitbox on that skin though. I think that's kind of the pros on that skin. Yeah. But look, Ripper also got a buff though, didn't he? So he might actually be online here for next COA.
I love New Ripper. New Ripper is like super fun. I love New. By the way, do you have Golden Tentacle on your account or
no? No. I don't pull the old ones, unfortunately. I spend money on the new ones.
I think you can get it though, right? From the essence. Is it still available?
I think you can. Yes.
I've never seen anyone use it though. I might have to just go for that because honestly, Golden Tonic. Now that Ripper's good, I'm actually gonna start playing Ripper. Everyone's telling me to shut. Soul Emissary is peak, bro. Soul Emissary is literally peak. And now that Soul Emissary is not in the shop, I might have to just pull for Golden Tentacle since I'm gonna start playing Ripper a lot more because new Ripper is actually super good. We're not talking about the Eli Baloo. No Eli Baloos. I don't know what that's about.
Oh, something happened on stream. Oh, there's a little bit lore there that we'll have to uncover someday else. But like, look, with this as well, right? We have seen a lot of pro players as well practicing Ripper 2, so that's definitely one of the things that we can also look forward to, like in IVL and on the IGL stages. Potentially speaking, even IVS2 in a few months' time. However, back to where we are right now. Co-op playoffs, day 1, match 3, game 3, first half. It will be Seer and Embalmer here, first 2 bands, alongside with a Goldman and Opera singer here from the side of WPG Survivors. Purple bands will be Hullabaloo, Ivy, alongside which Antiquarian, Nice, Puppeteer, Novelist, Aeroplanist, and Oom Clown.
So interesting choice with Red Church. The reason why this is interesting is it's not a great map for Hermit, but it's actually very good for Mad Eyes, and it's still pretty good for Clown. So Akka does have, and it's not bad for Dream Witch, although we are going to see the Barmaid here being chosen first. This is very good for Hermit and Dream Witch, and the Coordinator is just good in general for something like just to have in general. Also good against Clown if Akka wants to go that route. We will see an interesting character choice from Akka. We're going to see some sort of interesting character. Most likely, we're going to see Gravekeeper next here for the Survivors. Again, a good character for going against Clown, as you can shovel if he's infinite dashing towards you. But if Akka still has Mad Eyes available, this could be. Oh, I guess Barmaid is good against Mad Eyes as well. But this is still a very good Mad Eyes map. In fact, one of the best. Yeah. So Akka, even though this may not be great for Hermit and not exactly the best map for Dream Witch, it's still good for a lot of his other hunters that he could play here.
But it's just hard though. Last survivor pick here has to be a good survivor here to be chosen, and the current's gone. The Fire Investigator is also in permanent bans. We do need a faster decoder here in this side. Having the Psychologist isn't a bad idea, but it has to be Persica playing this Psychologist. It has to be Persica playing this Psychologist. She's the only one who's actually played Psychologist to a degree in which you can definitely guarantee a 90-second containment, especially on the professional scene as well. So like from this side note then, oh no, we're gonna give it to Confit instead. That means Confit will be the first chase here once again. Persica on that Cordy, we on the Gravekeeper, and then you have Guoka on the Barmaid here as well. Okay then, we're gonna give the spotlight here to our Psychologist, to LC if that's the case. And now Akka, maybe do we want to go Ant, or would Mad Eyes or Joker be a better idea?
So the issue here is Psychologist and Barmaid are very good against Dream Witch, Hermit, and Mad Eyes. So being able to have those heals against those chips are very good against all 3 of those. Now, Clown here would be quite good. Barmaid typically struggles against Clown because you can kind of just, once you get the first hit, you just blink them right after for the second hit to down the Barmaid before the heal gets up. Now, Coordinator and Grave are quite good against Clown, so that's something to consider. But you could technically go... Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough here. I think Clown's quite good. I just don't think you could take a risk with Anne. Anne takes too long to down something like Psychologist. Too long. Barmaid it can be quite good if you bring Blink, but then if you bring Blink, that's more of a tie build. Which means you're not likely to win, whereas Akka needs to play for a win here. So I don't think we'll see Anne. That wouldn't really make sense. It is going to be Dream Witch from Akka. I was kind of hoping for something a little bit more exciting, but it is going to be Dream Witch still, nonetheless. A good character for going for a high amount of kills. The problem is there's 2 heavy counters to the Dream Witch here with the Psychologist and Barmaid.
Yes. But Cordy here is a really easy chase, so if that's the case. Right now, WBG Survivor's main focus is it's okay to take hits, but you need to take hits on your elite. We don't want to give Dream Witch any sort of map control in such a small map like this. We really don't want to do that as well. So with this Survivor team comp, yes, everyone, well, 3 of the main survivors have a really good knack of countering the Dream Witch. However, Persica will be the one in danger. One gun is not enough, unfortunately, to counter those patrollers. You're going to have to do quite a lot more as well. So now the next question is, did we bring Flywheel to counter the patroller?
We're going to have to see in a moment. I would imagine we'll probably see that because they're expecting Dream Witch or Clown or even Hermit, which Flywheel would be effective against all of those hunters. So I would imagine we'll see Flywheel, probably triple Flywheel, maybe Psychologist with Broken Windows, but I think two of the Starvers definitely will have Flywheel here. Since they're only going for a tie, they could afford to go with a lot less BT builds as well, but I don't know. We'll have to see here. It is going to be the Great Responding Hill, Broken Barman, and Church Psychologist near the God Paladin back getting Coordinator Archer going into Shack here, and Akka is just going to spawn at back gate.
Okay, if that's the case then, both Cordy and Gravekeeper has to rotate quite a lot early game as well. Barney being at middle isn't too bad. However, middle pallet has to be dropped down immediately in case we did actually need to prefix here. So, with that in mind, it's a relatively small map once again. However, for the previous few days during the core group stages, cannot forget that Dream Witch has not been successful as well. We have seen Trump Card Detention will blink on Dream Witch, but I do think Akka will play this a little bit more safe with the Patroller side, as we do see our two coaches here. Once again, this will be the final matchup if we don't get a 3-man elimination or a 4-man elimination from the side of Akka. It'll be Trump Card Detention alongside with Patroller, and from the side of Survivors, double tie turners here, which 3 Survivors not having borrowed time. This will be WBG versus RC here for a playoffs day 1, game 3, first half. Professional commentaries will be brought to you by Ilayo and Kurosho.
Alright, looks like Akka is going to go towards Backgate here, which is the location of the Psychologist. Now, the biggest issue with bringing no BT against Dream Witch is Dream Witch does have very good endgame, late game and end game pressure, so maybe that could work out in Akka's favor in the long run. We'll have to see. Akka again looking for, he needs at least a 3 kill in this spot. We're going to see the pallet stun, but the pallet will still get broken here by the Spawn Follower, and Spawn will continue after this Psychologist. Could Akka get a free hit here with this Survivor? Does get the first free hit with the Spawn. That is a crucial early game hit for Akka. Now, of course, Psychologist does have a lot of guaranteed free time wasted against a Dream Witch here, but already a pretty good start here for Akka as he's able to get an early spawn hit. We're going to see the Patroller as well, which means he can probably get a second spawn hit here. Not able to get that first hit. He can just walk around the pallet, though. I don't think Psychologist can take the risk on that vault, and just like that, we're going to see that hit right away there. And the Leech is waiting in this area to potentially secure this down. Could he get this follow-up Leech hit here? We're going to see the Psychologist push for this pallet here. Akka close behind, though. It's going to be a mind game at the pallet here, it looks like. Although, no, Akka actually just switches off and doesn't actually go for the mind game here. But he may go down for the... Oh, no, he's not going to go down. He's going to go down to a Leech here. So, still ends up being a pretty decent first kite here. Was able to die to Leech. Cyphers with pretty good progress, but not quite as far along as they would like, I think, against a Dream Witch with a Psychologist here. So, Akka definitely not in a bad position.
I just feel like maybe giving Psycho the... I guess giving Psycho Titan isn't a bad idea, especially up against Dream Witch too. But right now, it's currently wanted order on that Gravekeeper, in which we can definitely force a rescue here as well. But we do want to Survivor City code here a little bit more. We see Cordy starting up her new Cypher machine here as well, right? There's going to be a lot of Cypher machines here currently being decoded, just so we don't have a triple Cypher machine situation in a row for end game as well. So right now we're going to be able to get out on time. That's going to be instant rescue there, as we are able to pop open that Titan. Once again, though, Gravekeeper is able to get out pretty safely here, as we still do have 2 items on our hands to use. That's going to be the Leech hit there from Akka's side given to LC. So if that's the case, you potentially want to leech on towards Hui, but like even if you do that right now, he can't leech by himself. I guess now the question is, can we maybe get the blink down here or not, as Barmaid is in quite a bad area here for herself. Ooh, didn't get hit though.
He could have charge attack there to get that hit, but interesting. Did miss out on the opportunity, but he can just use this leech to keep the survivors off of this Cypher machine. So that's gonna, it forces them to de-leech before they finish this Cypher. So that leech actually will create a lot of excellent map pressure here. He can actually slow down 2 Cyphers with this leech. So this is very good value here for Akka. He will have the leech back online in 10 seconds to go for the second, but no, it's just a farm. Just a farm. They thought they could get a free save when Akka wasn't paying attention, but no, a farmed Psychologist there, and this leech continues to wreak havoc on these 2 Cypher machines. Akka is now able to transition onto this Barmaid. Didn't even have to use a leech on the Psychologist there to get her down, so he can now use this leech to pressure this Coordinator here.
I would say from Aka's side now as well, right? Very good pressure towards middle here, where Barmaid wanted to give a doubling towards Gravekeeper, and we fully denied that during that scenario too. But right now, Cypher Machines are still pretty far along here. We do still have Patroller on our hands to use. Yes, it's going to be 2/3 bites only, as we're able to definitely get a gun out here on time as well. But that's going to be the instant hit there, right over the switch. COAⅧ does still have that flywheel to use as well, but I don't know what we just broke.
Did you just break an imaginary pallet, or are we tripping? What's going on? I don't know. Anyways, we're going to see Coordinator gonna have to use that flare gun here a bit early. Or he could just blink. Oh, he's going to bait out flywheel. Oh, he's going to nice job from that Coordinator, able to not go down to that hit there. And it looks like we're going to see the Barmaid again being pressured off of the Cypher Machine. This is by the spawn follower here. But Cyphers are moving down slowly here. Akka needs to get a down soon, or else he's not going to have a very good chance at winning this game. Still 3 Cyphers, but they're all past 80% at this point.
And it's not only that too, right? Look, we're on only one side of the map. We don't have leeches anymore. Once one survivor is gone, you delete so fast. And what's happening here? Both rescuers are going to heal themselves. If you want to chase after Barbie, no problem. I'll let you chase after me. I've one Dublin, and I can get another one immediately right afterwards as well, as we're going to be able to get the heal here from the 2 rescuer side. Yes, we still want on map pressure. But look, even if you leech on towards Barmaid there, yes, Barmaid will be able to take the leech. She can still just self-heal herself as well. So like in this case scenario, you want to get as much as you can. Dreamwitch's main body is during in this area as well. Yes, we did get the blink hit, but does it really matter when it only takes us 18 seconds and you have no blink, no patroller on your hands to use?
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. You remove the leech and you allow Barmaid to heal. This is why Barmaid is just such a weak, why Dreamwitch is such a weak for going against this Barmaid. He's going to try to down the Barmaid here with 1 second to go, but he's just not going to get it. And he loses the leech as well. That's just such terrible value for Akka here. And Barmaid can simply just mix again and just heal up again. So both leeches just completely wasted for absolutely no reason here. Akka's going to be forced to commit to this Barmaid, which means he's not able to pressure the Cypher Machine. You know, with that being said here, it looks like the Barmaid's not even going to heal, just going to wait for this leech. But the leech sneaking up on the Barmaid and getting the down, did not see where the leech was coming from, but the last 2 Cypher Machines almost done at this point. Can Quaitey get this pop off in time? There's the blink, gets the hit there, committing to the Cypher, does get the pop there and the shovel, but he does lose a shovel and take an injury in the process, and the Cypher Machine is not actually ready. So will that be worth it or not? That remains to be seen, and only 1% on that last shovel, so we're gonna have to see Gravekeeper switch off with Coordinator, or they just go for the pop since Barmaid doesn't have BT. But that means that Akka can simply play for a 3 kill quite easily here. Will they even go for that save? It looks like Graves gonna try to commit to the rescue here. Oh yeah, they're gonna go for the rescue.
He can shovel and dash, he's shoveling and dashing right now. Akka, do we see that? We see that on time, but it's okay. It's 0.5 second rescue speed right there. We can all rotate, and we have flywheel. Brilliantly done. We still have a speed doubling here on our hands to use as well. We need to allow the Gravekeeper to get away from this area first. As right now, can we maybe get a speed doubling? Speed doubling was not used.
Huh. Yeah, interesting. You could have used the speed boost there. Akka needs to at least 3 kill. So we have to see Akka 3. If it's not a 3 kill here, it means that Alex just has to get 1 kill and it's over. Which I think we're going to see it. We're going to see Barmaid get shared here. The main follower can follow that Gravekeeper unless he doesn't share the Barmaid. Is there not a chair in Graveyard? No, there is a chair in Graveyard. He's going to chair in Graveyard here. And then we're going to see him just use that spawn. We need to see that spawn. He needs to bring that main body over. And he needs to down this Gravekeeper. Okay, he does have the Gravekeeper stuck back here. Needs to not get stuck with the main body, preferably. Gravekeeper's going to keep running out of range here as much as possible. Persica is not pressuring the save here, and he does not have Tinnitus, so he knows he's going to need to commit to this grave in this area. But where's the dungeon is the question. It is at
Graveyard.
Okay, so he could wait for this blink here, or he could just wait for a leech. And yeah, it looks like he does have... Oh, but he's pushing the Graveyard here. Can Akka put a leech? He needs to put a leech on the dungeon. He does put it on the dungeon in time here. There's the spawn follower, and he's going to cut off the Gravekeeper from making it. This Gravekeeper doing a very good job in this area, but he needs to... There's the blink through here. He needs to get this Gravekeeper down and at least get this 3 survivor elimination, and he does down the Grave in this spot. We're going to see Coordinator out the exit gate, and this is the 3 elimination for Akka, so he does at least get the 3 kill here, which is very important for RC.
A little bit unfortunate though, it wasn't a full-on elimination on his side. But I do think as well, right, catching that barmaid off guard was really good. That Dublin mixing was quite long as well from the side of barmaid too. I think on Goka's side, that was a mistake from him. I think you want to be very careful, especially up against the Dream Wish 2, as we don't know where the main body is. So, not really too sure during that scenario really what happened. We still have speed doubling as well to use for endgame to maybe dodge that hit, and potentially Gravekeeper can make it as well on time. But look, a 1-1 escape is still okay.
It's still okay, but definitely pretty good for, again, Survivors really wanted to tie. If they got a tie here, then Alex only needed to get 1 kill to win. Now Alex has to get a tie. He has to get a tie, which means that if RC Survivors manage a 3 escape here, which as we know, a 3 escape in round 3 is definitely manageable. We see it being quite often, that being the case quite often here. Now Alex does have a lot of good tie hunters for this 3rd round, so that's something that we're gonna have to consider, but definitely Akka getting at least a 3 kill here is very important. If RC, basically the win condition at this point is RC gets a 3 escape, they win. If Alex gets a tie or better, then Weibo wins.
Well, they need a 4 escape. They need a 4 escape. 62, yeah.
Oh, it's 62. A 3 escape would force an overtime. So if RC gets a 3 escape, then we're gonna have an overtime, and if we see a tie from Alex, then Weibo wins. Yeah.
But look, from the side of the LuBG here, Confit did get quite a lot of really fast early hits as well, but I would say as well from Aka's side, very nice control there mid-game as well, forcing not allowing the barmaid to give a Dublin towards Gravekeeper, in which it did force the Survivor to be at a very bad scenario for themselves, and of course catching that barmaid off guard as well, endgame in that scenario was a really good shout as well. Gravekeeper there was a little bit greedy on the Cypher machine, however he had to do so because of the fact that Dreamwish can just fully lock that Cypher with just that 1 follower nearby, and there's nothing you can really do about it anymore afterwards as well. So like that Cypher force, it's a bad choice, yeah, but it is something that has to be done.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, with that being said, we're having a pretty close match here, in which we have to see, again, RC has to get a 3 survivor escape in this position. For Alex, he again, plenty of tie hunters here. Alex is a very good hunter for getting ties in 3rd rounds. We kind of talked about how RC would have the advantage in round 3, but when they already have the lead, it's definitely quite advantageous. So because Alex can simply use characters like Bon, other characters like Anne, so plenty of good characters for getting a tie here in this 3rd round. So Weibo already just with a very good position here for winning this match.
And I do feel like as well, like, look, you can't just maybe play out that Anne with Insolence, with Detention, with Warp as well, regardless of what happens. It's one of the, like, Blink is one of the safer bets, but having Insolence also helps as well when you kind of miss the Cats early game, when you're playing up against, maybe an Aeroplanist, who is definitely banned from RC side, but like an Acrobat, a Weeping Clown, even Anti-Querying as well, if they get the disarm on time. More or less, it's kind of just deciding on what Alex actually wants to do. His safest option is going to be that Anne, right? So I do think from RC side, we're going to try full counter that Anne as much as we can.
Yeah, I'm also just going to remind everybody in chat to stay positive. Please say only positive comments about the match, and any negativity towards casters as well. We'll just go ahead and close the chat and not interact with anybody if we see anything negative. So I just want to point that out for everybody, and hope everyone stays in a positive environment here as we continue into the remainder of this match. If you're saying anything negative, then you definitely know who you are. So let's just keep things positive and enjoyable for everybody here. And yeah, for the apples, Crow, who did you have in this match for your prediction?
I had WBG. I had to go with WBG. It is what it is. Well, to be honest with you, the incident unfortunately was a little bit unfortunate from the side of LuBG, but look, their new survivors is not bad. It's not bad. I did also think that RC had the upper hand here, especially when it comes to this matchup too, but it just seems like from their survivor side, they're not leaving Kiria out to play as the container. They have 2 rescuer mings from their survivors comp, right? So I do feel like that's probably the biggest issue here now for RC.
Absolutely. So with that being said, again, we have to see Alex has plenty of tie hunters here. We have Bon, we have Anne, a lot of good hunters for this situation. If I'm Alex in this spot, well, I don't play Bon. So if I need to get a tie here on Red Church, I would probably be playing Anne here in this spot, as we know Anne is a very good. Oh, that was almost blinded me. We know Anne is a very good hunter for round 3. We see it being a very common round 3 pick. It's very good for getting ties and 1 kills. Crow, if you're the hunter in this spot, would you play Sculptor here?
No.
Good
no,
answer.
this
Okay, I was
is
hoping
not.
you would
This
say
is
that.
not co-op 5 minutes. This is not co-op 5
Glad you
minutes.
said
We're
that.
not
Good.
going back. We're not going back. But look, Alex did play Sculptor on this map before. He could potentially want a redemption. But once again, preferably speaking, I'd like to see instead of trump card with Max Holler breaking on a Sculptor if he actually decides to choose that here alongside with maybe a Warp. But like on a professional scene as well, they all know how to counter Galar really well, as we see a good family of 5 of WBG survivors here. I mean, that's an interesting way to support our team here, as from the RC's audience side. So we RC win here, and I can't really see what that emoticon is, but I think it's for one of the players there as well. But right now though, it will be the second half of game 3, where Alex will be the main hunter here, as there is no substitutes from the survivor side at all.
Yep, they're going with the same set of survivors here. RC fighting to stay in this Call of Abyss here. They have to get a 3 survivor escape just to force an overtime round at this point. Yeah, definitely going to be pretty tough for them. And glad to know that we won't be seeing Sculptor, because as we know, this is not a round 3 character. Sculptor is a high risk, high reward, similar to Hermit, high risk, high reward. Not consistent for getting ties. We do know that Alex does play Sculptor, but this would not be the case, not be a good situation to play her. Typically, that would be a character where, like, okay, well, you know, I kind of have to go for a 4 kill, so I'm just going to go ahead and play Sculptor in this case. So, but here, it obviously does not really make sense. So we're going to go ahead and look at the chat here, just because you guys seem to not be being positive again. So, Kuro is Sculptor's biggest fan and hater at the same time. Just kidding. Okay. By the way, guys, I never learned what /J meant for like a long time. Weibo sub and Eli. Yeah, we gotta see the Eli Blue. The round 3 Eli Blue. You guys know about the Eli Blue? If you guys don't know about the Eli Blue, then I don't know what you're talking about. The Eli Blue is like the next level, bro. It's like 4 kill 3 ciphers every time. If you don't know about that, then I don't know what you're doing. Anyways, Kuro, go ahead and talk us through the bans here.
But we're gonna be able to see Sia and Ford here being banned alongside with Bonbon here. Oh, that's huge respect for that Bonbon from Alex's side. But Ivy is still doable from Alex, so he has done a lot of practices on that as well. So from the side of the RC here, look. How we maybe get the Acrobat out first, and that Fire Investigator, potentially speaking, would not be a bad choice. It's gonna be Fire Investigator and Mercenary from the side of RC.
The good thing here as well is they know that Alex can't play Ivy, so they're just not gonna. They don't have to ban it. They can afford to ban a Bonbon or an Ann, which is super convenient for them. And that's one of the downsides of not having all 4 of those hunters available. So it's just such a good thing for them. And they're just gonna counter comp the Ann. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna ban Bonbon. They're gonna counter comp Ann. We see Prospector, very good against Ann. Fire Investigator, very good against Ann. And they're just going to go for there. Unfortunately, they don't have Gravekeeper, which would have been the optimal rescue, but Mercenary definitely going to be a good substitute here.
Yeah, but with the female dancer becoming the last one as well, I guess on this side note, then it's definitely not an Ivy, because Ivy does kind of female dancer quite well. We also got rid of the forward as well, so like it's quite a lot of harass potentials here. Our last pick here could be Antiquarian, or it could be Sears Band, but Antiquarian isn't a bad choice if we want to continue our liege of harasser mains. But once again, yes, Ann is an issue, but you already have Prospector and Fire Investigator, so like realistically speaking, it's okay. We're gonna go with Postman here instead for the extra decoding speed alongside with the harassments too. So it's not bad, it's quite equalized here with the Postman here being chosen. Giving out that decoding letter would help us out quite a lot.
And Postman is a very optimal round 3 character. Postman is kind of become a very common round 3 character. The decoding letter is very good for improving Cypher Rush. Postman's not good against any of the 4 main hunters in rounds 1 and 2, so that's why we don't see him getting chosen there. But here in round 3, Postman is very good. Postman has good kite potential with the dog. He can support a kite by slowing down the hunter with the dog as well. He can give a decoding letter, which is very important for Cypher Rush, so he acts as a decoder in a sense. He can help the exit gates get open quicker for the end game. Postman has a lot of versatility and a lot of use in a round 3 situation, especially when you have to play for a win. Improving that Cypher Rush is vastly important here for RC.
Yeah. And it's also the fact that, like, look, their survivor team comp right now is very fast decoding. So, like, only 5% decoding debuff on a Fire Investigator too, who will be nearby as well when it comes to supporting, giving the airbags for the speed boost and for the body block potentials here as well. But right now, though, We do see RC survivors here currently discussing about strategies that we should use, rotations, transitions, and of course where to down as well. But like, this is a really good team comp in which A, you can get prospects to harass really well in any corner you actually go, and then B, one Titaner is able to turn the game around really fast here too. So from Alex's side right now, AbyssⅧ on a map like this is not a good idea.
That is insane. AbyssⅧ is typically not a red church hunter. I play AbyssⅧ. For those of you who have ever seen me play Hunter, I play AbyssⅧ a lot, and red church is not a map I would prioritize AbyssⅧ for. I typically be playing Ann here. Even something like Night Watch would even be better, and even Night Watch isn't that great for a map like this. But for Alex, it's going to be the Wax Artist, which is against this comp, it's a bit understandable. We know the Prospector's not the best against AbyssⅧ, but with so many high walls, it actually still ends up being pretty good. The Postman also typically not good against AbyssⅧ on open maps, because you can still just wax the Postman when the Hunter's slowed down. But it doesn't even matter, because again, there's so many high walls, it's so easy to break line of sight and avoid the wax on this map. So even with this comp being pretty good against Ann, I still feel like Ann would have been a lot more advantageous here. But Alex gonna choose Wax Artist instead here. And keep in mind, Wax Artist is still a very strong round 3 hunter, one of the stronger round 3 hunters currently in the game. But Wax Artist is quite situational based on the map, and this is not one of those maps that Wax Artist is favorable in.
Trauma Potential alongside with Blink here on the side of AbyssⅧ. We're going to be able to see a double Titaner here on Fire Investigator and Mercenary, with Flywheel on Prospector alongside with Need to Reflex on Postman. This will be Game 3, second half of RC versus WBG here for Playoffs Day 1, Match 3. The professional commentators will be brought to you by Ilayo and Kuroshiro.
Okay, so it looks like we Wax Artist rotating towards Shack right away, finding the location of the Postman. Definitely the optimal chase target. Interesting, Postman spawns in Shack. This is a pretty good area for a Wax Artist to chase at. And especially considering that Postman is his ideal chase target. Maybe not the best, already with a 25% wax immediate, but there's the dog. The line of sight being broken here, and Postman being able to make it into church. And you see, again, why this Survivor's not considered, or this Hunter's not considered as good for this map. But Mono P just kind of getting caught in the open here. He's gonna go ahead and take down the airbag here, but Mono P able to get away and get to this pallet. Fire Investigator is such a strong survivor. That is a perfect example of why right there.
Yeah, I do feel like for Alex, we vaulted straight in towards the Hunters. Wait, hold on a second. We're going to be able to get 92 stacks here immediately. We don't have anything else to use right now, so that's me instant it. Monopi, that vault was not good. We're going to try to get a little bit more wax there. We got it just on time. Can we try to take it, or even we just don't need to blink? It's going to be instant down as there's no pallet there remaining anymore. That's so bad for RC right now, especially with the fact that you're playing a Fire Investigator who can block off wax with just your airbags.
Yeah, you do not want to throw that pallet down so early against wax. You want to stay in that pallet, make sure the Hunter goes to one side, or maybe not even go to that pallet. Just use an airbag to get to one of the stronger pallets. That is just a very, very, just an incorrect route from Mono P. You want to use the airbag, use an airbag, get to one of the stronger pallets farther down the tombstones there. That pallet is very weak. We're going to see the Survivors coming for the rest here. We're going to see the double save with the Prospector support. We have to see a body block.
Okay.
We do see the body block. That is a huge body block. It means Prospector can stun. It means the
Mark!
Oh, not getting double hit here. You can see the rebound kite, though.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. But look, Blink is still there, so we can definitely blink down.
He misses the blink.
Alex, that's going to be a beautiful play here from Soba. Oh, that is really bad right now. It's going to be a double body block in a situation like this. We still have pallets to play around. There's still Soba here who's playing so much more time, but look at the Cypher. Oh, that's a stun. That's no problem. Go after Soba right now. There's no need to go after Monopi anymore. What's a half-health Survivor going to do even with Titaner? There's nothing he can do. That's going to be Soba here currently in danger. You want to play with me? I will play with you. So we're going to be able to get a stun there on time, but that's such a great stun.
He gets the cancel here, forcing Alex to break the pallet. The Mercenary's going to go ahead and heal up this next survivor, and there's even an airbag here for Soba to work with, but he is still going to get finally knocked down. Soba might have overcommitted a little bit there. I don't think you want to let yourself die that easily just to support the Fire Investigator getting away here, because now there's no Tide Turner to work with. Mercenary is at half health. Well, actually, there is Fire Investigator's Tide Turner, but he is full presence, and Fire Investigator's been on share, so Alex can simply choose whichever survivor is easier after the rescue to go for. It looks like he does see the survivor coming in for the rescue here, and
oh no, max presence wax start is Alex. That's gonna be hot wax. That's gonna be immediate. Like, you want to rescue your survivors. That's gonna be Mercenary here coming for the backdoor rescue, but that's gonna be double down in exchange. At least it's a before half rescue, but no borrow time. No, not borrow time. No Tide Turner here on the side of our survivors to use anymore. We have a long wall here at least, but Soba, once again, that's gonna be a brilliant punch back there. Use it's gonna be a double stun here from both sides, but right now, look, one blob wax will be enough to land just a little bit more as we're trying to play around here just for a little bit longer. Soba should be able to get a little bit more wax. Alex, those walls, you have to be careful of those walls right now. We're playing around such one pallet for so long. Soba, it's such a brilliant container right now as Alex tries to get a little bit more wax. We're going to be able to get 80 here just on time as well. We have hot wax ready to use and no flywheel. So that will be Soba going down immediately. And guess what? Mercenary's just nearby.
And that's how you kite wax artists. The mistake that Mono P made was throwing that pallet down way too early. Soba, as you can see, does not throw the pallet down early. That is the correct way to kite wax. You break line of sight, you avoid using the pallet too early, you mind game around the pallet. That's exactly what he did everything correct in that spot. The Cypher machines are just not ready enough at this point. We're gonna see City come in for the save. Prospector trying to wait for this next magnet. Gonna switch to hot wax a bit early here. Last two Cypher machines almost done. We're even gonna see Fire Investigator coming in for the save. It looks like is gonna get the save with Tide Turner, but Prospector is able to get that push. We're gonna see the triple body block here.
It's okay, blink. Be careful, blink. Can we blink? We with the blink. Brilliantly done. Soba, that's so beautiful. Right now, though, Prospector 29. No sacks for left remain on hands to use, but we're still missing. Hey, Soba, you have to hit him. Alex, you have to hit Soba. No, Soba's currently alive right now, but Mercenary. Wait a second, Fire Investigator is down.
Fire Investigator got hit with the I think it was with the hot wax. So. It's okay. He's gonna get knocked down here. The Cypher machines are not gonna be ready just yet, as he does have to go between two of those Cypher machines. So Postman is able to finish most likely this reception Cypher pretty quickly here, but everybody else is pretty much down. Alex can wax bomb the Cypher, then go for a chair. Looks like trying to get that wax bomb angle. Fire Investigator does get up. That's an important survivor to get back up here, especially considering that he's already been on share once, but he is gonna commit to downing this Fire Investigator here. As long as he gets 75%, he can just walk through the pallet, and there can be no pallet stun, and he will just go down. We're going to see Rowley's going to go ahead and heal up the Mercenary at this point. But the last Cypher, 91%. Where's the last Cypher? I think it's this Cypher that he's dead on, actually. Yeah, that's the problem.
I mean, we can still rescue. You know what? We can still rescue. The only issue is Alex can lock that Cypher machine instantly. But look, backdoor rescue is also good as well, though. We're not willing to backdoor rescue here just yet. Trying to buy a little bit more time for ourselves. But look, realistically speaking, after getting that 1-1 elimination game, let's see if we can 3-1 escape endgame, as that's a beautiful wig splash on towards the legs of the wax.
Yeah, he's just going to commit to the survivor because he knows that he is dead on share, and he just needs to get a tie here. So committing to this survivor is definitely optimal. Cypher machine will be primed, but Alex can go for a hot wax play if preferred here. 80% already. Trying to go for the pallet mind game here. The wax is going to start to dissipate pretty soon, so he needs to be careful. He's going to bomb the Cypher and misses the wax bomb on the Cypher here, unfortunately. Mono P is going to go ahead and use this time to transition. He's just going to take the ball here, and they do have to go for the pop here. So he is going to be alive here for the end game, but he needs to get a dungeon escape. If he doesn't get a dungeon escape, it is going to be guaranteed for Weibo here. Oh, but he's swinging the open. Yeah, he's just dead here.
Yeah, especially in shock as well. There's only one pallet left to play around. Look, if it's a tie game, it isn't bad as well, but it's just unfortunate since it was a 3-man.
And then, he can just walk through the pallet. Just walk through the pallet, and nope, never mind. Okay. Postman tried to support, but not able to get it. I was gonna say, you can just wax bomb him with the hot wax. That puts him up to above 75. Then walk through the pallet. If he gets pallet stunned, then he takes 25 from the stun and dies that way. But yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be that. Weibo does win this match over RC here. Alex managing to at least get the tie here with Wax Artist. It was definitely very close. And actually, Rowley's gonna go down here as well, so it's probably gonna be a 3-kill. But anyways, does not matter in this spot. Even cancels the attack recovery, and Wax Artist having a little bit of a spasm there. But anyways, yeah, that's gonna be the down there and the win for for Weibo here. So they will be advancing in this victory over RC.
I think early game was great. I think we can all agree Postman rotated brilliantly. But then the moment we changed towards the Fire Investigator, which is a tie turner, alongside with, you know, the vaulting over the pallet as well, being able to get so many stacks, I think that was kind of where it went downhill. But then it kind of peaked again during the fight after the misblink as well. But then it kind of dropped down once again during the double down, and then it just started peaking once again after the second rescue. So it was a lot of roller coaster rides there for ourselves as well. But I do feel like if the first chase was a little bit of a longer containment, definitely would have been better for RC.
Definitely would have been better. Yeah, that first chase was a pretty fast down onto the Fire Investigator, and that route was just the biggest issue. If Fire Investigator was transitioned to one of the back pallets, it would have been a lot stronger. Use an air. I mean, you wanted to conserve the airbag, I get it, but use an airbag to transition to the farther pallet, the pallet that's farther away along that tombstone on the right side, instead of using that left side. Even if you want to stay at that left side pallet, you can't throw it down quickly. You have to mind game around that pallet. If you throw it down quickly, you're going to give an early hit, which is exactly what we saw. A perfect example of that would be how Soba kited in the back of Graveyard, using that one pallet over and over and over to stay alive for like over 30 seconds easily in that area. So using that airbag to transition to the next pallet would have been a lot stronger. That was definitely the issue there. And we see the final statistics here. 3 elimination for Weibo. They will be advancing to the next stage of this bracket here in the victory over RC, which is a match, again, we expected RC to have the advantage in, but Weibo with their substitute survivor LC actually with a very good performance today.
Yes, and I do feel like as well, moving on forward here for Weibo Gaming, they're going to go up against Abyss:卯 now, so that's going to be an even greater wall for them to actually overcome. Abyss:卯 now is at a really good spot for themselves as well, having a really good hunter to in their roster, alongside with their survivors all, you know, being very, very, very on a high standard as well when it comes to their gameplay and mechanics side too. But with this game as well from RC, it is unfortunate though, as they were the finalists last year as well. They did perform really well though. We saw 2 blink misses, right? One was a really good protection from the Fire Investigator, and the other one was the brilliant flywheel from the Prospector as well. So RC definitely had a knack when it comes to, you know, they definitely could have won that one, but unfortunately just too much pressure there. As well as we do see here, it's 14-10 overall with the points, but it was just that game in the rare part where RC didn't really gain the upper hand here, even if it's their own map choice.
Yeah, and we see the final score, 14-10. Very close match between these two teams, but that round 2 was super crucial. If that's only a 2 survivor elimination, then we actually would have overtime round right now, because the survivors of RC can just go for a tie here. It would have been a 5-3 for this round, it would have been a 5-3 for the second round, and we would actually have an overtime round. But that extra survivor escape that Weaving Clan getting out the exit gate, that 98% on the Scare Near dungeon was the difference in this match here. And you see how crucial that was to get a 6-2 there instead of a 5-3. And we talked about how this last round would favor RC, and it did. If the Postman went off the exit gate with the Mercenary, that's a tie. RC would have won the last round 5-3, but it wouldn't have mattered because you know, it would have been a 5-3 for the second round. But that 3 survivor escape, very crucial for Weibo. Excellent job from their survivor side. We're going to look at our highlights here. So yeah, be back.
人送波技能起飞了，心理学家。人送波技能。OK， 可以，人没闪射。在哪溜？我去人行了。上了。可以，好不人。有闪，小心。前面闪进射了，开吗？开了，下闪着。再给他死掉。给我，ナイス。よけた。頑張ってレオさん。マジ頑張れ。死んだ。よけた。ナイス。
Okay, and just with that being said, we have our highlights there, in which Weibo is the winner. Thoughts for MVP here, Kershaw? What do you think?
Probably Alex. I mean, 3-month elimination after 3-month elimination after 3-month elimination probably would kind of guarantee him the win, especially with the wax artist as well for Red Church, in which we all know it's not a map for wax at all, but he did manage to pull it through as well.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. It's not a good wax artist map for sure, but we're still able to pull through, get the 3 elimination in that case. And again, we expected to see an in there, but he went with the wax. It ended up working out. Now, Wax Artist is a good survivor for getting a tie because it's hard to body block Wax Artist as the game. Similar to Ann, it's hard to body block the wax because you just switch to your hot wax and you kind of just plow through the survivors that are trying to body block with the hot wax. So And Soba definitely did an excellent job containing in that area, but it was definitely just not enough. That early game ended up being very strong for Alex, and he was definitely able to capitalize.
Yeah, and I do feel like in that scenario too, they did do brilliantly. They did do really, really, really well. Right, we can't disregard the harass. We can't disregard the potential. We also saw the Cypher machines was almost done as well. We can't disagree. Right, the Cypher machines were 80, 80, 80 for the last 3. They definitely could have been done on time, but I just feel like the only unfortunate part was when Fire Investigator came in for the rescue, he didn't have any items to use. He also can't pick up items as well because he already uses 2 airbags for support and for solo containment too. And that's probably, you know, where it went downhill. Yes, it's a good bait, right, when it comes to allowing the Mercenary to back to a rescue, but Mercy on half health as well. Like, realistically speaking, it's going to be a double down. Even if Tide Turner comes out, doesn't really matter. We can hot wax. It's an AoE damage effect. So, like, from the side of Orsi there, like, they perform brilliantly. It's really all just about that early game.
Yeah, it definitely is. That early game was very, very crucial, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the second round as well, in which we saw what it looked to be, again, there were so many things that went really well for Weibo. It looked to be a tie game on the Survivor side of RC in that second round. If that's a tie game, and even if it is a 3 escape in that round, we would still have an overtime round coming up here. So the fact that Alex was able to get the extra kill there, that was very important. The fact they were able to get the extra escape, both of those things had to happen for Weibo to win here in this third round, in 3 rounds. So everything had to go right for them. They played really well. Everything went in their favor. Now it does get more challenging as we move on to the later part of the bracket for them, but definitely going to be a good start here for Chinese mainland.
Yes, and I feel like as well, look, from the side of RC here, they came out with a different route. They decided to sub out Kidia for Mono P when it comes to the Survivor team comp overall, but I just feel like that might have given them the, that might have just made them a little bit worse, right? Because, like, look, if you had Kidia playing for Game 1 and Game 2, they had their own strategies in mind as well, and Mono P was usually a round 3 character who subbed in for City, who is their main rescuer too. So, like, in a scenario where your main rescuer is now playing a container, it does, you know, kind of, it's not a good look, because you can't play double rescuer round 1s and round 2s, right? You can play double Titans, no problem, but double rescuers is just too slow when it comes to decoding speed.
It is too slow, especially when the name of the game in the first 2 rounds is just get to that end game. So the decoding is very crucial. Now in round 3, it is possible in certain situations, but in rounds 1 and 2, yeah, it just definitely doesn't work. So, but yeah, with that being said, I think we will see our MVP, and I think we'll have we'll probably see Alex as the MVP getting a 3 kill in the first round, 3 kill in the second round, and it was 3 kill in this third round as well, technically. So
yes,
an average of 3 eliminations in all 3 rounds here for Alex. Definitely being the key there to victory for Weibo. You know, we talk about how Weibo survivors are sometimes inconsistent. Today playing quite well. They got the 1 escape in the first round, the 3 escape in the second round, and only the 1 escape in the third round is not optimal, but for Alex being able to get the 3 kill in every single round here was definitely the game changer there.
Yes, and it does feel like during that ban pick as well, right? We've chosen out Wax Artist. With Wax Artist being chosen out as well, it seems like he wanted to save Anne for maybe game 4, for maybe overtime to play as well. Like in the case where Aka saved up his Anne for round 4 and got that trim elimination with a Dream, which he wanted before, but he got a treat. It isn't too bad. But in a scenario like that, I feel like it was still too risky to play Wax Artist in a map like that as well. We saw how badly it went the moment when Prospector came to support the Flying Investigator, and that just prolonged the containment until, like, you know, maybe 4 Cypher machines are done.
Yeah, definitely. That was pretty important there. So MVP Eli Gria. Okay, we're not doing that. Crow, what you know about the Sprint Gria? What you know about that? You know about the Sprint Gria?
I'm not up to date on those.
What you know?
But look, MVP.
Okay, I'll ask you later. I was gonna say what you know about the Hashabalu, but we'll talk about the Hashabalu later. Anyways, yeah, we have MVP Gualka here for Survivor side, actually.
It's given to his, well, to be honest with you, his anti-current up against that Hullabaloo during game 1 was absolutely brilliant as well. he bought so much time. He honestly speaking bought so much time. Average deduction of 8,000.3, average decoding progress of 201.33, average rescues of 0.67, average containment time of 79.57 seconds, average heals of 0.67, and best deductions of 2. I would say maybe that anti-current game 1 is kind of the decision making here, as we saw as well with his anti-current there being chosen as well, but it does show quite a lot of his progression and improvement as well, like being a new survivor that has joined WBG, not being able to perform at a constant rate, and now getting 2 best deductions, 2 MVPs for WBG as well. It does show how strong he is now after the rigorous training that he has, and of course the amount of criticisms that he was able to endure and to be able to make it back up towards, moving on towards the quarterfinals for co-op playoffs.
Yeah, he was able to get that escape.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到笑采访，我是主持人笑笑。首先恭喜 WBG 拿下今天比赛的胜利。我们是请到了艾丽和国克来到笑采访，先打一下后吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 的艾丽斯。
大家好，我是 WBG 的过客。
欢迎2位，今天特别棒。首先第一个问题想要给到艾丽，因为刚才在后台见到她的时候，她第一个反应是这是一个什么样子的状态？是不是这3场打下来感觉特别的热血澎湃？
燃成舍利子了。
燃成舍利子了，特别是最后一局，能看到对面的求生者真的很想去争下一个加赛。那接下来想问一下过客，今天是最佳演绎，有没有什么想要在这里讲2句的？
队友都很厉害。
今天过客打得也特别好，而且刚才我有听到大家在说，这是过客第一次来到深渊的这个线下赛的这个淘汰赛来进行跟对面的一个 battle 嘛，所以小小的问一句，会不会还是有一点点紧张？还好，因为确实能够看到今天的 WBG 对于很多粉丝来说，期待他们能够在今天这个 BO3上拿下自己全部的这个实力，就是拼尽全力。其实刚才也问到他们在赛训这个过程当中，其实可能没有大家想的那么顺利。在面对人员一个紧急轮换的情况下，大家是有做一个什么样子的调整呢？国克。
努力训练。
刚才在后台就有过客说是不是拼了？那还是想问一下艾丽，就是特别是看到大家在第1局拿下了一个平局之后，因为我们今天确实是打3场，而且是没有复活币、没有容错的情况下，2、3局会有一个什么样子的考虑呢？特别是第2局，我们是拿下了优势吗？艾丽，第2局的时候，
我想一下，反正就是。他肯定会出大图嘛，然后尽量去争分就好了。
尽量去争分，确实能看到在第2局的时候，大家是把这个比分拉回了一个非常大的这样的一个阶段。那接下来还是想问一下过客，今天首先我们前2局是有2个非常漂亮的地窖逃生的，特别是第2局过客你是完成了一个冲火箭的那样的一个过程，很帅。但是其实对方选出艾维的时候，也是有机会去来控密码机的。当时大家有在做一个什么样子的沟通呢？
就每个人修好自己的电机，合理分配就行了。
是的，因为打艾维最重要的就是控场嘛。那到了后面，你拉着这个火箭冲向地窖的时候，因为确实感觉胜利就在眼前，很燃的那样的一个感觉。当时怀揣一个什么样的信念？包括对你语音啊，是一个什么样子的状态？是大家过客冲，还是大家都不敢说话，就静静的看你操作？
他们都让我冲，然后我想着只要能把14人的下躲了就够了。
对，把14人那个下躲了之后，真的太关键了。那一波，我相信大家应该都已经是惊呼起来了，很刺激。那接下来也是想问一下艾丽，因为今天也是完成了3把3抓，还是非常漂亮的一个成绩的。觉得目前今天整个的手感感受下来是有一个什么样子的状态呢？
就还打得都还不错，就是闪现还是那个闪现。
闪现还是那个闪。最后一局的时候，最后一局有没有感觉到对面求生者的这个打法确实是不一样了？今天面对对面求生者很拼的这样一个状态，会有一个什么样子的感受呢？在场上？
就他们打的还是比较激进的，反而我这边就不要太贪就好了。
是的，因为其实第3局上半场的时候，当时是求生者先上，包括我们的阵容选出来，好像也是想要去克制到对面的一些角色值。那这个 BP 思路可不可以来给我们分享一下呢？是不是有防到呢？国克？
什么？
最后那个 BP 思路，因为你们选到了调酒师，又选到了心理学家嘛。
我们知道他有女巫跟那个隐士，所以我们选了心理调酒来防他。
就一下子防你2手，因为在中后期的时候也是需要你来扛住这个压力，所以当时大家又在做一个什么样子的沟通？因为今天确实好几把都在控场嘛，也是面对很多密码机他在把控的这样一个情况下，你们又会有一个什么样子的想法呢？
就是报清楚 蛇的位置，然后蛇来我这边，让他们摸血就行了。
反正就是拉扯嘛，那确实还是能够看到上半场也是留下了一个非常重要的一个伏笔，因为这样下半场的时候，艾丽感觉就会打得不是那么的慌，因为对面这个全 OB 的阵容，作为蜡像师是不是也有一些自己的追击思路呢？会不会考虑先把他特别能 OB 的这个勘探员给解决掉？当时是有一个什么样子的想法？
出蜡像的话，他们肯定会来打团，然后我想着。他们过来打团的话，其中有一个人肯定要把道具都交掉，然后他也燃尽了，然后就抓他就行了。
最后一把确实是感觉到了，大家都燃尽了，又 call back 回艾丽最开始说的那句燃成舍利了。那最后其实还是能够听到，包括我们开幕式的时候，现场有非常多 WBG 的观众在给大家加油助威，然后包括我，其实刚才讲到，面对我们突如其来的人员变动，很多粉丝还是会。有一点点担心和揪心的，所以目前有这么一个好的成绩，有没有什么话想要送给大家呢？
继续努力，明天加油。
过客呢？
明天加油，继续努力。
加油，继续努力。好，那接下来还有一个小 tips， 请送给躺着也要给 WBG 加油的焕赫老师几句话吧。
想必焕赫现在应该兴奋的可以跳起来了。
已经痊愈了是吗 ？WBG 神医啊！好的，感谢大家来到最后采访，也是再次恭喜 WBG 拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
就是这儿了。出发前我们做个标记。走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
僕も疲れたな。没道理啊，方向明明是对的。ここまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。
哪怕那我到时候你不回头啊！开玩笑。
来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人潇潇。接下来让我们有请2支战队登场。首先有请 ACT 战队。
白鹿回家。
欢迎蛋蛋、心妍、狗狗、易森、博弈、11、真九。接下来让我们有请 ITZY。
ITZY 的麦给我关了，请你们啊！
北鹿、三叶、白鹿、大海、纸岩、狐狸、思雨。今天的第2场比赛由 ACT 对阵 ITZY， 让我们一起期待这。
Well, welcome back. We were muted, sorry. Well, we're back. Well, it's gonna be match 2, Eli. Match 2, ACT versus ITZY here. ACT versus ITZY here for match 2. We saw as well during the opening phase of that too. It's a really big rivalry between the two teams. One is an amateur team who is the underdogs of today's game, and one who is a professional team. But on their side as well, they've recently kind of climbed from being last place in IVL to becoming top 5 here within the IVL regions as well. So like this will be quite interesting to watch as well. Moving on forward towards match 2, moving on towards match 2, because like we can't forget, right? ITZY versus AWG. That game tree went up with a 4-man escape and a 4-man elimination. You know, in that sense too, especially when it's their last game, that wasn't really the best watch. However, home team will be given to ACT. Meanwhile, ITZY will be the away team.
Yep, ACT will have to be being the home team here. And ITZY being the non-professional team making it into the playoffs here. Not only did they make it into Call of Abyss from Chinese mainland, which is very difficult, the fact they were able to make it into the playoffs as well really shows that they deserve to be here. For ACT, this is a matchup that we expect to be very close between these two teams, especially with Bailu the Hunter for ITZY here. Very, very strong so far in this event.
Yeah, but like usually when it comes to game 3, it's CU that comes in instead of Bailu. But as we see here as well, like stats comparison, for ACT we like ever see from 10 a lot alongside with ITZY. However, Hunter's average game score, ACT has the upper hand here with 3 overall, and ITZY being 2.67. And then ACT Survivors is 1.8, meanwhile ITZY Survivors is 1.25. So like with this in mind as well, like based on the stats, we know that ACT Survivors and Hunters are definitely better when it comes to ITZY, but it's not the stats that matter the most here, as we see, if I'm not wrong, COAⅧ, who, you know, their stats should be showing up sometime soon.
All right, for COAⅧ here, 59 seconds of average containment time with a 33% escape rate here. We've seen the survivors for ITZY kind of be not always the most consistent. It's more about their hunter side that's been very good. So similar to Weibo, which we saw in the last round, we will see expect the survivors to hopefully have improved since that group stage. That's going to be the key to this match. If they're able to have a improvement on the survivor side here, that's going to be crucial here in this ACT matchup.
Yeah, and next we're going to have Clover here, who 36% escape rate in total, average reductions of 5,972, average containment time of 51 seconds, average rescues of 0.09, 130% decoding progress overall, and average shields of 0.09. For Clover himself, he's a harasser main here with the 2 preferred characters of Antiquarian and Novelist, which is why we see not a long containment time and also not a lot of decoding progress as well overall. But from the side of Clover as well, round 1, round 2 probably won't be able to see as much harass as before, so it's really round 3 where we are able to see him shine.
As for Fox here, we see 95 seconds of average containment time currently first. in the entire Call of Abyss thus far. Average rescues of 1.6 as well, with a 42% escape rate. Fox, we've seen some very impressive gameplay on the rescuer side there from him. Typically rescuers, obviously they will build some containment time from rescuing and things like that, but overall typically not this high. So Fox definitely doing quite well in this tournament so far with the highest amount of containment time.
And then next will be our last survivor here from ITZY Ziyan. Knight and Embalmer here as our main two preferred survivors. We have an average detection points of 6,843.5, average containment time of 74.11, excuse me, average rescues of 0.92, average decoding progress of 456.83%, and average shields of 0.17. It does seem like Fox is kind of the outlier of this survivor comp. You know, it does make sense as well because he was previously with an ACT2. So for this matchup, it's ACT current team versus X team, right? As we see here as well, like Zhenzhenjiu, Goldman, Color Blue with really good stats as well from his side. 11,000 average deduction points, formal elimination of a 30% overall, average time to knockdown is 60.74 seconds, average terror shocks is 0.42. But like for today, I would say what ACT's Hunter have to do is to be able to handle the pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And this matchup is going to be very key in terms of we expect very good things from the ITZY Hunter side. And then for ACT, we've seen a good performance from the Hunter, but also the survivors. They're sort of not exactly favored for one faction. So the key thing for ITZY again is their survivors. You know how well they're able to play here today, that's going to be very crucial. We're going to see it right out the gate here in round one. We have the two coaches here for ITZY, and then LZX here for ACT.
From both coaches' point of perspective as well, like it's really more or less right now just can ITZY win up against ACT? ACT being known as a professional team, and ITZY a relatively new amateur team here as well from their side. It will be Leo's Memory here as being chosen out for ACT as ITZY decided to ban out Lakeside. So very similar to our match one game one where it was WBG choosing that Leo's Memory. For this one though, I do wonder whether or not Zhenzhenjiu is willing to pick out that Goldman, because we have seen him play Color Blue way more than his Goatman.
Yeah, but we did see him play Goatman in the second round against RD on Red Church. He's able to get a 4 survivor kill there, so definitely could be an optimal round 1 choice for him as well. As for Bailu, we've seen Hullabaloo being the more common round 1 pick for him, so we'll imagine we'll see that there. We did see in the first round of the day Leo's Memory being the first map chosen, and typically Leo's Memory isn't exactly the best for Goatman because of factor can be a bit challenging. I personally would typically prefer to play a character like Hullabaloo, but looks like we're seeing Mechanic and Embalmer here first being banned. Mechanic being a very good character for getting ties because of the bot Cypher Rush. Also, the bot is very difficult for characters like Hullabaloo and Goatman to kill quickly, and the Embalmer a very good tie survivor as well.
Female Dancer here being chosen out for ITZY. We're gonna go a little bit of a different type of strategy here with this here there being the last ban. If that's the case, right, potentially speaking, we could pick out the Fire Investigator, but also I guess Aeroplanes does make a little bit more sense as well. I do really like how the official CN teams are now kind of doing what JP teams are doing with the Aeroplanus. He was pretty underrated as well, especially with the fact when it comes to going up against the Hullabaloo and the Goatman.
Absolutely, and with the female dancer as a character we've seen start to become a little bit more common in early rounds. Dancer is very good inside the Goatman cages. If you have the slow boxes, that can help you kite out the Goatman. If you have maybe a good pallet or the boxes set up, that can be quite good. We also see obviously just good against Hullabaloo as well, just able to you can create distance by spinning out of the range of the box. Slow bomb can slow down the Hullabaloo as well, giving you time to actually juke the Hullabaloo swings and kind of juke into one of the zones that's you've already have been hit with. So that can be quite good. Looks like we are going to see the Goatman here as the round 1 pick.
We don't really see this as much compared to his Hullabaloo, but I would probably say by this point a lot of survivors do know how to counter Hullabaloo as well, which is why Goldman is more or less of the optimum pick. You're able to lock the survivor within a certain zone, and not only that as well, it also allows you to kind of play maybe mind games around the map as well, alongside with being on a map like this. If you have enough cages, you're going to be able to teleport across the map pretty fast here as well. But Aero Selection mode to go. Female Dancer at middle, it will be the Puppeteer at Shakish? That's Moongate. Yeah, that's Moongate. And then First Officer on towards the right-hand side. Aeroplane is in towards Factory. And of course, Goldman here spawning by bottom left.
And it looks like this is a pretty optimal spawn, I would say, for... Well, obviously it doesn't spawn into Rust here, which is pretty good, but this team comp very well-rounded for countering Goatman. Airplane is in Factory is a very difficult chase. Puppeteer will probably be the most optimal, but as we know, Puppeteer just very effective against the Goatman. You can kite every single puppet you can use to kite out a cage here. We're going to see the two coaches shake hands here, and overall I think this spawn is and this team composition in general quite good for ITZY here. This is actually Blink. Interesting. Blink here being chosen for going again for chasing that Puppeteer. This is the first half of the first round. The ITZY Survivors versus ACT Hunter. I'm Eli, joined here with Kershaw being the live commentary for this match.
Blink on Goatman. We do see that fast music box there being deployed by Female Dancer as we run Trump Card Detention alongside with Max Power Breaking, Panic, and Wanted Order here. So it'll take some time here to actually break the cages. That also suits our Goatman really well, as he is someone who needs to take some time to stack up his resentment before he starts his chase.
Absolutely. We're going to see that pallet getting broken here already with the Dancer box set up here. Just wasting time with breaking these boxes. This is pretty good for the survivors, but the downside is that resentment does build up for free here. Finally going for that first cage. Whoa. And Dancer does run into the Goatman a bit there. He might have been able to avoid that if he didn't go straight. We're actually going to see a fast box here instead of a slow box. Looks like he probably will just take the box down first. I think the Dancer's not wasting as much time as she would like. She's just going to go down right away here. So yeah, not really a good start here for ITZY Survivors.
Basement as well, that's even worse then. If that's the case, no one can actually come into rescue anymore. All survivors have Tide Turner. There's two survivors here with Borrow Time, but as you see here, right, it's going to be Puppeteer here, the first one coming in to rescue. But that's no problem at all, because what's going to happen here is you're going to come into rescue, we're going to force you to rescue, and we're going to hit you twice during that exchange of the Tide Turner here as well. Zien's going to go directly in towards the basement, but I don't think it matters here as much when you can just land as much hits as possible, and we're already max present, so that just means 2.4 resentment stacks per second right now, and we can go look for Puppeteer if we want to, since we're just nearby. Can we get a drop down hit? Yes, we can, and that's going to be no items left on Puppeteer to use.
Oh, the Tide Turner wasn't up yet. Yeah, so he was able to get that hit right before Tide Turner expired. So he was not able to use that Puppeteer ability, unfortunately. So we're going to see him try to go all the way back to the basement here. He's just going to go ahead and, yep, go through that cage there and drag the survivor all the way back to basement. Now that early game chase was pretty fast for the Hunter. Obviously Dancer was able to waste a lot of time with the early game boxes, but the survivors of ITZY not off to a good start here at all. We're gonna go for a drop down hit onto Fox, able to get a double hit here onto the first officer. This is such a great start here for this Hunter. These are two very quick rescues in which we're seeing a double down here and an extra hit onto the Puppeteer on that first save as well.
Yeah, and right now, right, we see 3 Cypher Machines done, but we can't forget we used Blink already, right? And that Blink usage was something unexpected as well. I do feel like from ITZY Survivor side, they probably thought that it was either going to be abnormal or Peeper or maybe even Warp / Teleport, but the Blink here coming out, catching Fox off guard, being able to land that no attack recovery hit, and finding the first officer right in front of us as well, while we cheer the Female Dancer with the Puppeteer right in front of us at Moongate. This is such brilliant momentum here for our Goatman.
Yeah, he's even going to be able to drag all the way back to basement here. They definitely knew that they definitely thought it was abnormal. That's why they went for an early rescue, so it didn't give the Hunter time to abnormal, and also so they could have a better chance at saving in the basement. Yeah, with that next survivor on the chair already in basement, this is just a very good start. Unfortunately, ITZY not being able to play around the basement is a huge problem here. The last two survivors have very minimal progress. This is definitely looking like a potential 4 elimination at this point.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Aeroplanist does not have Borrow Time. Yes, Puppeteer may have Borrow Time, but even if you want to come into rescue here, it's going to be after help. We do see Aeroplanist though hiding right beneath the tubble. Ah, we found him immediately. Wow, that's really fast location. from the side of Zunzunjo. But like for our Goldman here as well at the end of the day, look, as long as we can buy time, that's what matters the most. But he is able to utilize the cage just to catch up towards the chair instantly, and with that hit, it'll be a force after half rescue.
Yeah, it is going to be after half here. We're going to see the teleport down to basement. Does get the rescue off in time here. Does hit the aeroplanist. We'll see if Fox can kind of make it out here. But does... Oh, there was no cage, yeah, so he just took a chip hit. So that ends up being okay. He's still able to make it out of the basement. But the last ciphers are just not very far along here. Trying to get another hit onto the survivor. And Fox is going to go down to one more cage. Just going to wait for that watch to expire. The last cipher machine is only 30%. Nowhere near enough. Goes back to that cage there and does get the hit to down the officer. He is going to be dead on chair here. Airplane is also down at this point. Puppeteer one chip away from going down to the last cipher machine. Only 30%. Nowhere near being primed.
Yeah, Goma also knows where Puppeteer is as well after the pop, so with this in mind, we can probably safely predict where he's gonna go, but we don't see Aeroplanus here just yet. But look, the amount of time that we stay around this area, if we can fight Aeroplanus, we don't need to pick it up. We can just wait for teleport to be ready, or even use your cages to go look for Puppeteer first, and when Aeroplanus actually gets up, you can teleport towards the cipher machine that is shaking or that he is decoding as well. So like from this point onwards, it's really just up to how fast Zunzunjo can get this survivor down. We do see Zian nearby as well, trying to rush that cipher machine as we're able to get behind the pallet, but that will just be an instant hit down here, as maybe we're going for a bleeding out strategy here, so this could prolong for another 5 minutes.
And we're gonna see, yeah, both of these survivors still have self-heal, so this game is not gonna end just yet. But again, because there is no cipher machine that's almost ready, this should be a pretty easy 4-kill cleanup at this point. Survivors are just not going to heal too early. If you self-heal in front near the hunter, it will feed tinnitus. The hunter will then know that the survivor is nearby, and as long as he's on the ground, he doesn't have tinnitus, so he won't be able to know. So they're just going to stay down as long as possible. Here you see Clover hiding out near the container here, still looking for where the survivor is down. We're going to see him teleport back to the arrow. I think he probably doesn't have what is it, Deer Hunt? When the survivors are on the ground, you can see if they're nearby. Yeah. So that's why we're going to see the chair here, which means that Arrow could still get up here and maybe get dungeon. Huh. Interesting choice to chair there.
It's not a bad option, I guess. I think we just want to chair as fast as we can in that scenario. But like, look, from this point onwards as well, like, no matter what happens here, Zunzunjo, the Goban just has way too much resentment. I think we saw him. Yeah, we saw him. So that's fine. And that's an instant hit down just when he got up as well. So there we go. That's going to be Aeroplanus going down instantly. I thought it was the Aeroplanus we chaired instead of Puppeteer, so excuse me for that. But with that though, a beautiful formal elimination from the side of our hunter, Zunzunjo from ACT. That formal elimination kind of guarantees the survivors to play this one very safe.
Yeah, this is a great start for ACT with that 4 elimination. This is something that we need to see for ACT to win, because we know the hunter side for ITZY is their strong suit. You know, it's the key for this match for ITZY is their survivors being able to get escapes, and the fact that they weren't able to get it in round number 1. This is exactly what ACT needs to see: getting 4 eliminations, defeating the ITZY survivors. That's going to be the key to victory for them.
Yes, and it's not also that too. I feel like from the side of ITZY there, with their female dancer being played out, it kind of makes sense if you want to, you know, locate her towards the 2-story area, such as Factory, but letting her staying at middle kind of does show that no matter who you're going to go up against, especially a Goldman, he doesn't need to chase you immediately. He can't wait for his gates to be ready as well. And look, 57-second containment as a female dancer just wasn't enough here, as we see from his match stats wise. And look, 18 seconds, 31 seconds, 25 seconds. None of their containment times here were over 60 at all. So like from our Goldman, it was a complete domination. But it also was a, you know, a ban pick loss from the side of ITZY.
Yeah, definitely. This is just their team comp seemed to be quite good too. They had Puppeteer, they had Airplane as 2 characters that are very good against Goatman. They had the Officer as a Rescuer, which is solid. They even had the Dancer, which we've known to be pretty effective against Goatman for using the slow boxes in the cage, for cutting out the cage. But the problem is the Dancer used the boxes just too early. The Goatman kind of just broke them, and they really had no effect. And the problem with doing that is it makes it so the Goatman just builds up resentment. Goatman doesn't care about not committing too early because you just build up free resentment and you have a bunch of cages to work with. So if you use your boxes, I mean, yes, it wastes time. It makes the Goatman break the box before chasing you, but you're not getting any cages out. You want to make the way you kite Goatman, the way you beat Goatman, is force him to use resentment early and then kite out that resentment, kite it out so there's no resentment to work with. That's how you deal with Goatman. If you're just letting him build up resentment, even if you're wasting time by forcing him to break boxes, you're not really gaining anything because you're allowing him to gain resentment, which he then can use to put up 3 cages in a row, essentially.
Yeah, this is very similar if we do a comparison with Opera and Ivy, right? It's the same with Ivy. We don't really care if we can get them down fast enough. We can just map control early game to prevent them from decoding as much as possible, to stun them, to catch them off guard, to force them to dismantle their Ostracons. Same with Goban here. You can just destroy the items first as well, and then once we have enough resentment to use, even if we make a mistake on the first one, we still have enough to use the second one, which is only 19 stacks instead of 40 as well. Like, so with this in mind, if that's a choice, it's not a bad choice, but you have to locate her inside factory for it to be effective. If you don't locate her inside factory, then that simply just means that you need to use it during mid-kite, and you need to make sure that the cages are dropped down before you drop down your own music box, or else it just wouldn't work.
Yeah, it just has very minimal effect, and that's what we saw in that situation. And the blink actually is a trait we don't really see on Goatman, and it's also not a trait that we, even if we did bring it on Goatman, it's just not expected to even really get used. But he was able to use it to get a blink drop down hit in basement, double hitting the first officer. That was definitely very crucial. I think he probably still would have been able to win the game at the pace he was going, but that was still very important. We have the first survivor, Zen, here with a containment time of 86 seconds, currently third here. Very impressive. Average rescues at 0.5 and 20% escape rate. Definitely a bit lower, but yeah, ACT, again, they all need to get 1 out the gate here to win this first round.
Yeah, from Sen's point of view here as well, right? Asir and the Prisoner as our 2 preferred character picks. Overall, he's improved quite a lot as well, if we're going to be fully honest with ourselves. He was previously in GG as before he actually migrated to ACT. And during his time in ACT as well, he did have to do quite a lot of training as well to get his stats back up. Now we are able to see 11 here, someone who was from Worlds before. Average containment time is now 79.82 seconds, 10th overall. Being the rescue main of this team is pretty hard work as well. Like, being a rescue main, having long containment time but not having as much rescues does show that, you know, from 11's point of view, it is pretty hard. He is usually the first chase, especially when it comes to his, you know, knight and his forward. They're being, well, you don't really see his forward as much, but you do see his knight being played out quite a lot.
Absolutely. Getting into our next survivor here for ACT. We have XY, average containment time of 54 seconds, 54.7, rescues at 0.4, decoding at 185.6, and escape rate of 50%, definitely a bit higher here we see on Patient and Antiquarian, so more kiting style characters here, clicking very fast through that screen. I don't know what he's doing there, but that is some insane movement.
And then, but like, I would say, from his point of view as well, it really is just, you know, a lot of practice going on, and then like also his teammates are able to kind of leverage off him as well when it comes to their overall teamwork. But we see here Gogo as well being the Fire Investigator and the Weeping Cloud main. We do see these 2 characters becoming more and more popular overall as the, you know, professional scene goes on. But 5th overall escape rate being 60% though. We also do need to know that he has a journalist to use as well. He was SBAT journalist before too, and it does work really well up against Goatman, but maybe not so much against Hullabaloo.
We're going to get into, we're about to get an Orban pick here. We have, of course, the Hunter for ITZY Bailu, known for that round 1 Hullabaloo, has been very strong throughout the majority of this event. Only 22% for elimination rate, but 2.78 average eliminations. We've seen him struggle to get that fourth kill, but he has been consistent in getting 3 kills in the rounds 1 and 2 in these matches. And that's what ITZY's been able to win, is Bailu's able to get 3 kills, and then the survivors are able to get maybe a tie or a 1 escape and tie the round and win the round that way, and that's how ITZY's been winning their games.
And I would say as well, right, 2nd average terror shocks overall. Unfortunately, you cannot overtake first, who is Yukakina here, especially after that 25-minute long clerk match. But from Blade's point of view as well, right, we can't forget about his bloody queen. I think Bloody Queen isn't bad on this map, but I don't think he's going to be willing to choose it unless maybe Professor comes out to counter the Goatman or even the Hullabaloo. But usually from ACT Survivor side, they'll definitely play it more safe. They'll definitely run with the average, Embalmer alongside with Puppeteer, maybe your first 2 picks to guarantee a tie, as their Hunter did get a beautiful 4-man elimination as we move directly on towards ban picks.
All right, so let's see where Bilo's going to go with his ban picks here. Probably going to see something like Mechanic and Embalmer here. Looks like it'll be Mechanic and Seer. Does have to get a 4 elimination, so ACT could go immediately into something like Explorer or Embalmer, going for those tie survivors, making sure they get 1 out the X-Gate. They're going to go straight into that Embalmer. And the Antiquarian here, we know Antiquarian is a character that is very good against Goatman and pretty good against Hullabaloo, but you have to be careful. Of course, being in that red zone can be a bit difficult. You have to be able to play around that. And Bailu is known for that round with Hullabaloo.
It seems like we got some inspiration here, especially from WBG with Gorka's anti-current there as well. Puppeteer being banned simply means that we probably could come out with the Aeroplanist. They still haven't banned the Rescuer just yet. If we choose Aeroplanist here, then yes, it'll be a Rescuer that's going to be recycled. But if we choose Gardener instead, that's more or less of a very interesting pick, especially when you want to counter that Hullabaloo. I don't think that's a good choice.
Yeah, the Gardener is interesting. That does 2 things. One, it means you can't play Gardener in round 2 if you want to try to prepare for a opera singer. And 2, Gardener is just not really known for round 1. I mean, typically you play Gardener if you're worried about Goatman. You can obviously absorb a cage early on. Gardener can farm the bubble while kiting the Goatman potentially to avoid to kite out a cage potentially, but so Gardener does have good kite against Goatman, but not so much against the Hullabaloo as you mentioned. And Hullabaloo is expected to be the round 1 pick here, so very interesting comp from ACT. I would have expected them to try to counter the Hullabaloo a little bit more, and that doesn't seem to be the case here.
Potentially speaking, maybe we want to get that 50-second bubble up and just to get a free 50-second entertainment. But like, once again, you have to think about mid to end game, right? Yes, you can break chairs. Yes, you can maybe prolong the chair time as much as possible for your survivors. But realistically speaking, in a game like this, the moment that shield is gone, you're not getting a backup on time. You're not getting a backup on time. This isn't like a Seer who has an 8-second owl. This is only a 5-second bubble. And a 5-second bubble is probably not enough, especially when it comes to max presence Hullabaloo, with the trapezes, with the double surprises. This does seem like quite an odd one out here from the side of ACT Survivors team comp.
Curious choice, definitely. This would be a good comp for going against Goatman, or even Opera Singer. This actually, well, with the exception of the Gravekeeper, but yeah, Hullabaloo just is obviously, it should be Bailu's round 1 choice, as we know. I would have expected them to go with, again, more counters, something like maybe Puppeteer earlier on, maybe something like Psychologist. They had that available. Was their last pick, was Gardener the 3rd pick? No, it was the 3rd pick, yeah. So
3rd pick, yeah.
They had options like Psychologist. There was definitely some other characters that they could have gone, but they chose to use that Gardener. So maybe they know something that we don't here, could have some sort of strategy, maybe some chair break, Antiquarian harass strategy that we don't know about. Who knows? We will have to find out here in a moment. And I guess on this map, there are some good corners to die in and chairs to break that could be effective. We'll have to see. But it looks like we're going to see the Antiquarian spawning in Factory. And actually, the Embalmer at middle instead of Factory here can run up those stairs, place the Coffin at the top of the stairs here. The Gardener off to the left side and Gravekeeper off to the right. And where Bailu spawn is going to spawn? Probably bottom left, I would imagine. That seems pretty standard. Maybe bottom right. You could go chase Grave, technically get that Rescuer out of the way, but get some presence from it. We'll have to see. Looks like it's gonna be bottom left here, and yeah, it can just go straight for that Gardener, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess in one sense you can say, hey, I kite 50 seconds for free, but in another sense you say, hey, I'll get 2 marks on you and wait until your shield is gone, get a media hit on you with a next double surprise, and instantly land another 2 hits instantly on towards you. So like, realistically speaking here for Gardener, you probably could get her down in 70, well, you definitely will be able to get her down in 70 seconds, but now the question is, are we bringing Abnormal here or not? We saw Peepers before, but will Abnormal actually come out, or maybe we're going to go for a different idea? No, we're going to go full Abnormal here with Tremor Insolence for the Hullabaloo, alongside with a triple tie turning here on the Gardener, Antiquarian, and of course the Gravekeeper with Nature Reflex and Flywheel for our Embalmer. This will be match 2 of co-op playoffs.
All right, looks like Bailu's gonna go towards middle. So, I mean, I imagine he'll just go for the Gardener at this point. We see the left-right build as, of course, and he does need that abnormal since he has to go for a 4-kill here. Already able to find the Gardener early on here. Can he get these double bomb hits on the first one? There's the first swing. Does have the second one to work with here. Is able to immediately insta-pop to the bubble here. What an excellent start here for Bailu.
And not only that as well, we have Trapeze ready very soon, but it seems like we've kind of lost out of Gardener right now. We do only have one pallet here left to play around with before we try towards the next. However, once again though, that's going to be a mud ball there landed alongside with a red ball because of the slow debuff, but right now we can just land a double surprise for the immediate next hit. And with this Gardener being chosen out, that will be a beautiful hit, but now we've no shield ready to use at all because it's on a cooldown. But like realistically speaking here, right, with the next knee-jerk reflex, you have to go straight towards Shaq.
Yep. We're going to see the double hits right away here. Is forced to break this pallet. Gardener one white bomb away from getting knocked down here. We do have the trapeze available. Going for that bubble though. Does not get it in time. And that was so close there, but a little bit short. And Bailu able to secure the down. He's able to abnormal the Cypher. I guess the upside is Gravekeeper's immediately here for the save. So he's trying to prevent him from abnormal the Cypher. Bailu does not care. He's going to go kick that Cypher machine and go back to chair here. If they want an early rescue, that's fine for him. And it also means that he gets to slow down that Cypher rush with the abnormal.
This is pretty bad as well because like the abnormal came true, you rescued immediately. Yes, it was a no damage rescue, but only 1.5 Cypher machine done. Gardener second chair in towards the corner. You might be a little bit further away from the chair, but look, if we're going to be fully honest with ourselves right now, there's got to be someone that has to come in to either A, give Tenayas or B, harass. But harassing up against the Hullabaloo is just almost impossible as well, as right now Bailu is going to be able to get that second chair on towards the Gardener. And once again, this is what we talked about when Gardener was being chosen out. It's the biggest outlier in this team comp.
Yeah, and he is able to find this this Antiquarian early, able to dodge the first hit, going straight into the red zone, so she can't use the stun. They're trying to keep her there as much as possible. Does get the hit onto the Antiquarian. Can he get the double hit? There's the red. Oh no, just missed, unfortunately. That's a big missed opportunity, but gonna just catch up to the Gardener right away. Is able to get 2 hits immediately onto the Gardener. There's the switch. Gardener's bubble
the shield
should be ready, right? Yeah,
it's immediate. It's immediate shield. It's immediate shield.
We just trapeze over this, wait it out. There's the jump. There's the down, and that's going to be Gardener eliminated. Unless the Antiquarian's here, I don't think that would make sense. The Antiquarian's about to get knocked down. Yeah, she's already left here at this point. And Trade's going to be back online for Bailu now, so Abnormal's going to be available, or if he wants to go into Teleport. Got a lot of options here moving forward.
We're gonna abnormal that 59% Cypher machine. That just means 3 Cypher machine done then by the time Gardener has been eliminated. But it's still quite a bad look here from the side of ACT survivors, because realistically speaking, you want the Cypher machine to be 4.5 done, because this end game, missing 2 full Cypher machine is way too harder to even bring it back up. We're going to go back towards Anti-Current here, maybe, as that double surprise has successfully located where Anti is, and maybe Gravekeeper here will just decode a completely new Cypher machine instead of going back towards Shaq. But it seems like bottom left, he's going to go back towards Shaq, as Bailu will begin his chase up against that Anti.
Yeah, they're still pretty far behind on decoding at this point because of the double abnormal. Antiquarian's going to take an early red here. There's the jump over. Still has one more clone to work with. There's the stun, but gets knocked anyway. It doesn't even matter. The clone plus the basic hit connecting before the Antiquarian can even stun. That is crucial here for Bailu, and that might be the difference between the win here and a potential tie. This forces him to go for an early save. Cyphers are nowhere near ready, and he could just cut off the rest here from a distance here even.
Yeah, it's not only that as well. That was such a fast instant hit there. We saw that disarm, we saw that flu come out instantly, but it seems like Bailu was faster by dropping down that double surprise and landing the hit as well. Hullabaloo's hit is so fast here, as we do see. We do now know where the Gravekeeper is, so with that in mind, the moment that Cypher machine pops, I do think it's more or less pretty obvious in, you know, knowing what the scenario is here. ACT now needs to look for a one-man escape. We do know that Gravekeeper is currently decoding a new Cypher machine, but Embalmer is still very far away from that chair.
Yeah, this is a really great position here. ACT still just going to be searching for just one survivor out the gate, but looks like it doesn't. It's probably not going to be the case at this point. He can just teleport to that last Cypher if he likes. Does find the location of the Embalmer here. He's going to want to at least injure this Embalmer, I think, before teleporting away. So he'll probably try to go for one hit, then TP. There's the jump after the Embalmer. He's got the clones to work with. Embalmer's going to vault that for a speed boost. Cypher Machine's still only 50, so he's got time here. There's the clone. There's the first double hit. The jump over.
Ooh, the flywheel.
He can't take this vault, though. He doesn't want to risk the Terror Shock. There's the switch. There's the hit. Will we see him? Or the last Cypher still just going to keep chasing here. I think you want to pay attention to that Cypher Machine. Bailu's just not even looking at the Cypher at all. He's just only committing to the Survivor here. This is interesting.
It's not a... Well, it's probably pretty bad as well. I mean, we do have Red Zone here to get that knocked down immediately, but with that pickup here, we're going to drop down, maybe teleport, but if you teleport over, it doesn't matter at all. Maybe we have the Cypher Machine Prime. This is really bad right now. We're going to be able to pop open here instantly. That's no problem at all. No detention, Hullabaloo. Bailu, you did so well, but it's just a Cypher Machine that we weren't really looking at. We're able to drop that pallet down immediately, but it doesn't matter. We shovel here, Cypher on our hands, so we can take that first hit immediately. We need to shovel. Can we shovel? We shovel down just on time. He couldn't cancel it. We weren't in the red zone, and that's going to be great. He were successfully escaped, but look, Embalmer cannot self-heal, well, self-rescue, because he was dropped down right after that, but he did use self-heal up though.
Yeah, but Graves still going to go down pretty quickly here, so it's okay. You think? Well, maybe not. Gravekeeper, he needs to get a... Oh, he walks to the pal, but misses the stun. There's the down. Can Embalmer get to that X gate and get open time? I think he's going to be able to get... There's only one trapeze here, no teleport. I think Embalmer's just barely going to make this gate here, and Bailu just not looking at that last Cypher was really important. Zen's just gonna sit here. He's not even gonna he's gonna sit here, commit to that gate, and I think he's gonna just barely make it out here. That's gonna be a one survivor escape here. Unfortunately for Bailu, he did not look at that last Cypher Machine, and ACT able to get one out and win this first round.
Yeah, it was, honestly, he did really well, right? After that anti-current chase, that was brilliantly done, but we can't forget that ACT, 1.5 Cypher Machine done, Gardner second chair. By the time Gardner was rescued and eliminated, it was 3.5 Cypher Machines done, so we can see from that point of view as well, right? There was no accelerated decoding, the Cypher Machines were really fast, from 1.5 to 3.5 is like 100% decoding speed from the two survivors each within that 30 to 40 second mark as well. Gardner did rebound kite really well, we cannot forget, but like, it was really, you know, as we saw before as well, as we talked before as well, Gardner being first chase, that early game was pretty scary from the side of ACT.
Yeah, and I think the problem is that he just didn't teleport to the Cypher. I mean, if you look at that Cypher and you teleport there before it's primed, you just win, because you go there, you kill the Gravekeeper, then you go for the Embalmer. It's over. You can literally kill Grave, chair him, and then just use the clones to find the injured Embalmer, and you win.
Yeah.
And you 4 kills. So as soon as he injured the Embalmer, he should immediately have looked to that last Cypher Machine and TP'd there. For some reason, he just didn't consider it, and with that being the case, which means they're able to get one off the gate. I definitely think that was a 4-kill opportunity for sure. We missed out on it.
Yeah. Yeah, and like no one would disagree with you on that side now as well, right? It's like, if we think about it, right, Gardner went down really fast, 1.5 Cypher Machine. Oh, anti-current went down at, you know, at like 3.5 Cypher Machines. Gravekeeper's rescue got stuff. Embalmer couldn't rescue at all because Hullabaloo found him immediately. And then during that exchange too, Embalmer somehow did a miracle kite where right after we got the injury, yes, we did get a pickup and the drop down in which we want to force Embalmer to use self-heal, but Gravekeeper just got the Cypher Machine done on time. Embalmer kited brilliantly to get the Cypher Machine done as well. And once again, it does really show, right, if you are able to make it towards, you know, accelerated decoding speed, it does still bring quite a lot of things onto the table for the survivors main as well. If it wasn't for that accelerated decoding too, I don't think the Cypher Machine would have been done on time.
Yeah, definitely. It was really close there. He was able to teleport just a little bit sooner. It would have been a completely different story. So yeah, again, he never even, because typically as a hunter, you're at least while you're chasing the Embalmer, you're at least looking around, seeing if Cyphers are moving. Yeah. But I was watching his camera angle the entire time, and he never moved his camera angle towards that Cypher. It was completely focused on the Embalmer the entire time. So he never actually considered to look around at the Cyphers. So maybe he just thought, okay, there's no way he can decode it in time before I down this Embalmer. But it was quite a while that Embalmer was containing and that Grave was being left unattended. So it definitely would be possible for Grave to have that Cypher Machine ready. So maybe the nerves get into him a little bit on the big stage, unfortunately. Keep in mind, this is their first time on the big stage for this team, as he is a non-professional team here competing in a very large tournament.
Yeah. But with that in mind as well, right, that was a brilliant game from the first half, well, the first 2 halves of game 1. We'll be moving on towards highlight before we move on towards game 2.
没有。我没打过，打住，等他跳，可惜，没事，差不多，够了，够了。
Okay, welcome back, guys, to the second round of ACT versus ITZY. Here we saw the first round go in favor of ACT as they were able to get a 4 elimination and a 1 survivor escape, so a 6-3 round 1 victory for ACT. So definitely a good start for them. In a match that we definitely expect to be very close. We definitely would say ACT has the advantage here, being a professional team, having played on a big stage quite often, whereas this ITZY team definitely not as much. Non-professional team.
Yes.
Their first big showing was in COAAT group stage. The fact they were able to qualify, very impressive, and Bailu, their hunter, as we know, very good, but did miss out on an opportunity to 4-kill in that first round. Unfortunate misstep resulting in a 1 survivor escape for ACT, which means ACT with a 1-0 victory right away here.
But like moving on towards round 2, we think about game 2 here as well, right? Hullabaloo and Goldman are currently gone out of the match. We still do know that Bailu's Opera and Ivy is very strong here too. So now the question is, can we maybe try counter that as well? Bailu did choose out Ivy as well round 1, especially in maps like Hospital. And now ITZY does get the map choice too. But like with this in mind, they can play this towards their favor, potentially speaking, giving survivors a little bit more favor compared to the hunter, especially when you got that 4-man elimination, a very dominating 4-man elimination up against ACT's hunter too. So like right now, what I would say is Bailu is okay, he just needs to make sure that he doesn't tunnel vision as much, but ITZY survivors, they kind of have to get it back up and they have to start picking themselves back up.
They definitely do. That first round did not go at all in their favor. We saw not only did the Dancer unfortunately make a couple mistakes with the box placement, she also got basement, and then we saw a double hit on the rescue. We saw the next survivor getting shared in basement as well, so it was just a basement game the entire way through, and at this level of competition, you really don't want that to be the case. You have to make sure you're dying away from basement. And on top of that, the Goatman just had a ton of cages to work with, a ton of resentment, because he was able to save it up early game when taking it on those Dancer boxes, so slight misusage there as well. So we definitely have to see some turnaround here if they want to be able to win here. The survivors of ITZY are the key to this match. Again, is the survivors of ITZY being able to just get survivor escapes here against Zhenjiao, and we didn't see that in the first round, and so that's going to be crucial here as we progress.
Yeah, and it's also with the fact that like moving on towards game 2, we have only really seen, the top 4 hunters from Bailu alongside Wish, Dash, Blood Queen as well. So like in this case scenario here, unless Bailu comes out with a very different hunter, or maybe he can play the safe way on playing Opera or Ivy, I don't think it's going to be that easy for him to actually get that 4-man elimination here as well. But we decide to ban out Lakeside Village from ACT Survivor side, and ITZY picking out that Arms Factory. This Arms Factory suits their hunters quite a lot as well for Zhenjiao, who does have a Dream Witch on his hands to use.
Yeah, definitely that could be an option here. We could see Dream Witch here in second round, or we could just see one of these standard round 2 hunters. We will find out in a moment. We have some cosplays here. Kuro, I don't know IDV skins, so can you explain?
Oh no, Eli, we need to get you back up with that. But that was Priestess, Entomologist, and Little Girl there, as we do see here as well. Emma, which is supporting to ACT's Hunter, Zhenjiao here as well. But for now, during the first half phase, it's going to be survivors who's come out here from ACT decides to get the survivors out first. That makes sense. Less pressure on them, especially when Zhenjiao did so good. And I guess it's just more or less get them to have more of a longer resting period before round 2.
ITZY 的表现的话，在小组赛是比较亮眼的，能跟就是职业队打得有来有回，不分伯仲的。然后面对他们的话，ITZY 我们是有研究，就是研究一些新的一些战术以及新的一些布局之类的，就是势必要拿下这一场。
new tactics such as Blink Goatman, which actually worked out quite well. We saw the Blink drop down double hit onto the first officer in that first run, so definitely a tactic that's not common, and it did work out quite well. On the survivors, not anything too unique. I guess their composition was not really what we expected for going against Hullabaloo, and I would say that it didn't quite work out because the Hunter obviously could have gotten a 4 kill, but from the Hunter side of ACT, that 4 elimination, hitting the basement, the drop down Blink hit, surprising the survivors that way, definitely a unique strategy that worked out very well for him.
Yeah, and like it's more or less right now what this is about is tying. I think if the survivors can tie here, that's brilliant. That's kind of what they need to do. Even a one-man escape is good as well, because like from their Hunter side, it's a relatively small map, but we can't forget what ACT did to MRC in this map. That Fire Investigator actually has to go. No matter what happens, this Fire Investigator has to go, because if you don't let that Fire Investigator go, you might just not be able to chair here once again. And ACT Survivor does really well when it comes to team fighting on this map as well. So from the side of Bailu's Hunter, who was a little bit tunnel visioned last game, he doesn't have really enough time to kind of focus on that or maybe to readjust himself. So this is probably what ACT are aiming for as well, with their survivors coming in first too.
Absolutely. Someone said at least name the characters if you don't know the skin names, Eli. Well, it's not that I don't know the skin names, I don't know the characters either, because I don't know any skins, so I don't know what the characters are for those things. Anyways, I just don't know. I'm just close. Anyways, we're gonna see the Fire Investigator and Coordinator being banned first here. Pretty normal. Coordinator to ban is simply for Opera Singer. Opera's Coordinator is a very good supporter against Opera, good rescuer, can waste a lot of time delaying the Opera in the early game. Fire Investigator just very good overall in general, so maybe looking to play Opera Singer here potentially.
Opera Singer should be the way to go, because like well, in another sense as well, I think Ivy isn't bad too, because we have seen a lot of Hunters, well, teams choosing out this map to play the Ivy. But yeah, Opera Singer is a good option here as well, especially with so much dash areas inside Factory to use as well, right? But maybe the big issue probably would be, the amount of pallets that there is around nearby, as we decide to ban out the Fire Investigator and also a Coordinator, with that Goma here being banned from the Survivor side.
All right, we're still gonna see. Maybe the idea is being Coordinator. Survivors are thinking maybe it's gonna be Opera. It's less common for Ivy to ban Coordinator. It's more common for Opera to ban Coordinator, because Opera gets slowed down by the cord. It can delay the first down, whereas Ivy can simply just catch up with a ghost or teleport away. We're gonna see the Seer and the first officer here being chosen first from the side of ACT. So they're really kind of just covering both grounds for both Opera and Ivy. They're not really sure what to expect at this point.
I feel like with these two picks as well, they kind of want to guarantee at least a tie game there, as they know that their Hunter can get a win game, especially with his big Hunter pool as well. With the Aeroplanes there being banned on a map like this, which is pretty surprising for me as well, Acrobat can be chosen out if Bailu is actually afraid of that not Fire Investigator, of that Aeroplanes. But no, it'll be the Puppeteer here instead. So the question now being, are we maybe trying to do a pocket pick of Bloody Queen as he's done before with WBG?
Absolutely. Eli only knows the skins of those who throw his rank match. That was kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. You're probably right about that. I know Nagito Merc throws my rank matches, so there you go. We're gonna see the Barmaid here as the last pick here. This is definitely an Ivy counter. You don't pick Barmaid when you're preparing for Opera. Opera is very good against Barmaid. You can just get a hit, dash up immediately, blink down the Barmaid super fast. Barmaid is just very weak against Opera. But against Ivy, it's quite good, because Ivy has a difficult time getting back-to-back hits within the time the Barmaid is able to use the heal. So that's definitely an Ivy counter, and that's what they're probably expecting. Now, I guess the upside here is, even if Bailu does choose to go Opera, at least you have Seer Barmaid combo, so Barmaid still could probably kite out the heal. Seer Barmaid combo is a very strong combination. And that Seer, it used to be even better back when the Seer Owl lasted longer, but even now the Seer Owl can definitely help out kiting out that healing streak.
Yeah, and it's not only that as well. This is a good team comp to counter dash Bloody Queen that Bailu also has too. Everyone is able to tank, Barmaid is able to heal, first officer. Well, maybe first officer is in danger, but like realistically speaking, as a rescuer who's able to sit on the chair for 72 seconds, selling is definitely very, 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 very viable here too. But in regards to that as well, I just feel like look, if we want to maybe try be a little bit more aggressive with this team comp, we could go double Titan as Bailu decides to choose out Dash Opera Singer. It's as Ela has said too. Look, the Seer and the Barber, you can't chase Barber first. You can't really chase Seer as he regenerates his cells really fast. Puppeteer might be your better option.
I don't know. I feel like the problem with Puppeteer is not only is Puppeteer good against Opera with the chips, you also have Owl. It's really hard to kill a Puppeteer as Opera here, especially with a Seer on the team. Seer, Owl plus all the chips that the Puppeteer can absorb makes it very difficult. I feel like Seer or Barmaid is probably better. I mean, Barmaid's not great because of the Owl, but either way, Barmaid's still a pretty easy chase for Opera, so I feel like that would be fine. And then Seer obviously is just a normal chase, so that's fine as well. I feel like that's going to be his best options here. But let's look into our spawns here. It looks like we're going to see Puppeteer Shack, Officer Middle, Seer Front Gate, and Barmaid Factory. Pretty standard spawns. The Barmaid having access to Factory is going to be very effective in kiting out that healing drink, as Factory is considered the strongest kiting area on this map, and then Seer over near the front gate as well. Keep in mind, Arms Factory is not nerfed or not adjusted just yet, so the front gate area is still very, very strong. And let's see where he chooses to spawn. Does he spawn top left or does he spawn Factory? Actually going to go Factory. Pretty rare spawn for a Hunter. We typically don't see them spawn here, but it does force the survivors out of Factory. So if he wants to go for that Barmaid, Chaser, and Sandbags, that's not bad. He can go front gate, chase here as well. So I think this is not a bad spawn overall for the Hunter.
But the only issue for me will be constraint. We won't be able to lock any Cypher machines if there are 2 Cypher machines spawning by Shack, so with that we could potentially lose out on a really big map control situation early game to slow down the Cypher machines as well. But I think probably, look, best chase is Seer if you can get him down ASAP, especially with the hit before the Owl comes out. But this will be a double tie turning here on Puppeteer on the first officer with knee-jerk reflex on that Barmaid alongside with knee-jerk reflex flywheel on the Seer. This will be confined space of detention, which Warp on Bailu, and of course it will be co-op playoffs, day 1, match 2, game 2, first half between ITZY and ACT.
Okay, we're going to see Bailu's going to go straight towards front gate, immediately going for that Seer. And we do, again, up, down here. Very interesting build with that confined space. He'll be able to shred these pallets a lot quicker, though. We're going to see that first pallet break. Does have Warp as the trait. So Warp can be used not only for map pressure, can also be used for chase. We're going to see the Seer rotate around the backside of this area here. But we should be able to see an early hit right away. The Seer Owl is not ready. Is he able to get that before the Owl? Oh, he's not. He is able to get that Owl out at least, so it's not too bad. Can go make it to a pallet or a window, though. He is able to make it to this window, it looks like. But now he's going to take a hit.
Yeah, he can't really vault over that one, and like our regeneration rate is around 20% as well, right? So with this, we don't have Blink. Once again, we do have Warp to use though as a knee-jerk reflex is able to get out of this area. But once again, the pallet here has been destroyed really fast because of confined space with that, you know, oh, that's a flywheel they're used instantly just to try maybe counter the hit. But like, look, it's okay, no abnormal. Cypher machines are pretty slow, yes, but it is kind of the normal opera singer that we're talking about. Sen is nearby as a puppeteer with a tie turner, so in this sense, right, we could probably allow first officer to finish decoding first before he comes into rescue afterwards.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the play. He's also able to spot out the rescuer early, which is quite good. It means that he can potentially force an early rescue. We're going to see Puppeteer going to use that ability to come in for this first save. He's going to want to try to get 2 out of Puppeteer. Does get 2 out, so he does get him to half health. That is quite strong here. Does he break the window here in time? Does not make the window. Opera Singer is just too fast. He's able to get him down with no opportunity for a rebound kite. And Bailu is just off to a pretty good start. I mean, Puppeteer already down to half health on that rescue, which is definitely solid. At least something that you want to make sure you do as a hunter. But relatively quick down onto Seer, and on Sheriff for the second time still has a trait to work with too.
Yeah, but like, look, but this is where Barmaid actually comes in really crucial as well. Because Puppeteer was the first rescue, that means we can use that tight turn time to look for Barmaid and immediately allow ourselves to get back towards full health. And even if First Officer comes in here to rescue, it doesn't really matter. You get to have another 20-second extra time to decode from both the Barmaid and the Puppeteer here for our last 2 Cypher machines. And with First Officer here, extra 7% decoding speed and it's no damage rescue as well, which is even better. So for our Seer right now, the moment we get the hit, you can run towards the corner at Big Rock, and as long as you are as far away from the chair as possible, it is fine. We also do know that it's confined space as well, so from the side of ACT, they know it's going to be either a teleport or maybe a warp.
All right, we're going to see Seer dying all the way in the corner here, away from these ciphers, but Bailu still has straight to work with. But the thing is, every survivor at full health at this point. Now, the good news is, if he's able to find Barmaid, that's going to be a fast down. And the reason why is Barmaid no longer has access to that Seer Owl support. Puppeteer is wanted. I wonder if he'll go for the Puppeteer just to make sure he doesn't, because he wants to make sure he doesn't go for Office. Actually, it's fine. You can go to Officer, you can get a Pocket Watch out, and then you could warp away. I think maybe that's what he's considering, but no, he's going straight to Zen at front gate here. And he does see the trail of this Puppeteer, maybe gonna commit to this chase. I would imagine you really want to just go for the Barmaid, but is able to force out an early Puppet here. Will he warp on the Barmaid, or is he just gonna keep chasing? It looks like he's gonna keep chasing.
Yeah, the only issue for Sen here is, well, it might seem like his rotation is really weird, but that's only because he doesn't want to go to Factory to disturb Barmaid's Cypher machine as well. Like, there's no pilots here, remember, left to use because Seer used it all, and right now it's more or less just about buying a little bit more time. We also do see here as well, right, First Officer starting complete new Cypher machine, accelerated decoding has started, he's 7% decoding speed, alongside the fact that Barmaid can't come into rescue as she does have borrowed time as well. So like, in our case scenario here, Puppeteer can definitely contain for a really long time, as he can tank 2 more hits before he fully goes down, alongside a little bit of an 8-second mini tight turn time for himself, as we do see Barmaid already positioning herself at a really good place to hide and to perform the rescue.
And this is why Puppeteer is just so good against Opera. It's just guaranteed. It's a guaranteed kite because you can just use your ability over and over. Opera Singer cannot hit the Puppeteer because it's single hit hunter. There's no chip opportunity. There's not much you can really do against that as an Opera Singer. It's just guaranteed. The last Cypher machine already almost primed at this point because of that, because of the Puppeteer ability. Officer's able to prime it. He's able to hold his watch for endgame. Barmaid has speed drink for endgame. Puppeteer still has an ability which won't matter with detention, but we're going to see the hit onto the Barmaid. There's the Cypher pop. Everyone has borrowed time already to the endgame here. ACT just playing this so well. We're going to see Barmaid use the healing drink. Doesn't really matter. There's detention anyway, but I guess you might as well just go ahead and throw it off here. There's the speed drink to get past this pallet, and Bailu did miss the dash, but we're going to see XY just going to go ahead and try to die in the corner away from Rocket Chair here.
But if we see where Puppeteer is going to locate it at, directly towards middle where Dungeon is. However, Puppeteer can tank quite a lot of hits, so he should be able to contain here for a little bit longer. We don't really know whether or not Barmaid here has Weber's Law for the extra heal. Well, Sticker, excuse me, not Weber's Law for the extra heal speed. But right around now, missing that Shadow Dance is really bad. And with that Shadow Leap, with that Shadow Dance back, it would seem like it's going to guarantee a tie game here for Bailu. A little bit unfortunate though, as he did need that 4-man elimination or even just a 3-man elimination to give himself a little bit more of an upper hand. But right now, let's just see whether or not ACT's Hunter can gain more than a tie to close this game in 2.
Yeah, definitely not an optimal result for ITZY. This is exactly what we want to see for ACT getting the 2 survivor escape here. But with that being said, yeah, just definitely a very good start here for the second round, and ACT continuing along to hold on to the lead. They're able to win the first round 6-3.
Well,
able to get
it seems like
2-2 in the second round.
Seems like we have some technical issues here from my side, but it will be fixed really quick. But yes, once again, more or less right now for ACT, it's really all just about how well our Hunter can do. ITZY needs to be able to pick themselves back up here as soon as possible, or else it really will be a game finished in 2, and that's not really what we want to see in a playoff stage.
Yeah, I like how the chat's like excited about a borrowed time pop. We don't see a lot of borrowed time pops nowadays. So the fact that he's able to get a BT pop there is pretty kind of funny. But no, but that I kind of was kind of thinking maybe it would have been better value to chase after the Puppeteer before hitting the Puppeteer and then having the borrowed time pop being activated, because that way the Puppeteer wouldn't be at full health. Full health Puppeteer can absorb a hit under detention. But if he goes for the Puppeteer, then that wouldn't be the case. So it might have actually been better value to go for the Puppeteer and then try to work on the Barmaid instead of vice versa. But looking at our containment time overall here, we see the Puppeteer, 102 seconds of time wasted there. You really see why Puppeteer is just such a strong character.
Yeah, and like with those early game containments as well, like yes, here did go down a little bit faster than expected, triple 60% slice for machines. However, it really was just all the no damage rescues, and with the tide turners as well being able to buy 40 seconds of extra decoding speed and time. It does show quite a lot in which you don't want to go up against the Opera Singer. As long as you're able to kind of guarantee those tide turners to come out, you could still, you know, have a very manageable game up against her.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, a 2-2, definitely optimal for the... Eli looking like Kuro's a lawyer is funny. That 2-2, definitely optimal for ACT. So the fact that they're able to get 2 out the gate, they hold on to their lead here. If the ACT Hunter can get a 3 elimination, it will be secured. And in round 2 here with both Opera, Ivy available, Dream Witch available, so many ways to play for a win here. Arms Factor also a great map for Dream Witch. Just a lot of good opportunities for ACT.
Yeah, and like it's not only that too. If Dunzo wants to, he can play Anne here to maybe try and guarantee the ties somehow. And then like moving on towards round 3, he has like they can only ban 2 with his Goldman, and who again with his Goldman and Anne being perma-banned, they can only ban 2 out of Ivy, Hullabaloo, and Opera Singer. So like it at least leaves him with 1 extra meta hunter to use as well. But I do think as well from their side, probably we just want to kind of end it in 2 as well. So with this in mind, the question is maybe we want to go for Dream Witch, or maybe we can go for an Ivy. Anything really works for Zhenzhenjiu.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted by the comments going on there. Anyways, yeah, so definitely there's so many options here. Dream Witch very good for this map. Ivy and Opera Singer still available, and considering that ITZY, the keys for them in this match was their survivors performing well, but their hunter was only able to get a tie in that last round. That's definitely not optimal. Bailu wanted to at least 3 kill there, and with them missing out on that opportunity, that's going to be a very large downside here, and ACT is just going to gain even more of an advantage at this point. And then going into this match, I actually expected ITZY to have a bit of an edge here with how well they've been playing and how ACT struggled against RD, which was another non-professional team. But it looks like ACT was able to turn things around here and prepare very well for this matchup.
And like for ITZY Survivor team comp right now, right? We know that our Anti-Current and Embalmer is gone. We also know that our who's the last one my brain's trying to tick right now? Our Female Dancer, excuse me, is also gone too. Female Dancer wasn't a bad character to use to counter Opera Singer as well, especially when it comes to buying time early game. But right now, having your tie guarantee characters gone is pretty bad, especially in a map like Arms Factory where you need to guarantee a tie in this game. They could potentially still run a double tie turner scenario here, but like it's still a lot of pressure on them. This is Zhenzhenjiu we're talking about.
Definitely a lot of pressure on them. We saw him even get a 4 elimination in the second round in the RD matchup, in which we expected ACT to have that match completely secured, but RD actually made that comeback in that one. But we will have to see at least a tie from ITZY Survivors here just to force an extra round. And even if they do get there, they are still down 6-3, which is not an easy comeback to make. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for them at this point. But yeah, they have to get at least ITZY Survivors need at least a tie. And with how they looked in that first round, it doesn't exactly look like it's going to be an easy task for them.
Yeah, and like it's especially with these games moving on forward too, as we switch phones, seems like we've been given a round once. More or less in a scenario like this, we now have to think. Fox is the best player in this Survivor team comp. I think we can all agree on that. So the question now being, do we maybe want Fox to still remain as the rescuer, or do we want Fox to become the main container of this game?
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see. He does have very high containment time, as we know. Currently first out of all the survivors in containment time, but has been a rescuer player for this team. So will that be an option they want to go with? We're going to have to find out here. We see them in the customs we saw on the screen, so they will be getting into that ban phase in a minute here. What 100 are we expecting to see? Again, we talked about Dream Witch, Opera, and Ivy all being available at this point. Do you just play something like Ivy and or sorry, you need to play something like Opera. Make sure you're playing that's a counter that's more very good for getting ties and just keep the lead going to the last round if we try to go for a 3-kill. That's Psychologist, right?
That is.
Okay, I know that.
Skin's been out for 2 years, Eli, or maybe 1, but
I know that at least. And then or do you just go Ivy and Dream Witch, like play something more aggressive and just try to win here?
Yeah, and like with these games going on as well, it kind of is more about how we can counter all those hunters that we just talked about as well from the side of ITZY. You now need to think about, okay, Anna's a potential, Ivy, Opera, who else is there? Dream Witch. There also could be a potential for Knight. Works okay-ish on this map, but it's not really recommended, so we can take her off the table. But just those 4 in total you want to encounter. And you need to pick a team comp that revolves around it, and potentially speaking, is able to win against it. It would be the right way to say it as well, because right now we're down a win. Currently 1 loss, right? So like from ITZY Survivor side right now, who should we really pick as we move on straight towards the ban pick?
All right, we're going to see the Seer and the Coordinator ban first, so definitely not Coordinator's not a Dream Witch ban, typically not an Ivy ban. That is definitely more of an Opera Singer ban here. Hullabaloo, of course, getting banned out in this situation. Will they expect a Opera Singer with those bans? I would imagine so. Looks like we're going to see the Antiquarian and actually Knight here as the second character.
If we want to try predict up against an Opera Singer, it's not such a bad idea. I think with Ivy, you kind of can get some upper hand here, especially when it comes to forcing the Revelation. But with the Barmaid there being banned, it now looks like it's going to turn a little bit closely towards Ivy or even Dream Witch for some odd reason right after those 2 first picks. I guess it does make sense as well with Anti-Current being on the list first.
Yeah, maybe just trying to cover all grounds. Ivy might be a little bit better with that anti being picked up early. We see the the Novelist or Professor Novelist or okay, the Novelist here as the character. The next character being chosen, again, another character for going against that Opera Singer. Not very good against Ivy, so this comp is heavily for countering the Opera Singer. And it's not particularly good against Ivy. Knight's actually good against Dream Witch because you can just use the swing cancel on the spawn followers, and that's pretty good. And Doctor as the last pick, so we're gonna see the Doctor as the Ivy / Dream Witch counter. Although Doctor's not even that good against Dream Witch anymore. If the Dream Witch plays it probably, but I guess this is maybe for Ivy, I would imagine.
Yeah, Ivy, look, Doctor counters Ivy pretty hard as well, especially with the fact that once you get the Revelation, you get the hit, you can pull so much distance and heal immediately, right? And I do think when it comes to Palette of Mind games as well, maybe Doctor gets the upper hand, sometimes, but not all the time, but she is someone who's able to tank 3 hits.
Or they're countering the photo, right guys? Right? No, okay, nobody, okay. Anyways, yeah.
Dream Witch?
Dream Witch? Yeah, Doctor's pretty good against Dream Witch. It's not as good as something like Psychologist or Barmaid, obviously.
Yeah.
Because Dream Witch you can get a hit and then immediately patrol her right after, before the Doctor can kind of get the heal off. But yeah, no, it's just gonna be Ivy here. So his composition was in preparation of the Opera, being with that Novelist and that Antiquarian, but gonna go into Ivy here instead. At least they have the Doctor. It's kind of interesting. You could have gone Opera and just chased Doctor, because Doctor gets just destroyed by Opera. So you could just kind of like go, I guess not completely destroyed because at least you have Veterans bonus, but you really just cannot get the heal off against a good Opera. They will just give you 0 time to get any heals off. So so you could just go for the Doctor first as an Opera, but gonna go for Ivy here instead, it looks like.
With Knight being at middle, Doctor at Shack, Anti-Current there being towards the entrance to Junkyard Ruins, alongside with the Novelist here spawning by Factory Gate. Ivy being at Moon Gauge Back Gauge here for herself. So if that's the case right now, our biggest issue would be if we injure the survivors, Doctor can immediately come nearby to heal and provide some basic support in order to prevent as much map control as possible here for Ivy. So like it's an okay pick. She can't be first chase and she can provide a lot of support from mid to end game, but it will be instant attention alongside with Blink here from the side of Ivy. We're gonna not run any borrowed Titan initiatives at all, by the way. So this will be the second half of game 2 between ITZY versus ATC, with the professional commentaries here being brought to you by Eli and Kuroshiro.
Okay, so we're going to see the Ghost not going to go for the Doctor first, as it's definitely not an optimal chase target, as Doctor is a very effective kiter against the Ivy. Looks like he's going to go for that Antiquarian. Actually, just going to put the Tombstone there and leave here, bringing the Ghost next towards the Novelist. I think Novelist definitely would be the best chase out of anybody on this comp here, although Novelist is in Factory, so not exactly the best. Oh, does miss the first scare here, actually.
But it's okay because we can force Novelist back towards the Ostracons. For now, though, you do have you do still have a switch that you can use from a storybook's point of view. But 21 stacks there is not really a kind of a good way to play around this. And we did get a revelation beautifully done by the Ivy, and right now we're going to be able to get a 100% scare. And with this C-Mind, Blink is ready in 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's a very early hit right away here onto this Novelist. Blink will be ready pretty shortly. Looks like he's going to bring the Ghost back and just going to bring it towards front gate here where that Doctor is. He needs to find where the Novelist is at this point. Does find the Novelist, runs into the Hunter here and is not even able to flywheel. Novelist was not able to get the book all the way, or no, Novelist was not even able to use the book at all. Novelist still had book, still had flywheel, was not able to do anything there. And that's a very fast down for the Ivy. Ivy typically isn't able to get downs that quickly, but was able to get it down this early. And with no Tide Turners on the team, the only rescue option is Knight here.
But Knight is so far away, isn't he?
From stage. Looks like.
It's not a bad idea. She can self-heal herself as much time as possible, but this just means that we can kind of farm the rescues as much as we can. Yes, Novelist may have a storybook on his hands to use, but we can't forget that this is an Ivy with a Blink as Doctor comes in for the rescue.
There's the scare and the farm right away onto the Doctor. He's just going to take the hit maybe for presence, but no flywheel, able to avoid that. I guess Doctor didn't technically need the flywheel. She could just heal herself, but is going to, just going to avoid that, get away here from the Hunter. And that farm, unfortunately, reminds me of my rank matches, but hopefully that will not happen in the second save here.
But I do think as well from Doctor's point of view, that flywheel wasn't badly used, especially when Blink was on Ivy's hand, and you can leech on towards Doctor here to teleport on towards her and Blink here once again. But right now, the Doctor around 90 stacks running over. Terror Shock down!
And that will most likely secure it for ACT here. Yeah, that's the Terror Shock preventing the rescue here, and the farm on the first save, and just no such limited Cypher progress here. That's going to be that should just secure the game, unless somehow ITZY pulls off a miracle here. I believe ACT will be winning this series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we got a very nice ability predictor.
Okay, well, now that will definitely be the secured victory there. Knight had a sword and actually chose not to use it there. So that's going to be the Knight on the rocket chair. Again, that's going to be a 3 survivor, at least a 3 survivor elimination at this point. And ITZY falling 2-0 to ACT here. Teleport onto the Antiquarian. There's the scare as well, as it was 61%. And it looks like ITZY has probably given up on this match at this point here. We're going to have a friendly match in the COA playoffs. And ACT, ladies and gentlemen, going to 2-0 and taking the victory over ITZY here in the playoffs.
I do kind of want to stage dash. Well, I mean, I got up what I would talk about it later, but I got up here on time. We need a really nice attack prediction here from the side of ZN to even contain for a little bit longer. But look, in this game, we saw that Fox was the main container of this game, as he did play Novelist. He gave up his rescue roles to give it towards the survivors, but I think now we kind of do see why he's the main rescuer of this team, especially after those 2 rescues, which was unfortunate, yes, but getting 2 Terror Shocks in a row is pretty rare, as we're going to be able to get that brilliant revelation down on towards the Knight. And Clover here just going to play around with us a little bit longer, as we want to disarm the Hunter as much as we can.
He's going to give him a pallet stun. He's going to give a pallet stun here, having a little fun here in the remainder of this match here. That's going to be the 4 survivor elimination. And with that, ACT moving on to 2-0 here. Jin Joe getting 4 eliminations in a row. Most likely he's going to be the MVP here for this match. And in a match we expect to be pretty close, ACT with a very dominant victory here.
And like, this is why we nerfed Ivy's chair count. But look, at the end of the day, we're all flabbergasted. Dungeon, you could say he was pretty lucky with those 2 Terror Shocks in one sense, but I do think the the Doctor first one was because of pressure with Revelation. Fair enough. But the second one, when you just made it towards the chair, when you don't have really that much Revelation stacks, it's in one sense, I do think we panicked quite a lot as well. However, because of that, we weren't really able to make the adjustments properly, especially after game 1-2. So, like from the side of ITZY survivors, they made it a top 12. We have to congratulate them. To make it towards top 12, right? And they get that 90,000 RMB prize pool as well. So at least they get something to go home with.
Yeah, definitely. Just the fact that they're able to make it to the playoffs. It's not only is it very difficult to qualify for playoffs, or sorry, to qualify for COA as a non-professional team. It's very rare to see a non-professional team from China qualify, and we saw that with ITZY here. The fact they were able to also make it to the playoffs, it's just very impressive. The fact they were able to get this far, very, very good from them. And they put up a very good performance. They're able to take down some of the professional teams in their group as well. So with that being said, definitely an excellent job from ITZY. But ACT, the team that is going to be advancing here.
Yeah, it's not only that as well. I do feel like with that game, it kind of did show, right? Like with the Dr. there being chosen out, she wasn't necessarily a bad pick. She did a no damage rescue. She can definitely come into rescue again. But I do think it's just more or less because of the fact that we weren't outside of the terror radius, we couldn't force our revelations to go down, and that was just too much pressure when it comes to the rescue as well. However, from the side of our ITZY, we always use revelation when we were right behind the survivor. We were kind of worried that survivors will look back to use their items, which is why we revelation, put them in stun animation lock, and so they can't use their item, especially with the novelist first down and with the Doctor rescue.
Absolutely. We see the statistics here for this match. Yeah, fortunately only 26 seconds there, and then the prevented rescues. Nobody kiting longer than 37 seconds in this entire match. I mean, seriously, excellent job from this ITZY here. We see the final score of 13-5. That's going to be in favor of ACT getting the victory. Just being able to squeak out that victory in round 1 and then a dominant victory here in the second round. So ACT moving on to the next stage of this bracket. They will be playing against... who are they playing against next? Is it...
I think... it's Wolves next, I'm quite sure.
This is Wolves, yeah. We're going to look at our highlights, though, here for this match. Maybe. Not. Okay. All right, there we go, guys. We saw the highlights for that match in which 2-0 victory of ACT getting the win over ITZY. Moving on to the next stage of this competition here to go against Wolves. That'll be a very challenging matchup, we would definitely say, for them. And but still, being able to get to this round, very convincing. We saw ACT kind of be a little inconsistent in the group stage. They were just barely managed to get into the playoffs there. But this time around, they played really well. They really prepared well for these playoffs. They really were expecting everything that ITZY threw at them, and they really shined today for sure.
And like, especially from a non-post team's point of view as well, like it's a lot of hard work being placed in. Unfortunately speaking, though, I think the pressure kind of did get to them towards the playoffs. In group stages, they did really well, right? But then I just think maybe in playoffs, there was a lot of pressure on towards the team. We did see Bailu not really playing to his full form. We did also see the survivors not playing to their best condition as well. So I just feel like for today, a little bit unfortunate for ITZY, but it does show quite a lot, right? From ACT's point of view, they kind of delivered what they promised when it comes to, the rematch, when it comes to, improving themselves. And with these two games today, being able to finish it on a 2-0 note, it does show like, these teams are really adapting fast.
Yeah, they really are adapting fast, especially for both ACT and both ACT and Weibo, two teams that again were a bit inconsistent with their stability, but this time around they're really well prepared, and we'll see how they're able to do as the things progress. It'll be a lot more challenging for them as this bracket moves on. Weibo's now going to have to go against Axwave, who was very strong in the group stage. The team expected to do well, but they definitely did overperform from what we expected. And then now you have to go against Wolves and against a Hunter who's yet to not 4-kill a game, I believe, right? So that's gonna be very difficult for them as well. I think there was one round where there was like a 1 escape or something, right? But
yeah, there was. I think he only got like he hasn't lost.
He hasn't lost.
He hasn't lost.
Yeah, I don't even think he's tied yet, right? So, but yeah, we have the MVP here, 2-4 eliminations here for Jinjo.
But it's given to the Goldman here as well. I guess it does kind of make sense as well, especially after that blink from his basement camp there to bring quite a lot of points towards the Survivor side. Yeah, so that blink was really something that was a little bit unexpected. I guess from this point onwards, though, moving on towards quarterfinals, all teams will now be a little bit more wary of his Goldman, especially when it's in basement.
Definitely, they have to. It was a new tactic. They were talking about bringing new tactics, and they brought in the Blink Goatman. Not something we definitely expected, but it did work out quite well for ACT. So there you go. That's going to be the MVP to this ACT Hunter here. ACT moving on to 2-0. We will have the interview from him in a moment. But you see, 2 best deductions, 2-4 eliminations, over 11,000 average deduction. With both the first round Goatman, the starters didn't even come close to getting to the end game. And then the second round Ivy, 3 ciphers remaining on 2 Terror Shocks on the rescues. It was just almost unheard of, so definitely well deserved.
That's definitely a little bit more. He probably ranked up when it comes to the rankings for the Terror Shocks, didn't he? 2 Terror Shocks in that one single game, I think. It does show quite a lot. It does show quite a lot. Average Terror Shocks is 1. And we know that, I think rank 1 average Terror Shocks is ranked 1.5. But well, aside from all that, we probably ranked up there quite a lot. But it's really nice to see from Jinjo's point of view as well. His group stages wasn't the best. They did struggle a little bit, especially when it comes to going up against ORTI and MRC.
Yeah, he did have a bit of a difficult time there, but we're going to get into our interview here for this match.
首先恭喜 ACT 拿下今天比赛的胜利，我们请到了真真九和医生来到赛后采访，向你打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ACT 的医生。大家好，我是 ACT 的真真九。
欢迎两位，太棒了！今天这个2-0摧枯拉朽，而且是突破了队史。首先第一个问题想给到两位就是，浅浅的描述一下刚才在后台你们是怎么庆祝的吧？ 好久没听到这么热烈的欢呼了。
对，当时我们备战间嘛，看见 BOR 一个震慑我们就飞起来一遍，一个震慑就飞起来一遍。
啊，你们今天2场比赛，第1场打的人跳起来，第2场打的人飞起来，马上第3场要上天了。因为今天确实能看到第2场的那2个震慑太秀了。那真真九呢？刚才打完之后有看到所有求生者、所有的队员、所有的教练工作人员都在后台迎接你。 有没有什么？刚才有没有发生什么有爱的事情？大家有怎么夸夸你呢？
我看到医生张开双手，我也想拥抱呢。结果妄想把我举起来。
是这样的吗？就是你们2个在后台准备拥抱对方，结果医生你要把他举起来。
对对对。
成功了吗？用了妄想应该是失败了。
他有点妄想了。
我们今天。 真真九 MVP 这个含金量太重了，举不起来是很正常的事情。那接下来第一个问题，比赛当中相关的当然是要给到真真九，因为今天上来这个跛脚羊，那么后台有没有就是惊呼？天哪！你们求生者平常训练赛过的是什么样的日子啊？
是对，主要是训练赛也压力很大嘛，所以很意料之内。
很意料之内，因为知道他的这个跛脚羊有多么的强。
是的。
那今天地下室的几波，其实，在后台很多工作人员就嘱咐我一定要多问几个问题，因为他们也特别想知道，第1波的那个地下室的拦截很关键。当时把人挂在地下室的时候，是有想到一个什么样子的追击，包括手语的一个节奏去做一个规划呢？
本来是想防守地下室的，但是在挂人的时候起耳鸣了，他们想过来秒救，但是秒救也是非常可以接受的。 然后秒救的话，我的节奏一样很好。
节奏就是一直掌握在你的手里，很难想象这是真真第1次打如此大的深渊线下的赛事。天哪，赛后采访也如此的稳健。那接下来就想问一下第2波，因为第2波也是真的太神了。一开始可能是因为有一个小的失误，但是飞速的补了一个闪现。就当时有没有在场上意识到自己手速如此之快，摁出了这样一个惊雷天人、灵光一闪的操作呢？
想弥补一下失误吧，但是， 笼子没框到人，有点小难受。
刚才在后台真真九还说，其实没想到，完全就是在想自己那个笼子空掉的事。但是后台见到他那个闪现摁出来，伊森，大伙儿有没有觉得天哪，好秀？因为我们很多观众都没有看到那么快的手速，你们是如何反应的当时？
主要他当时临场就立马打了一个那个落地倒嘛，很关键的，最后打了个双倒，然后又挂到那旁边续第二手节奏嘛，所以非常的震惊当时。
没错，真的是把大家都折服了。然后包括第一局上半场完成了一个这么漂亮的4抓之后，下半场我们求生者也是在很关键的监管者的第一局拿下了一个希望的火种。那最后也是伊森跑出去的嘛。那个门点呢，会不会还是有一点小惊恐？
原本是觉得应该是够的，但是后面心跳起来了，就心率慢慢往上升了，对。
就那个心跳起来了，你的心跳也起来了，这是真正的同频共振。那因为第一局拿下了这么大的一个优势之后，因为是有一个4抓嘛，那第2局的时候看到大家面对对面的歌剧是求生者线上的，整个运用的阵容啊，然后包括 BP 好像都很有说法，是不是已经准备到这一首歌剧了？看你们应对的还是很得心应手的。
主要还是因为军工厂它是个克制在歌剧的地图嘛，所以选择一个主要有先知，然后这样子就不是很怕，然后先知也是双弹飞轮嘛，就这样子好打很多。
能看到大家有条不紊，完全不慌。那接下来就讲到真真九那2个把咱们求生者大家都打到天花板上的那2个震慑。就第一波，首先看到对面是 BP 的时候选到一个医生，有没有还是有点大吃一惊的呢？面对对方的这样的一个选择，一开始在想什么？在 BP 的时候，有跟教练犯嘀咕吗？第2局的时候，选医生的时候，当时看到doctor， 有没有说 why？
医生选出来并没有什么影响，所以就不会有什么影响心态的情况。
就因为觉得对面想争嘛，所以我们正常打就好了。那2个震慑呢？第一波震慑是如何操作到的？让我们都是这个。
因为医生飞轮教过了，他那个侵蚀度 A 运 A 也救不下来了，所以直接出刀了。
当时已经是卡在一个很极限的一个位置和情况下了，所以是一切尽在掌握之中。那第2个呢？让我们就避免一下。
第2个就是想按一下出刀。
就按一下出刀，无他，为手熟耳，就给你博弈到了。确实，因为那2个真是相当之关键了。然后包括今天整场的比赛看下来，能够看到大家的熟练度特别棒。首先还是想问一下真真，因为刚才也讲过，就很难想象你目前的一个状态，真的是第一次参加如此之大型线下赛的新人。包括其实在抽签的时候，因为当时白鹿坐在你们中间嘛，这次打的也是老朋友了。就这一路走来，有没有什么特别想要去分享一些的话？有没有什么话想要对自己的好朋友呀、小伙伴呐，或者是有什么特别想感谢的人，包括对粉丝讲的呢？
抽到 ITZY 的时候，其实看那个分区的时候大概就能看出来，所以也没有很意外。然后就抽完就全力备战 ITZY 嘛。然后对于我的伙伴、粉丝还有家人、队友，就是谢谢你们的支持吧。
哇，真神，太老练了！伊森，你觉得吗？你有没有觉得他非常的老练？你也来总结2句吧，让我看看你们2个谁更老练。对粉丝讲2句，让我看看你们2个谁更老练。他好会总结哟，好稳哎！伊森，哈哈，男神队长说2句。
没有辜负，就是支持我们的每一个粉丝，非常感谢大家，这是我们做到了线下。
你们做到了，特别棒！今天在后台听到了来自 ACT 一波一波山呼海啸的欢呼，很久没有感受到如此的热血了。谁的光荣不是伴着眼泪？今天 ACT 特别棒，也是再次恭喜 ACT 拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
就是这儿了。
出发前我们做个标记。走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
我跟我疲れた了。
没道理啊，方向明明是对的。ここまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。
来到第5人格生命的呼唤吧总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请成都竞技战队登台喊话。
这一场赢的只会是我们。
有请成都竞技兔子、18、心安无梦、皮皮虾、枯草、桃行。下面有请 MRC 战队登台喊话。
明天我们还要站在这里。
有请 MRC 奈奈、安乐、小程、小迪、花慈、于晴。这一场比赛由成都竞技对阵 MRC，2支队伍都以蓄势待发，让我们一起期待这场精彩的较量。下面。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty 8 Global Finals Elimination Day number 1. And of course, sharing the mic with me here is none other than Mello, and I'm Chocho. We'll be commentating for you for match number 3 of today for MRC versus GG. Now, how are you feeling?
Well, first of all, I'm feeling really happy because I get to cast with you. So, yeah. And believe it or not, guys, this is the one time that I get to cast with Chocho. So I'm super excited for it. And the games we're going to be casting is also super interesting as well. GG versus MRC, I'm excited for that. But of course, let's not forget TE versus FT. Super excited for FT as well. But yes, I'm doing really great. And Chocho, nice hair, by the way.
Oh, you too. You know, when you came in and I was like, oh, Mel, your hair. And then I started talking about, oh, Mel. During my 2.5 years here, I've been seeing you with your whole hair evolution from having hair to no hair and now this hairstyle.
No hair. God, the bald era. But
the bald era, yes. So
I
really,
know.
How are you feeling about this hair, this new hairstyle?
First of all, I asked the hair designer to give me a poodle haircut, so there's that.
Poodle haircut.
But yeah, poodle's haircut. But then moving on to GG, we're going to be introducing the teams Violet, 18, Xiaoma, Pibisha, Kuchao, and TX. These will be the players on GG.
As for MRC, we are seeing Nanako, Ali, Xiaocheng, Xiaodi, Hua, Love Left. So it's a huge powerhouse from Chinese mainland side, and it is a elimination round. It's do or die. We've seen 2 teams that have moved on forward today, Weibo Gaming as well as ACT, whereas RC and ITZY has unfortunately been eliminated in the first half of the day as we look into their stats comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unfortunate, but this is a high stakes sort of situation, right? Like where winner takes all. They continue on, the one that loses will go home, unfortunately. But just going into this game itself, Chocho, GG versus MRC, like I'm super excited actually to find out which team will actually come on top, because both teams have their pros and cons, right? And I know we talked about this backstage just now, and we were talking about GG versus MRC, but you know what? Let's introduce the MRC survivors first, and then let's talk a little bit more later on. Xiaodi, that's the captain, the backbone of Team Miracle right there. I'm pretty sure, despite his demeanor now, he's definitely feeling the pressure, right? Because the outcome of this is you either move on or you go home.
Yeah, and we can't forget the MRC, they have this thing where they won the 2024 IVL Autumn. So that is all that ego, all the pride that they are bringing forward, hoping to get results from it. So let's finger cross and see how it's going to be here as we look into Nanako. Nanako, a very stable Kaita in his team here, 76.2 seconds of containment time. He's played the antiquarian forward, 5 minutes later aeroplanist, as well as the seer, and he had the MVP on his novelist for 243 seconds of containment time.
Well, I want to kite that long, honestly. But unfortunately, it's always -1 digit at the very end. But next up is going to be Love Left. And that's the guy you look for when you need rescuing. Representing Team Miracle as the survivor. As the rescuer main, you can see that there are some pretty impressive stats. You can almost guarantee a rescue with him at 0.91. But of course, the 45% escape rate does help Team Miracle to secure points in tight spots.
Yeah, Love Left also one of the MVP players in the survivor lineup of MRC. So MRC team actually is one of the teams, right? The survivor side have so many MVPs, whereas Xiao Cheng, we don't see much MVPs on him. So we could totally be seeing MRC survivors carrying this game here. We could see that potentially happening as we look into Abyss:卯. Yes, 64% of escape rate here, second place among all the other survivors. So hopefully MRC side, they're able to guarantee that at least one escape from the very monstrous side of GG's Hunter, which we'll be seeing here, Xiaoma.
Yeah, that's a very scary hunter sitting in front of you guys right now. I mean, this guy, he may not look like it, but this guy, when he plays, he turns into a whole other level. You know what I mean? Like he just steps up, he just locks in. And that's the scary part. When he locks in, he gets the points needed by the team when necessary, when needed, when required. And you can tell as well, he's 5th in place in total with 45% for elimination rate. And hopefully, I think we'll be probably seeing that result again being replicated in round number 1. So Chocho, Miracle, like what you said, 1 person out at least.
And also one thing to note, we'll be seeing the coaches here. Heng Heng from MRC side has been the coach for the longest time. Also the coach, the MVP coach that's brought them all the way to becoming champions last year. So truly a hard carry as we look into GG's coach as well. Name is BH.
Wow. I like all these initials, right? It just gives you creativity to guess the name. The first thing I thought about when I saw BH was actually Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter. But I mean, that's fair, right? Because they definitely have a bounty that they need to collect, right? And they're going to settle it in Ever Sleeping Town in game number 1. So how do you like this map, Chocho? Because we usually see this in BO3. Right?
That's the case. Yeah, we see BO3, then we see the end coming up.
Yeah.
But one thing to note as well, because during the match stats comparison, right, GG's team excels in Chinatown. We saw that being banned out. And now MRC excels in Ever Sleeping Town. So this is an MRC favored map here. If MRC is able to get the advantage, it will be good for them. Then afterwards, we'll be back to GG's hands to select that map. So Ever Sleeping Town, we always have this question, right? You know, I always see in Posh, how many tram hits will we seeing here? We see the tram god always favoring one side of a team.
Yeah.
Who will he favor this time?
Or the tram doesn't favor anyone at all, just bumps into anyone, right? But yeah, I mean, I would love to play this game with you. And thank God we have this in BO1. So we can pretty much expect a lot of action coming in, right? Because this is where the teams have to fight out for the points as hard as they can in BO1. You can see Xiaodi, like, I think he's praying to the tram god right there.
He better be.
He better be. I'm like, please.
This is your time.
Please. I'm sorry.
To really pray for it. Yeah, we also saw the phones actually they're heading towards the band pick phase, I believe. So we'll be seeing that happening shortly for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, while waiting for the picks to be locked in, just a quick shout out to everyone in the chat. How are you guys doing? So sorry we have not greeted you guys yet. Super happy to see you guys. And yeah, Chocho and I will be sharing the mic today. This is day number 1 of playoffs. Technically, it's day number 11, right? But playoffs, day number 1. Yeah, we're happy to see you. Just seeing Rennie in the chat. Carol, as usual. Caroline. Zale. Just a girl who's married to 487. Cap. And of course, all of you guys, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing great.
Yeah, hope you guys definitely are doing great. Wow, and also shout outs to Eli that's in the chat as well.
Oh my god, Chocho, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, all of you guys. bring so much positivity in the chat. And also, of course, we also digress a little bit as we head back into the ban pick phase, right? We do see the Enchantress being picked here. We saw the Japanese side, right? Japanese divisions, they love their Enchantress coming in BO1 to go against that Goatman. Xian Umong's Goatman. Let's look into his history in the group stages. His average, right? On average, in that 4 rounds, he got a 3.5 kills with that Goatman.
Wow.
BO1. Yeah.
3.5. 0.5 because of the Enchantress, probably. But yeah, that's a very impressive number though. But maybe Xiaodi, like you pointed out that the Japanese teams love an Enchantress in BO1, right? So maybe Xiaodi is just adopting what works, right? So they're gonna adopt this into their lineup. There's a puppeteer, there's a knight, there's a coordinator. So I think this is a really, how would you say, it induces excitement, right? This encourages the hunter to bring excitement. But the question is, will Xiaomong actually go with the excitement against this lineup? Or do you think that Xiaomong is just like, nah, it's okay, I'll just take this. I prefer to have the abnormal instead.
I think he's just gonna go for the abnormal still, because even if you bring excitement, right, it's just too hard. It's just too hard. We look into the team comp MRC survivors, right? The Knight, unchaseable, the Puppeteer unchaseable, Enchantress as well. Enchantress, if you're having like great luck, maybe at the start you can potentially get a free hit and you just snowball from there on, which is still very hard because of the stunts. But I just want to think of this as this is Xiaoma. This is Xiaoma. He's gonna do anything and everything with that Goatman.
Wow.
Yeah, at least a 3 kill. That is something that we can definitely expect from him.
Yeah, I can feel the aura coming in when you said, this is Xiaoma, man. Cho believes in Xiaoma right here, right? Yes. The faith. And I can imagine a lot of you guys that placed your apples on Team GG. You guys are definitely probably putting your faith onto Xiaoma from Team GG here. So guys, the picks have been locked in. We can see the survivors and the hunters. The selections are here locked in. The question is, who is going to come on top in this game number 1 first half? Please do show your support. And Chocho, I'm so bad at giving emojis to the representing teams. What do you suggest for GG and MRC?
Oh my gosh, I'm terrible as well.
Okay, you do one, I'll do one.
Okay,
GG Panda. GG Panda. Okay, I'll go first.
Okay, GG Panda. MRC, I think still a crown for me, MRC.
A crown. All right. Yes. All right. So the crown versus the Panda. We'll see which one prevails. But right now at the spawn location, you can see the Puppeteer is going to be in the middle of the action. Enchantress close by, but the Goatman is going to be spawning on top, below the coordinator. Okay, psyched. He's considering, he's going up and down. Yeah, but ultimately going below coordinator. I want to ask you who's the best target to chase first, right? But honestly, I feel like everyone's just so hard.
For me, I think the easiest here would be the coordinator, but for me, it's still the coordinator. Out of these 4 characters, Knight is seriously so hard to chase, and then there's the Enchantress and the Puppeteer. You need at least 4 cages to down the Puppeteer if he plays it right. And early game, we don't have a lot of resentment to work with. It doesn't generate very fast as well. So this is going to be a tough match for Xiaoma here. Is he able to do it here? As we look into this, he brought the excitement now.
Oh, yeah. I think he doesn't like to be harassed a lot. So I like this. No abnormal. So obviously the Cyphers are not going to be in control. But we can see 2 borrowed times on Puppeteer and Coordinator. Knight and Enchantress will not have any borrowed time at all. But this is Nello, and joined by me is Chocho. This is going to be game number 1, first half.
Right, not wasting any time. Let's see who the Tram God favors this round, as he's gonna hit straight for Xiaodi. Xiaodi is on that coordinator, but he's just gonna... Oh, I thought he was gonna bait there a little bit, but he's just gonna hit straight for the Geisha instead. Where ITZY is at... No, changing targets once again to left, interrupting Cyphers left and right. Nanako in front. Is he gonna commit?
Yeah, I guess he has to commit to one, right? Ultimately, he's disturbing everyone, but he's going for a pretty hard target, actually. This is the Enchantress that's going to be the first chase, so it probably doesn't... Wait, what? What? Oh, I thought that was going to be a hit for sure, but now the hit's going to register. Nanako getting hit there. A little bit of confusion in the battleground just now, Chocho. Coming in. Oh, he's not even going to pallet? He's not even going to pallet? Why? The pacifist? The pacifist route, Chocho. That's it. I figured it out. No more skull to work with too. Oh, he has the skull to work with, but the premature excitement, that's gonna cost Xiaoma a little bit. Nanako is he's gonna burst that stun onto Xiaoma.
Wow, and Nanako just has a sliver of health left. He might not even need this cage, but I think he does too, because there's no blink, there's no nothing. He needs to close the distance with Enchantress and refrain from her farming all those stacks, as she is finally down now. 2 stacks on her, and she will be chat at the center, interrupting one of the ciphers. Knight is nearby, I believe, so rescue should be quite safe here.
Yeah, that was a very patient Enchantress, right? Either it's a very patient Enchantress or a pretty impatient Goatman. But whatever it is, that play definitely worked out. 3 ciphers have almost been done. Puppeteer coming in for the rescue. Xiaoma looking to down this rescue.
Yep. Able to get a very safe one. Nanako will be getting that farm as well. 2 stacks remain, 2.5 actually. Question still remains, right, as to whether this Enchantress will be able to rebound Kai. If she's able to rebound Kai, I think ciphers might be enough here. So this is going to be very crucial. Who is coming for the second rescue? Are they able to body block? Coordinator has the gun to work with. The Knight has the Tide Turner.
Yeah, that's true. But by the time Coordinator comes probably with the gun, I don't think they're even going to send the Coordinator in, right? They're probably going to send in like maybe the Knight, right? With the Tide Turner and all. So you can see the almost instant hit coming in, but Huatsu will be able to make it in time. Nah, he's just going to use the skill to release him. Okay, now Nanako, that's your last life here. You only have 2 stacks. Nanako!
The shield!
Oh, the excitement! The excitement! Oh, this was a very well-timed excitement. Nanako is going to fall very, very shortly. Xiaoma is in a race against time because Chocho, it's going to be 3v1 now, but there are still 3 ciphers remaining.
Alright, and if looking at the excitement, right, is still on cooldown. If they're able to get the ciphers all popped, Xiaoma's endgame is going to be relatively weak. There's no teleport to work with. Love left, trying to pop that cipher, but still not quite enough. Should be able to use this puppet here. It shouldn't be in much danger as well. Yeah, the last cipher, the standstill one should be 83% at the fake gate. Let's see how Love Left is going to cut it out away from the cipher.
Oh, he's done it, but I don't think Xiaoma is going to be too focused onto the Puppeteer. Look, you can already see he's already moving on. He knows that the last cipher in this vicinity is in this vicinity. 1 cipher remaining, 89%. Xiaoma does not have... the cooldown is still up, so he won't be able to change his traits. All he can do is just try and down as many survivors as possible. Huatsu is gonna go down, Knight's gonna go down, Puppeteer is just gonna die with 1 hit without the cage. Coordinator's the only one with full health, but it's already at 99%, Jojo. Cypher's primed. What's going on? Trem.
Back me to nowhere, but able to get the hit regardless. You'll get the pop, but Knight does not have borrowed time. So you will be seeing the chair regardless. Gate is being forced open. Teleport will be up in 5 seconds. What is Xiaoma's game plan here? Can he get a 4K? As Xiaoti's heading towards the gate, gate's not open just yet.
No, wait. Oh, beautiful. Come on, use it, Xiaoti.
Excitement.
Xiaoti. Oh, the excitement's gonna nail it. But here's the thing, Chocho. MRC was actually looking for a 1-man escape, right? Against Xiaoma. So with this, maybe, yeah, he's just gonna leave. I think they're happy with this 1-man escape. Since this is MRC's map choice, right? So, well done on the side of MRC, getting 1 person out. But Xiaoma, 3.5 average 4K elimination. This guy, I think he wants more. But honestly, in that situation, I think it was best case scenario, right, Jojo?
Definitely best case scenario for MRC survivors. Looking at that, right, 3.5Ks on average. Now that he only got a 3, which is less than what he usually get, I think Xiaoma is definitely a little bit disappointed. He wanted to carry for his team, but We need to remember that MRC survivors, they are a bunch of MVP players here. Okay, and they are so individually skilled. We don't question that at all. Even though we saw certain missteps on the Enchantress, we need to know that there was also Xiaoma with the excitement, right? He used it perfectly at the start and also towards the end. He did all three great excitements, and that's all that matters. He got that 3K, and we'll see how GG Survivors ultimately move on from here.
Yeah, ultimately it paid off, right? Because there was so many harassments going on, and I think if he actually brought Abnormal, the Enchantress would have been able to live much longer, right? And you notice he didn't even had the opportunity to use the trump card to change into a teleport. It was just purely excitement the entire time, and it definitely showed. But good job, MRC, getting one survivor out. But Xiaoma is still in a very good position, Shosho, because 3K. I mean, we've seen hunters that got less than that, especially in BO1 against a very, very strong survivor lineup. So I would say game's still just starting, Jojo. Second half is still to come.
Yeah, and we also can tell, right, that these survivors, right, they are starting to really adjust to the meta. They know ways to counter it, the way to play around it, and they also understand the fact that Xiaoma's BO1 hunter will always, forever be the Goatman. They did a full-on Goatman counter comp, and it worked out for them. They managed to get at one escape in this hunter meta. So I think it's definitely a good job well done on MRC survivor side. Now, back to GG Survivors. We need to talk a little bit more about them because GG Survivors, okay, we know there was this matchup between GG and Wolves. Wolves Chong'ai. Chong'ai was on this 4K win streak, and on the last day of the group stages when they went up against GG Survivors broke his win streak. Although it was a 3K still, they broke the 4K win streak. So GG Survivors still some group of people to be feared here that MRC Xiaocheng need to really be prepared for.
Exactly. I agree with you. MRC has already done their part, getting one survivor out in this map against Xiaoma's very, very strong Goatman. So GG right now, they only have one objective in mind, which is to either equalize or do better than MRC survivors, right? So this is a very rare situation. I think this is a very rare situation where we've seen survivors get the W in BO1, right? But I mean, just picking a little bit from what you said just now, like, oh, they are adjusting very well to the Hunters meta in BO1 now, and they're adjusting very well to Hullabaloo and Goatman. Who knows? Maybe GG finally holds the key to breaking that lose streak of survivors in BO1. But do you expect Xiaocheng to bring the exact same character into this lineup? Like, hey, I'm gonna bring the Goatman, and then GG's gonna respond to the same lineup?
It could be possible because if we hit into the group stages, right, MRC's Xiaocheng, he has brought out the Goatman and Hullabaloo before. He's also brought out Ivy in BO1 before. So it's very hard to predict what Xiaocheng is going to be picking here. I think he's going to look into the team comp first of GG Survivors, then decide on what's the best course of action there as we look into GG's Survivor introduction.
Yeah, TX going to start things off. You can see that he escapes quite a lot compared to my 0% escape rate, but that's definitely going to help his team in one way more than the other. But he plays the Psychologist, also has the Seer in mind. And the combo with Seer is actually pretty good despite the nerfs, right, in the global server. But moving on, we are going to see Ku Chao. That's the guy, the captain of the team. Chocho, talk to me more about him.
Ku Chao, of course, he played more of the rescue roles for his team. Yeah, pretty stable rescues, right? And also 1.18, and also average containment time of 86.06, fifth among all the other survivors in this competition. So he can kite with these characters, he can rescue very well with these heroes as well. So that's the thing. Ku Chao, he's just as simple as it gets, and he's just that good.
Wow. I mean, as a rescuer main, and you are the one that kites the most, that's actually insane when you think about it,
He's
right?
2 in 1.
Yeah, it's 2 in 1. I'm like, wow, that's really good. But moving on, we're going to be seeing 18. You know that he loves ciphers, right? Especially when his average decoding is in the top 10, right? But he actually plays the Explorer, which explains a lot. And of course, the Aeroplanist. So one of the two has a lot of impact. Explorer, you got to master the art of hiding and whatnot. Aeroplanist, also a very good character against Goldman.
As well as we look into PP Xia here, Hunter transition to Survivor, as I like to call Kuga Xia 2.0 as well. PP Xia here, we see the Anti-Current as well as the Priestess being spotted here. We know that he plays the Priestess as well. Unfortunately, did not see much success against Chong Ai the other day, in the last day of group stages. But let's see if he's able to make a comeback here, alright? Maybe they might pick an Ever-Slipping Town Priestess here.
Yeah, I mean, Priestess is still very good in this kind of map, right? Especially when there are buildings interconnected with one another. The portal just helps you get to the other side of the map, into the middle part. But Xiao Cheng, though, he has a lot that he needs to do in front of him, because he needs to get at least a 3 or 4K. A 3K to equalize, a 4K to actually win game number 1. But GG Survivors, I mean, you talk about how they're quickly adapting to the Hunter meta in BO1. I feel like GG Survivors are going to put up a really, really strong fight. But the question is, what composition are they going to do it with?
Great question. Are they gonna Cypher rush through it, or are they gonna pick characters that are, you know, what we saw from the other round where there is
What would you suggest? What would you suggest? Hide with the Explorer, or just employ the Enchantress, the fight back characters, Enchantress Coordinator, or Hide and Decode?
I think GG Survivors, they can definitely face their fears. They can kite, they can decode fast as well, they can rescue well as well. They are just all-rounder team here. Nothing to fear. And for Xiao Cheng's side, we did see him struggle a little bit in the group stages, right? With the new Hunter meta, not really adjusting too well. So I think this could also be one of the main source of concern for their coach Xia Heng from MRT side. Not too sure how Xiao Cheng is gonna fare here against GG Survivors. It's gonna be a very, very tough one to see. And also the moment of truth, whether Xiao Cheng has been able to adjust since the group stages.
I mean, these guys are veterans, right? They are no strangers to COA. And coming to playoffs, I think this is something that a lot of the players here have the experience in this tournament situation. So I feel like it just comes down. They're all technically gifted. It's just a matter of outputting the 100%. The power, the skills that they have practiced countless hours. And the team that can keep their cool and play the most, I feel like that's going to be the deciding factor. Because Xiao Cheng's also a very proficient hunter, right? Alongside Xiaoma. So honestly, it just comes to which team keeps their cool, makes the least mistake, right? Makes the least mistakes, yeah. Perfectionist. Perfectionist.
Yeah. But if we're talking
mindset.
about perfectionist here, has there been any Survivor team in the tournament that really caught your attention when it comes to perfect gameplays?
I really like Ku Chao and his team, simply because sometimes in certain situations, right, where it seems like they're about to lose it, but
they're about to lose it, guys.
They're about to lose the game. They're about to lose the game, but then they lose it. And then they just lock in, and it's just crazy. Especially Ku Chao, I really like this guy. He's like, oh man, oh god, we're one man down. But he's still locked in, and he as the second kiter, as a rescuer, he managed to turn the game around just by being calm and making those close to impossible plays. So I would say GG Survivors are one of the teams that I really look and admire. But what about you, Chocho? Any teams that caught your eye? The Survivors?
Definitely. I'm not sure if you guys will agree with me, but I saw Wolf's Survivor performance, specifically 487's Novelist Kite.
Ooh.
And I tell you, that is definitely one of the best novelists I've ever seen. This guy is a monster. He's been getting, at least he's getting my recognition for all that Novelist Kite in the group stages.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's just a girl's
I'm not stealing, I'm just saying.
Husband prospect. We'll be seeing Wolves in the later days of the playoffs. But yeah, high praises for shout outs to Wolves, by the way. They've done amazing. They're waiting as well in the next leg of the race. But right now, we have to give our attention to GG versus MRC. XC has a lot of work cut out for him. He expects, like what you mentioned, all-rounder team, right? Okay, we're gonna take a little bit of support out. We're gonna take the hiding character, the Kurt. The Explorer out, we're going to take the Harassment character out, which is the Antiquarian, and that's going to leave GG with First Officer, and we're going to see the Priestess, Aeroplanist, and Puppeteer. So a little bit of difference, right, compared to what Xiaoma played against.
Yeah, looking at the team code, it does feel that they might still are trying to go against a Goatman to me. And this is kind of also like PBXia's redemption Priestess Kite, right? I think he didn't preemptively put those portals, and then the Goatman kind of trapped PBXia, so got a quick hit at the start of the game. So let's see how he's going to be performing here. But now the spotlight is back to Xiaocheng's side, right? What is he going to pick here? The Ivy, Goatman, and the Hula Blue. Even if he doesn't pick the two main meta hunters right now and picks an Ivy, those two will still be available in BO2.
Maybe that's the plan. I'm not sure. Okay, just entertain me on this, right? Maybe that's the plan, right? Because this MRC is strong in this map, right? They got a one-man out. Maybe they could. Yeah, I was thinking about that. They are not going to use the meta characters because this is the map where you can use Ivy. Maybe in the next game, they're going to look to return the favor with meta characters, right? So that's what I thought initially. But do you agree with this pick against this lineup? Because a few of these characters, they can sort of dodge Ivy, so to speak. Like Priestess, yeah, boop, you can just avoid the teleport in. And of course, Aeroplanist, that's a given. So how do you think XC's Ivy can fare against this lineup?
I think it's still not too bad, Like, I agree with you. The moment she teleport over, right, you can preemptively set up portals. For Aeroplanist, you can jetpack away. Puppeteer, maybe not too much of that, but at least she has a puppet to work with still.
Yeah.
If he's going to get 100% corruption, then he just uses his puppet. First Officer, he has a watch to work with too. So, things are looking pretty optimistic for GG Survivors with this lineup, as we see the Hunter spawning right outside Graveyard near the Priestess and the First Officer.
Yeah, probably the juiciest target might be the Priestess, waste all the portals, just avoid those middle to late game supports coming in. A lot of possibilities coming in, right? But we'll have to see right in a little bit soon. Sasabella saying, XC is like a soft person, but a bad boy inside. Do you agree with that?
Soft person, but a bad boy inside.
Yeah. Reminds me of Felix, by the way.
Oh,
you know
from
Felix?
Stray Kids?
Yeah, like the face of an angel, voice like a devil.
Yeah, a little bit like that. I'm not too sure. I'm not feeling the match right now.
Oh, all right. But Borrowed Time is gonna be on the side of Puppeteer and the First Officer, whereas Ivy will be bringing the 6-9 Blink. So we are Anello and Chocho will be your commentators for the second half of the game.
Alright, heading straight for the Priestess, it seems, as he runs straight into the Ivy, getting that 40%, teleporting over now, 60% corruption. PBXia, seems like he did not expect the Ivy to be heading for her.
Yeah, I think so. Because he's definitely caught off guard just now. So he has to be really careful because the curse is already at 80%. But thanks to the portal, as long as XC does not break that portal, he'll be able to keep rotating around, right? But PBXia already at 100%. XC is just walking in, whacking PBXia. PBXia has a tram waiting for him outside, but I'm not sure if he's going to actually use it here. Still has one more portal to work with though. PBXia is still going to be running around the vicinity.
Oh, this is a pretty tough spot for he's able to go over.
Smart.
I thought it was Oreo portal as PBXia hits straight for the Fate Gate area. There isn't anybody there, so he won't be interrupting any of the ciphers. So PBXia in a relatively okay position, does have another portal to work with very soon, but question still remains as PBXia, is he able to kite out because Blink is ready now?
Yeah, PBXia translated is a shrimp, right? So he's actually trying to swim away from Ivy. So come on, he's gonna be able to do it. The last portal that's gonna be utilized to kite a little bit further on, but the teleport gonna come in. It's okay. PBXia only has 24% fear on him. He will still be able to kite here. Kuchao is nearby. Careful, does not want to disrupt the cipher. Has to put down that pallet. XC is gonna blink in. Kuchao, what are you gonna do? He's gonna try and body block actually, but no. Beautiful effort though. Beautiful effort.
Wow, what an amazing hit from Xiaocheng's Ivy. Great. Oh, and able to stun Hu Chao, so he might be able to get free hit here. But forced to use the first item here, so when it comes to the second rescue, if Hu Chao uses the last watch, he will not have any endgame potential unless he waits some time to open up some chest. Now, Pipisha, the shrimp, is in the sky. We'll be seeing the chair very soon.
Yeah, flying prawn. Flying shrimp.
Flying prawn.
Yeah, but you can see
fish.
flying fish. But you can see a difference here, right, Chocho? Because in this game, during this period of time, they already have 3 ciphers done. But here, 2 ciphers are so new, and the first officer ciphers is interrupted, right? So Hu Chao's gonna come in, try and rescue. Probably does not want to wait too long. Wants to go in a little bit earlier. Gonna get that rescue. 78%, 86%. Has to be really careful, Pipisha, with that final portal, trying to make it to the middle. Yeah, XC. Wow, that was such a good timing by Pipisha.
Yes, absolutely. As we see him trying to kite away as far as possible from his teammate Cypher, he's doing a relatively good job, guys. So he's kiting outside of the tight turner already. So this is actually Pipisha doing maximum effort kiting here. Another 20 corruption, missing that scream. So Pipisha still able to kite for another day. Look at the ciphers, guys. It's almost done.
Pipisha! What? Pipisha! 2 ciphers remaining and Pipisha is still running. This shrimp refuses to die. He's like, no seafood for you today. No, Ivy, no. And that's the thing. Pipisha is still running. 2 ciphers are almost done. Pipisha does not have borrowed time though. So I feel like they're just gonna... Okay, great. It's changing targets here. 96% on this last cipher. XC does not have trump card, ladies and gentlemen, so he will not be able to change trade into abnormal nor teleport in the late game. But Pipisha, a little bit safe in the moment. Hu Chao, all of them are injured. 18 is the only one healthy and starting a new cipher.
All right, great call to start a new cipher. Though this one is very close though, but they might not want to risk it. They want to play this safely. The hunter already got the advantage, so if they're able to get more here...
The tram! The tram!
Stop Pipisha! Nobody! So...
Right? But it's not Pipisha! It's not Pipisha! It's not Pipisha's target. Oh, are they gonna pop?
They can't.
Just pop, right?
They don't have borrowed time. Pipisha don't have borrowed time, so...
But he can just pop, right? He can just pop and then just open the gate. Oh wait, this is Pipisha's second chair! He's not dead! Oh my god! How long has this guy been kiting? How long?
Wow, alright. We lost track of time there, sorry guys, but they are coming for this rescue. They are geared up for the end game. We see someone at the gate as well. So this could potentially be a 4-man end game as we see potentially tie and above situation for survivors.
Wow, this is just crazy. The gate has been opened. Okay, careful. TX is going to be in Little Lewis form, trying to run away, put down a little bit, 100%. But oh my god. What a beautiful play. And that's the play that's going to help him keep alive a little bit longer. You can see that Pipisha is trying to heal himself up. He's far away from sight, from mine. But I think XC has an idea where he is.
I don't think so.
But wait, no. The dungeon's here actually.
Stand up.
The dungeon's here too.
Alright. I thought that maybe if he has a portal to walk with, he could do a long portal all the way over. But
he can stand! He can stand! He's running! Guys! All they have to do... The shrimp! His teammates just need to leave and he'll be able to go out.
Oh my goodness, he's so close, but he doesn't have any portal to work with. That's the huge situation. If he's able to get stunned here, but the blink hit by Xiaocheng, ending all the stream's dreams here as we see a 3 escape on GG Survivor's side. What a great start for them. Usually we do see a 4K at the start, but 3 escape from GG Survivors? That's unheard of.
That's crazy. That's 6-2 in favor of GG. Right? I know it's not a goat man. I know it's not a hullabaloo. But still, it's Xiaocheng's Ivy. And he had a foothold in that game during the early to mid games. But GG Survivors just turned it around with Pipisha's amazing kiting. That shrimp does not want to be served on the restaurant table. And he refuses to die. And ultimately, I would say he's the MVP of the game. He helped GG get that 3-man escape in game number 1. What a game, Chocho. I'm so stoked.
You know, we were thinking like, why aren't they popping? Okay, because they don't have borrowed time. But then, yeah, he doesn't borrow time. Maybe they should be popping. Then we realized that, He hasn't even been on his second chair.
Right?
He tied all the way through Tide Turner and stayed alive throughout all the way when Cypher was prime. That's how strong PPSha is now. And definitely we don't doubt him as a survivor. That shrimp is definitely alive and we will be seeing him later on again.
Exactly.
And this is definitely the redemption kite. We didn't see him succeed very well in the group stages with the shrimp Christus, but he definitely did, yeah.
Yeah, 142 seconds. He's definitely saying, oh, you think Hu Chao can kite? You think Hu Chao can kite as a rescuer? I can kite. And he's definitely showing what he's capable of here. And honestly, I want to say that, yeah, I kind of expected it, but in a manner I was expecting a draw, right? But getting that triple escape, that was huge, because now they can go into game number 2 and they can just tie things out and just play defensive. Make MRC do all the moves, force them to initiate the moves, and then they can defend and just capitalize on any mistakes that MRC do, right? So, I mean, an amazing first game. Super excited. I feel like a lot of people who have been spamming the pandas in the chat just now, you guys are definitely in the driver's seat now. You guys are definitely, your apples are safe for now. But
for now.
For now. But for those of you spamming the crowns emoji, guys, we still have game number 2. And honestly, MRC still has the hunter. XC still has the meta hunters to work with. Game number 2.
Yeah, he does have the meta hunters to work with, but let's look into our BO1 highlights and get right back to BO2 later on.
知道了。都是尾程。OK， 大概率是尾一修了。我找3把了，我干嘛？天门，那我天门。骑士没打到。掌门90，我有。怎么说？走一个了。往前走。等下了。往前走。你也会被秒，你要摇秒。走。对。我在大门，他往你来走，你要起来打不动。我走小分的3跑，我来3跑，我走不了。
And we are back with BO2 of our elimination round. It's a do or die between these two teams as we have GG winning BO1 as of now.
Yeah.
So BO2, let's see if the shrimp.
Yeah, 6-2. It's actually, I want to say that the score is really high, but when I think about it, 6-2, nah, not too far, right? MRC bias right here. Like, yeah, it's not too far. They can definitely come back. You know, all they have to do is just get a 4-man elimination plus 2-man escape, and that's it, right? Because
that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
MRC's gonna lose it.
Yeah, he's gonna
They're losing their minds over this. Like,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, how are we gonna get a 3 escape on Star side, 3k on the Hunter side? But you mentioned, right, that those 2 meta hunters, Goatman, Hula Blue, is still available for Xiaocheng.
Yeah.
So
Still available.
nothing is impossible. Yes.
Nothing is impossible. Everything's possible, especially when you have the 2 meta characters out, right? But MRC, I mean GG survivors, seeing how well PPSha played just now, and seeing how well GG actually played just now, I feel like maybe Xiaocheng made the right decision to bring out ITZY first, right? Because I have a feeling if Xiaocheng actually utilized the Goatman in the first game, I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like it might be a riskier bet, because GG might end up with a 1-man escape, or they might end up with a 2-man escape, right? So I feel like XC actually avoided that kind of gamble. So yeah, going into game number 2, MRC still has the meta hunter, so I think they are able to come back in game number 2, but let your emojis show who you support, right? Pandas or crowns, and pandas for GG, crowns for MRC. So hopefully we'll be able to see that comeback in game number 2, Chocho.
Yeah, definitely. And also, you talk so much about MRC, their game plan and everything, but we cannot forget about GG. Xiaoma, okay? In his VO2, he has consistently been picking the opera singer. And his opera singer is on average in the 4 rounds in the group stages at 3 kills. On average, 3 kills. And he has MVP on the opera singer as well. So another scary, scary challenge for MRC survivors.
That's true. That's true. But if history taught us any lesson, remember what happened to Chong Ai? Right? The streak, right? He got the streak, right? But GG sort of toppled, right? So who's to say MRC won't be able to upset the opera singer by Xiaoma, right? Yeah, that's the thing. That's one. And number 2, Xiao Cheng was just warming up with ITZY, right? We'll be assuming that he was just warming up with ITZY. He was expecting a draw, probably a 3-man is the best, a draw, but he got a one man. It's fine, right? In game number 2, he still has access to Hullabaloo, he still has access to Goatman, and if they go into a big map like Moonlit River Park, or which map was it you say favors GG more? Chinatown, right?
Chinatown.
Yeah, if they go to Chinatown, hey, Goatman would be amazing there, right? It will be amazing there, and I think he'll be able to catch up in points. But that's me. What about you? What do you think?
Catch up in points.
Yeah. You think it's
easier
a little bit too
said
hard?
than done.
Yeah, I feel so too.
Easier said than done. And it really also depends, right? Who they want up to be first, up the game first, because in BO2 we had MRC survivors coming up first. Maybe coming in BO2 we might be seeing MRC's Hunter coming up first against GG survivors, and GG survivors after that upset, right? On to MRC's Xiao Cheng side. I feel like it's gonna be very, very tough to come back from, as we see a small map getting picked here, Arms Factory.
Wow. And that's GG selection, right? Arms Factory. Is it GG selection? It's GG selection, right? And they choose Arms Factory.
Wait, why
right?
Arms?
Maybe he wants to play ITZY here? But there's so many high walls. there's so many high walls, I think.
But we're seeing Xiao Cheng coming up first, so ITZY is already globally banned out. What's left would be his Hullabaloo, Goatman, maybe an N, but N coming into BO2 when there's other hunters is quite
No way. It's gonna be N, right? Yeah. I share your sentiments, right? But no way he's gonna bring a disciple here, right? Because if he loses here, if he fails to make an impact here, MRC survivors, Xiaodi and his band of survivors gonna suffer.
相信我们马哥能应对他们人队，然后我们也会针对小陈的第一手、第二手角色，其实他不一定会按原思路选，然后我们会做出相对的措施，然后让他打得不舒服。
So one thing that Coach mentioned, right, is that they are gonna be targeting his first and second hunter picks in BO1 and 2, and that they recognize the fact that he's not gonna go with the meta. And that's exactly the case. BO1, we didn't see him go with the Hullabaloo or the Goatman. He went straight for the ITZY. So GG survivors, they did great prediction. They did great analysis onto MRC's Hunter side. They didn't mention much about the server. Maybe later on we might see more of that. So yeah, with all those things, they definitely did a great job analyzing him, right? Because with that 3 escape, it was just a statement already.
Yeah, not just analyzing him in terms of, I would say not just in terms of his specialty, his skills, but they were clearly targeting him psychologically as well. Because you notice the last line, he was saying, we just want to aim to make him as uncomfortable as possible. So I feel like that gives, that plays a huge factor, right? The mental state is also really crucial in order to execute a hunter's hunting process, right, into the 4 eliminations really well. So props to them, and we love to see it when this happens, because all strategies comes into play, not just analyzing gameplay, but analyzing the mental state too. And for now, Chocho, I feel like Xiao Cheng, his face might not show it, not smiling like this face card here, but I feel like he's sort of in a predicament here. I don't think he expected to get 3 escaped in the first game, and then now what's he gonna play? Right? We're expecting him to play Hullabaloo and Goatman, but I'm not sure. Based on the interview, like by what Kuchao mentioned, it might not even be a meta hunter here. I'm not so sure.
Guys,
anymore.
it's gonna be N. And Dreamwitch.
And Dreamwitch, really? Dreamwitch maybe, yeah, right? But oh god.
It's hard to predict what Xiao Cheng ultimately goes for, but regardless, right? I think he just needs to. He's definitely will be able to recover from the 3 escape that he just got, and what matters now is how he moves on from here. Is he able to return a 4K, get that 5-point lead for his teammates, recover all the points lost in BO1? That's gonna be a huge question here. So for MRC Xiao Cheng, right? As much as I want to see Dreamwitch and N, I would hope he goes for the Goatman or the Hullabaloo here.
Yeah. I mean, no sense not using him, right? Especially since it's already BO2 and you are currently down. And this is why things are really difficult, because when you are down 1 round, you only have 1 round remaining to make a difference, to make the comeback. And now all of a sudden you feel like your strategy, you're so limited. You want to play non-meta characters like Disciple and Dreamwitch because you're comfortable with them. But at the same time, you want to go with a tried and tested character like Goatman and Hullabaloo. So who knew making decisions in IDV would be so hard?
Yeah, it's so difficult. Like, not just right? They are 2024 IVL champions. So IVR Autumn champions. So they have this like trophy that they have, pride that they have to uphold. Coming into this, if they lose here, they are eliminated, which means in COA 8 global finals, they finish at top 12 only.
Oh my god.
Which is definitely not the best title you want, right? Right next to your team name.
Yeah. Best title if I'm in. if I have a team.
Oh, that's it for me too. Top 12? Yes.
Yes. Best, and it's the best title for FT too, right? I know FT is in the last game of the day, but this is the first time FT is in, so super excited for that as well. But right now, I agree with you. MRC definitely needs to prove that they can defeat GG and move on and get a better placing than top 12. But it is GG after all, and I feel like GG is just very solid now. They start off really solid. They can continue to play solid. You know what I mean? So the only way MRC can win now is if XC evolves into Big C. You know what I mean? Like not Xiao Cheng anymore. He's not small C anymore. He's like Big C, right? Because Xiao in Chinese, in Mandarin, is small. So we don't want to see small Chang anymore. We want to see Big Chang. Big Chang come in, pop off, pop off.
We need him to. We need Big Chang here.
Yeah,
and
the Hulk.
Somehow Big Chang needs to drown the shrimp. Okay.
Drown the shrimp. Good one.
Yeah. So, it's gonna be very hard to do to drown a shrimp. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's really hard. it's like trying to drown a fish, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm gonna drown you in the water. So and the fish is like, yeah, I'm thriving. I'm fine. But somehow, yeah, Xiao Cheng really needs, Big Chang really needs to make an impact here. And I mean, as long as GG just plays solid, leaves no openings, then Xiao Cheng's gonna have a really hard time. But if Xiao Cheng manages to play aggressive enough and poke holes in the defenses of GG, start to find those weak points and poke them, I think it can help in crumbling GG's defense. I think that's the only thing, right? Yeah, I think he has to go super aggressive, right? He has to go super aggressive playstyle and coupled with a super aggressive hunter, which I would say Goatman, because Disciple is hard. It's hard.
Actually, just to add on, right? We saw the crumbling of survivor mentality actually today in one of the matches, which is the ACT versus ITZY one. ITZY survivors against Zhen Zhenjiu's hunter Devil Rescue Terror Shocks. Right, they needed to get at least a tie game, right? At least a tie game to belong to BO3, and they were getting Terror Shots left and right. I think when it comes to survivor mentality, the moment the first domino falls, the rest falls as well.
Yeah.
That's what happened in that match today, and it was truly devastating to watch as we saw them got eliminated as well.
Yeah. And that's why the mentality, the psychological strength is also very important. The ability to come back, reset, right? Reset, come back, and just play your best in dire situations. That's gonna contribute a lot to the outcome of the game. You can see that Pipisha did amazing last game, but he's not even celebrating prematurely. He just wants to keep that constant state of tension, right? That constant state of tension. And I know, guys, you guys in the chat, I feel like we can feel the tension coming in, the music, the BGM coming in. Like, who's gonna win? Is it the panda? Or will it be the crown? Guys, please spam your emojis. The panda for GG, crowns for MRC, because right now, XC is praying for support for Team MRC to get the score advantage in first half game 2.
Yeah, as we see the Goat Man getting banned out here. So this leaves an opening for Xiaochun to pick up the Hula Blue, which he brought up 3 times and had a plethora of results. Had 1 kill, 2 kills, and 4 kills. So when it comes to results, quite inconsistent. But this is the matchup that he really needs to make a statement, as we see the Seer and the Explorer being banned out here.
Yeah, he recognizes that GG really loves the Explorer, right? Especially, who was it again? Was it 18 or TX? Yeah, it was 18. I believe it was 18. So just taking out these characters that can rush ciphers while remaining hidden, that's going to be a problem. But GG is going to respond straight away with Aeroplanist, I understand. But with an Embalmer as well. So this map is pretty small. Do you think an Embalmer works here? What do you think they're expecting out of XC?
I always, whenever I see the Embalmer here in the Arms Factory, right, it keeps going back, jogging my memory back to WBG Survivor side, where I think it was Juan on the Embalmer. Also, Gabriel Su Juan, he fell in the toilet, injured his hand, and WBG had to bring in Al Confit to sub in a Survivor this morning, this afternoon's match. But yeah, it's Gabriel Su Juan.
Get well soon.
Yeah, as we see the Embalmer, right, it's just the whole concept of this, right, is just to kite, huff in yourself so that they can continue the Cypher Rush and continue kiting. They get the second rescue, hopefully Cypher primes by then, or somebody comes and body block, and there is potentially it's going to be a 4-man endgame, or if not, at least a 3-man endgame. That's the home game plan for this Embalmer here.
Yeah, a lot of detailed strategy coming in. The execution has to be flawless because, like what I said earlier, if the wall of defense crumbles, then this strategy, it will be rendered useless, right? It will be rendered undoable. So XC needs to find that crack in the wall if he can. And once he gets the first domino fallen, I think the rest will follow soon after. So the question now remains, will XC go for the Hullabaloo against this lineup? Because there are 2 characters that are so tanky right here.
Yeah, even if he decides to go for... I really like how GG Servers drafted their team comp here. It is so well-rounded to go up against an Ant or potentially a Dreamwitch pick that Xiaochun's gonna pick here. It's that well-rounded from GG Survivor side because they have so many characters to work with and it's just BO2. So I think whatever Xiaochun picks here, whether it's the Hula Blue, Dreamwitch, Ant, or whatever unorthodox hunters here, I think GG has what it takes to at least get a tie game here.
Yeah, drafting an all-rounded team here is definitely the key for GG to go up against MRC's XC. But at last, we're going to be seeing the Hullabaloo from XC. That's going to be the choice. And I want to say the obvious choice, right? Because it's been tried and tested a lot during the tournament days, like even during group stages. So here, it's going to be an uphill battle, but XC needs to get at least a 3K in order to give MRC the head start that they need. Because mind you, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 1, GG won against MRC 6-2. So not only do they have to win, MRC needs to win, they need to win in points too. And then work themselves up from there.
Yeah, have to win in a great fashion here. So it is going to be uphill battle, definitely. As we see the spawn locations, we have the center for the Rescuer, Embalmer is near the factory area. Psycho is in the open air area in front of Shack, whereas Aeroplanist is at the back gate. So potential first chases as we see the confirmed Hunter spawn here. So either the Embalmer or the Psycho. I think he might want to go for the Psycho. It might be an easier chase here as compared to the Embalmer, especially with the Coffin. It's not going to be easy to deal with.
I agree. Yeah, Psychologist can definitely take 3 hits. What's up? What's up?
Maybe the Gravekeeper. We've seen multiple times where Gravekeeper shovels get cancelled out with the red zone.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's been a very common sight in the group stages. So, if that kind of misstep can happen from GG survivors, that could be an opening that Xiaocheng can capitalize on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That can happen, but I don't know. I just feel like Gu Chao is too stable to make a novice mistake like that. You know what I mean? Like the moment he spots the Hunter, I think he'll be in position to either put distance away or dig, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But XC is going to be bringing 3/9 peepers and two borrowed times, 2 non-borrowed times. And that's going to be it. We are Nello and Chocho will be the commentators for this game between GG versus MRC.
Right, show us your support in the chat. GG with the panda emoji and MRC with the crown emoji as he's heading straight for the Psychologist in the Shack area. Bring peepers here, so able to get the first double surprise, the white bomb.
Yeah, beautiful. Pipisha getting that second bomb, the black one, and now all he needs to do is land that red zone. Pipisha, where are you running to? He's running to. The answer is in between the pallets. Yeah, XC still trying. Yeah, he has to break the pallets here. Pipisha just trying to gain distance. He's gonna get that first hit up. Pipisha, 1 black ball up. Double surprise to try and give that second mark. The white one's up. But now Pipisha just 1 more red mark and that's it. Xiaocheng needs to break this pallet in order to pursue Pipisha further.
Yeah, as you look into the ciphers, all of them are at 50%. So, Pipisha, is he able to cut out this red zone? It seems like he will potentially eat this one really soon. Oh, keep missing the double surprise as well. And able to get the second hit now. The stress is over.
Wow. He was betting on like, oh, you want to hit me when I have the red zone? I'm gonna try and pallet stomp you. But no, Pipisha, he is 1 hit away. The white bomb's gonna register. The red one, now the black one, and that's gonna be it. But look at the damage being done, Jojo.
Wow. I mean, looking at the ciphers, right, it's just too fast. The cipher rush from this survivors is just crazy, and the moment the next person comes for the rescue, the other 2 ciphers probably is going to be at 50% already. So they are definitely gearing up for potentially a 4-man endgame here. It's a very, very good start for Team MRC, for Team GG survivors.
Yeah, that's crazy. They know exactly what's to be expected, right? Pipisha bought so much time with his kiting, and that's why 3 ciphers have been done. The rescue is going to be happening now. Gu Chao just 1 mark away. The red mark is going to deal that damage. XC wants that double down, and quite frankly, he needs to do it. He needs to do it because otherwise, yeah. But now he's going to be losing Pipisha. Like, will he be able to spot Pipisha? I mean, TX is here with the Tinnitus, right? So he cannot trust the Tinnitus mark here. So Pipisha, wait, Pipisha's gone. He's gonna go with TX now. Oh no, he's gonna spot Pipisha. Wait. Is that?
He's close. Bottom left, we are seeing the slow walking by the Psychologist. Still trying to hide it out. Xiaocheng able to put the peepers, but unable to spot out Pipisha as of now. Still seeing Taoxing here. Pipisha unable to get out to safety here because Taoxing is just hiding here, and a Terror Shot registered onto Taoxing. So this situation, right now, I want to ask for your opinion. What should the Psychologist be doing here anymore?
The Psychologist should just run away. Not even trying to get rescued, right? He should run away, and then once the cipher... Wait, he's actually running towards the coffin. What? He ran to the coffin. So what he's trying to do... Oh, I know what this strategy is. This strategy is pick the coffin or pick the shrimp. Yeah, yes. That's the strategy.
He wants the shrimp.
He wants the shrimp.
Again.
I know, the Terror Shock. But at least TX will be safe to go back to the cipher and decode. Maybe that's the plan. It's like, yeah, Pipisha, you know what? you should take the kite. You should actually be spotted. Just let him see you and let him chase you. Because honestly, I think they really need TX on that Cypher.
Yeah, and 18 does have a tight turner. It should be a relatively safe rescue.
Nice. Okay. Pipisha's at his last chair already. One more black mark, and that's gonna be it. Pipisha obviously doesn't care. Just wants to get away as far as possible from the ciphers, because the key to beating Xiaocheng right here, his hullabaloo here, is to just cipher rush him. Right? So that's what he's doing. Pipisha's gonna go down. It's fine because the last cipher, Chocho, look, 95%. And GG might actually be able to, wow, 3-man endgame here, Chocho.
Yeah, and Xiaocheng has a trump card to work with. He can change immediately and go for COAⅧ there. But he decides to walk there. If he decides to walk, the gate might open, but he's just going to teleport to the front gate. Who do we have here? Who do we have here? We see 18, the aeroplanist. He does have 2 jetpack to work with.
And that's the dungeon
is at the shack.
Yeah, dungeon's so close. It's gonna fly a little bit further.
Gates open.
The gates
They're
open.
getting out.
18.
The back
No,
gate.
10 seconds. No way, right? No way. And XC should be able to get this, right? Kucha maybe trying to come a little further.
Able to
What
get in.
is going on?
He'll be able to get the 3 escape. And a clutch dungeon escape from GG survivors. Look at how excited they are.
It popped off, and rightfully so, because that was such an amazing play. GG. Escaping 3 survivors escape, not just once against Ivy, but now the second time against Hullabaloo. Xiaocheng has lost it. I want to say, I think he realized that GG's wall of defense was just so good, and he wasn't able to find the opening. And you saw what happened just now, right? Like, psychologist Pipisha was like, hey, I ran towards TX, and like, why are you even doing next to the coffin, right? And finally just got spotted out and get chased. But ultimately, he still... How is GG doing this, Chocho?
I think it's just one of those moments, right, where they really just pop off. Like, if we remember correctly, in our first match of the day, Guoke in the Moonlit River Park match also had a clutch dungeon escape with his Weeping Clown against an Ivy. So, I don't know, it just feels like it's a must for them to do all those clutch dungeon escape. It's like a norm for them.
It's a norm.
Yeah. Once in a while, they will do it.
The GG clutch, that's what it's called, right?
Yes.
From now on, it shall be known as the GG clutch. And they popped off. Like, who would have thought in the age and era of IDV now, where the hunter is supposed to be winning in BO1 with the meta characters and BO2, right? With the leftover meta characters. GG has found a way to counter it and not just get a draw. It used to be, guys, if we get a one-man escape against Hullabaloo or Goatman, we are so good. We're good. We're done, right? But now it's a 3-man escape. How crazy is that? It
just shows, right, how survivors are definitely improving as the meta gets stronger and stronger on the hunter side. We're not seeing the hunter meta getting any weaker. It's only getting stronger and stronger. When Opera and Ivy came out, we were like, no, there's no way. Then suddenly we have this Goatman and Hullabaloo that pops up out of nowhere. So survivor quality, the standards to actually even qualify to be a professional player is getting higher and higher. And so are these Chinese mainland players here. GG survivors, seriously, might be one of the best in the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, the panda, the Kung Fu Panda being channeled into GG, right? Like, hey, we know what we're doing. We know what we came here for. And I feel like it's not necessarily XC's fault, because I feel like he was just countered left and right with the picks in the first game.
Yeah.
And GG analyzed the heck out of XC as well, just making him really uncomfortable. I feel like he was uncomfortable starting from BO1, slowly building up to BO2. I feel like he wasn't playing his 100%, because we've seen how XC played before. This is definitely not his 100%, right? But GG just has a way. Studied him enough, countered him, and I feel like, honestly, this shows how much feeling good playing this game actually contributes to winning. Right, Chocho? Because if you have one teammate saying, don't rescue him, He only kited for 10 seconds and he went down. Let's just sell him. You know, that person's, you'll never find out if that person can redeem himself. But if you rescue, take a gamble. Who knows? The best rebound kite ever, right? So I feel like the support coming in, feeling good playing, it makes you play better. It makes you play so much better.
Yeah, and I think also one thing I really want to point out, you mentioned it as well, right? Them analyzing them. They had a total of 1.5 weeks to fully analyze each other, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, of course, MRC said he definitely has done it. But when it comes down to the execution, GG Survivors and as well as GG's Hunter Xiaoma, seriously unmatched when it comes to the execution. They're doing so well. We don't expect anything less from them. Now, question still remains as to whether MRC Survivors is able to make a comeback from this. And this is not going to be easy at all, guys, because they need at least a 3 escape.
A 3-man escape against Xiaoma. That's kind of pushing your luck, but simply because of the reason I say this is because of the stats that Xiaoma has been showing us so far. He's been showing us a consistent 3.5 rate of 4K elimination. So to tell Xiaoma that, yeah, you know what, we're going to be able to 3-man escape you here. It's going to be a tall order, doable, but MRC needs to play like gods right here, right now. Yeah, they got to do the haka. They got to do the haka or something. Just intimidate Xiaoma, like, something like that. But yeah, Yucho, you were saying?
The only way I can see this, right, of like Xiaoma really like slipping and losing it, right, is if he suddenly pick an end here. I feel like that's the only way that MRC Survivors, right, might potentially see the tunnel of light in this position, because as we've mentioned previously, his opera singer on average is a 3 kill during the group stages.
Yeah.
Super scary. He's had that available in the Arms Factory now, and I don't think MRC Survivors is gonna be, because there's still the Hula Blue. Wait, sorry. Hula Blue, yes. They're probably gonna ban that out. Yeah,
ban that out, and then he'll play Opera Singer. Case closed. So unless if Xiaoma has a different plan in mind, wants to go with the Disciple, which he really shouldn't be, then MRC will not stand a chance. Will have a really hard time trying to deal with Xiaoma, especially if he plays the Opera Singer. But if he plays the Disciple, I agree with you. I think that's an opening for MRC. That's an opening for MRC to get a 3-man escape. But not with harassing characters though. Because if they play Antiquarian forward, see ya. The Cypher's not even gonna be enough.
We see a lot of survivors when they pick this kind of too much harassment team comp, right? Yeah, there's great harassment. You guys are disrupting the Hunter, but the Hunter also recognizes the fact that the Cypher progress is going to be super duper slow, right? So it's probably not going to work out, it seems. And also, I think one thing to mention about the previous match that it didn't receive a lot of attention is the greed, right? That Xiao Cheng, he wanted to go for the double down on the Gravekeeper.
Yeah.
What did it cost him at the end?
It cost him a 3-man escape.
Exactly.
Yeah. PP Xia was lost. PP Xia, Xiao Cheng found PP Xia only because PP Xia wanted to be found. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the Shrimp played dead at the front gate very well. he was channeling his inner explorer. Usually the explorer would be on 18, but he was channeling his inner explorer and it worked out.
Wow.
So I gotta give it, the Shrimp was getting chased in BO1 and then BO2 now. So like definitely very tired. It's gonna take a quick rest.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if GG's Hunter Xiaoma wins this again. It's just gonna be an absolute GG domination here that we're seeing.
Yeah. And if we can take some similarities, right? We notice some similarities. It's always PP Xia getting chased. It's always PP Xia getting eliminated. And that scenario led to GG getting 3-man escape. It's always that scenario, right? In BO1 and then in BO2. So I feel like the lesson of the day is don't chase the shrimp. Yeah, don't chase the shrimp. But they've done enough, right?
Yes.
Yeah, don't chase the shrimp. Chase a cooked shrimp. you can eat a cooked shrimp, but you can never chase a live shrimp. Right?
A live shrimp, yeah.
Yeah, don't try and drown a live shrimp. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, but they've done their job. So right now, Xiaoma only needs to get a 2-man elimination, and that's gonna be it. GG's gonna win this 2-0, sending MRC home. But for MRC, they need, no puns intended, they need a miracle. They need a miracle to get a 4-man escape in order to win this round, or a 3-man escape just to tie this round and move to BO3. And that's so hard because Xiaoma's like, do you see my finger?
1 kill.
1 kill. what do you mean 1 kill? 1 escape is all I'm giving.
No.
One
I'm
escape.
number 1.
Oh, I'm number 1. One kill. Why 1 kill? Is he? Are you assuming he wants to be a friendly hunter?
I'll give them the miracle. 1 kill.
1 kill. No way, Chocho said that.
Okay, jokes aside, definitely that's not what he
One
means.
escape. Yeah.
Yeah,
He says,
and
"I'll
I
give you
just
one
want to say
escape."
also now, like if this is a potentially an opera singer here, right? Why is MRC picking a bomb it here?
Yeah, why?
Right?
Why? Is he preparing for a Dream Witch? There's not.
Xiaoma's Dream Witch?
In Hub Secretary, who knows? Maybe there's something MRC knows that we don't, right? Maybe Xiaoma's gonna take out the Dream Witch and surprise MRC. But even if it's not a Dream Witch, Barmaid is still a very good utility character. So there's that. That could happen. But Xiaoma's gonna go with the Bon. Sorry, the Barmaid's not gonna work anymore.
Oh
no.
my goodness. I love this pick against the Team Calm. I just feel like this is just Xiaoma's signature pick, right? Like
Yeah.
previously when Bonbon was a meta thing, Xiaoma on this Bonbon was fire. He was bombs, okay? And I'm just glad this Steel Man is back.
The Tin Man is back, yeah.
Yeah,
the
Tin
Short
Man is
King.
back.
The Short King.
Short King.
Yeah. Shout out to Posh. Why am I shouting out to Posh?
Oh my
Short King.
goodness.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, Bonbon is just really scary when it comes to camping. So maybe the idea is I chase one person down, and I'm gonna be so good, so dangerous in camping that you will want to sacrifice your teammate just to decode, and that will lead to me getting a 2-man elimination.
You know what?
Yes.
This is definitely an opening.
It's an opening. Yeah, it's an opening.
MRC,
come on.
this is your opening.
The crown is there. Come on. All right, guys, come on. This is potentially the last game between GG and MRC, guys. The panda emojis for GG and the crown emojis for Team MRC, because they definitely need a miracle here. Not sure if the Bonbon's gonna be the hope that they need to go up against, or will Bonbon be the bane that they have to face?
Yeah, we'll see if a comeback is possible here, or if not, it's going to be an absolute panda domination here for Team GG, right? This is interesting. I didn't expect to see a non-meta hunter like a Bonbon to be appearing this early into our day 1 elimination stage, as we see a trump card attention excitement on this Bonbon. Sarah's side, we are seeing all of them with borrowed time, which means they are expecting an end game. Let's see if it's going to be the case here. Arms Factory BO2. Second half between GG Hunter versus MRC Survivors. My name is Jojo, and joining me is Nello Mello, and we'll bring you the live commentary of this match.
All right, the Tin Man trying to get that 1 kill. Not the 1 kill. He needs to get 3-man elimination, at least a draw. A 2-man will ultimately win him the game. But Xiaoma trying to look for that optimum first target while building up his bomb reservoir. Xiaodi, what are you doing? Xiaodi, what are you doing? Oh wait, Xiaoma's blind.
The Blind King! Xiaoma!
No, Xiaodi killed himself. Why? Why he did not see you? Why? But Xiaodi, yeah, it's okay. He's gonna take that kite anyway. Xiaodi's like, who says anything about hiding? I'm not gonna hide. I'm just gonna try. Oh, and that first bomb is gonna connect. Pretty good. Xiaodi does not drink anything yet. But that red light bait. What a beautiful play by.
Oh, instant down.
Xiaoma. Wait a minute. What's Xiaodi doing here? Wait.
Instant down.
Huasi, the excitement's gonna work. Xiaodi.
No.
The gun's gone. Xiaodi's gone. Xiaodi is down for the count. And the basement is here.
Oh.
This
is adding salt to the wound, this basement.
I know. And Barmaid was ready to go for a summer party with the costume. But she's gonna end up in the basement instead, Chocho. And with no guns, how are they gonna do this? Mercenary can go in, yes. But look at the ciphers. 2 of them are here. Only... Who's the one decoding? Is anyone even decoding? Love Left is here. Yeah, okay. Nanako's the one decoding. But Mercenary coming in. This is going to be a really, really hard rescue.
Goodness. Let's not hope for a
dodging left and right.
Nice,
nice. Beautiful. That's good. That's good. Yeah, he's not being greedy. He's not being greedy at all. Xiaoma just trying
Time
to...
bomb.
Yep, tunnel vision. Wait a minute, he's waiting. Is he waiting for Love Left? No, he's not. He just wants to make sure that Xiaodi is in his radar. But honestly, with how things are going here, Chocho, MRC, how are they going to get 3 men out in this situation?
My goodness, they gotta break all ankles, pull all their hair just for a 3 escape here. Seems very much hard. Very, very hard. Very, very hard. It's not impossible, but very super duper hard. Somehow, somewhat, the bomber need to kite, or the second kiter gotta kite at least 90 seconds.
That's very hard.
Maybe it will work, but this is a bonbon with excitement. He has trump card to work with. He can change to blink, or he teleport for map control. Now nobody dares to even come here to this chair.
Yeah, I think they're gonna take it 3v1. They're like, Xiaodi, I'm sorry, you're on your own. Bye-bye. And that's gonna be a 3v1, right? Because honestly, what can they do? If they come and rescue Xiaodi, they're gonna risk even worse things to happen, right? Because Xiaodi has nothing else to kite with unless you bring an item for Xiaodi, but you're risking so much just to do that, right? So right now, at least the ciphers are going to be popped a little bit here and there. 3 minutes in, only 2.5 ciphers being decoded. This is very, very slow, Chocho. I'm not even sure what Miracle can do to pressure Xiaoma here.
Yeah, and at the same time, Huasi did not actually take the time to potentially open a chest because he actually used his gun pretty early, right, into the game. Yeah, so now Huasi is itemless, raw. This is pure just raw kiting with a broken windows build. So also kiting on top of his teammate Cypher later on Nanako. So able to dodge all of his bombs as of now, doing a pretty good job, but missing that pellet stun, so getting a basic hit as well.
If Huasi was the one kiting first, I think he would have been able to kite better. Because right now, don't forget, Xiaoma has the remote bomb to work with, and he has faster bomb built up, so it's gonna be even harder now. So just one more chip damage, Huasi's gonna go down. But the good news is, at least Miracle Cypher are finally moving, right?
Wow.
At least it's finally moving. So Huasi doing really good until the remote bomb is gonna go down. Fortunately, the basement's not here, but there's a huge problem here because Mercenary might be the only one who's able to rescue. Wait, Nanako? Maybe Nanako?
Here's the sticky situation. The last cipher is this 85% one, which is nearby. They need to pop this one somehow first.
Abnormal!
But...
Abnormal! Will he abnormal? He will, right? No, he's not. He's not gonna abnormal.
Xiaoma's gameplay usually he will abnormal lah.
Yeah, why is he not abnormaling? Oh, I think he's giving like, oh, it's okay, it's 88%. I can do this. But he's being decoding. He's playing with fire here, Chocho. Look.
Oh, then they are priming it.
Yeah, they're priming it.
He just wants a tie. He doesn't want much.
Oh,
he knows that he can guarantee. Yeah, he has detention as well. So this is a game that he can definitely, definitely tie, I think. Yeah, as they are waiting it out, she needs to potentially get to somewhere, vault over so they can pop it. If she dies like that, a basic hit is all that need.
Oh! Exactly. Yeah. He needs to run to like a window and just pop so that it builds distance, right? At least he won't be able to hit through the wall. But now, Huasi's gonna go on the chair for the second time. Nanako and Love Left is gonna try and exit through the gate. But honestly, they cannot live without Huasi. If they live without Huasi, then that's it. Xiaoma just needs 2k.
So they are coming back after opening up the gate. Love left, he's coming from the front gate, whereas female dancer on the bottom left, we're seeing her edging closer from the shack area. This double rescue against a detention bomb, guys.
Yeah, this is so hard. I'm not even sure what to expect from this. No music boxes as well. Just one padlet to work with, but no, Nanako's gonna go down. That's gonna allow Hwasi to be rescued, but does it really matter? Because that blank change into that hit, Xiaoma looks like Xiaoma's not gonna get that 2 elimination after all. He might be able to get more than that, Chocho. And the Watcher's gonna finally go back. Nanako too.
Yeah, if you give me more, I'll take more. So Nanako will be seeing the chair. Mercenary is going to be running for the gate, securing a 1 escape for his team. So a 6-2 once again in BO2. So of course, we got to congratulate. And moving further in the elimination stage here, as we say bye-bye to MRC.
Yeah, MRC played really, really well. I think their psyche was sort of interrupted. GG, what's gonna take them, what's gonna set them off, how to play against them, and I feel like Xiao Cheng was really uncomfortable. I feel in those 2 games up against Chocho. Like, what do you think was the main reason? Talked about this reason already, right? But what's the key turning point? Like, where do you start seeing things go wrong for MRC? Or was there anything that GG was doing super right that MRC wasn't able to counter?
I think the moment, right? I'm not too sure what was happening. Maybe we are not really understanding the choices here made by MRC, but the barmaid pick was actually quite interesting.
Sus.
Yeah, it's quite sus, because if opera singer was gonna be potentially picked here, a barmaid wouldn't work here as well. We would potentially be seeing like, oh, maybe an acrobat pick would be good here. A novelist pick also might be potentially even better than a barmaid. I think MRC themselves really set themselves up here for this opening to not get that, to get at least a tie, a 3 escape, 4 escape kind of game. It does feel that way for MRC, in my opinion, in my personal opinion. But then again, Xiaoma with the bonbon, you know what? I really thought, I mean, of course, I know Xiaoma's bonbon is very, very, very good, you know, since back in the days. But because of how the meta shift, I thought that it could have been an opening for MRC survivors.
Yeah.
But we saw how the barmaid really did crumble. The kiting rope was a little bit like questionable
weird, right?
as well. And then also kiting on top of coordinator Cypher. So the gun also wasn't of much use because of the excitement, and ended up there was only 2 people decoding, and it was only added together 1 Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I agree what you said, especially like the kiting route of Xiaodi, right? Because what are you expecting? Are you expecting Bonbon not to have excitement? Are you that confident he doesn't have excitement? Because you gotta know that he has excitement at that point, right? But ultimately, after all has been said and done, the score is going to be 6-2 to 6-2, and that's going to ultimately be 12-4. And GG moving on into the later stages. But MRC, I feel like they came in as the winner of IVL, but unfortunately, I guess they have to settle for the 12th place in COA:VIII.
Yeah, seems like so, as we wait patiently for our highlights of BO2.
哎，你到时候一定要离我远点，往外走了，你能跑出来不？我现在再往外走了，现在再往外走，你叫，加油老板，加油加油！对了，老板，20秒，球能消吗？球能消吗，老板？这个消了，消了，下个难，大分顶他一下，待会儿顶他一下，nice，快走，有个白球，白球的中路，nice。 他如果真倒射院，得你救5局，知道吗？不行，我去救助你了。定水，哎呀，剑门 OK， 等一下，等2台，哎不行。
Yeah, once again. Hi guys. We are back once again. Also, congratulations once again to Team GG for moving forward to top 8. So we'll be seeing them once again tomorrow, and of course MRC will be settling for the title of top 12 in the COA:VIII Global Finals.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see them advance much further, we'll be able to witness more exciting matches. But for now, GG versus MRC. MRC, unfortunately, will be the next team, right, to leave the tournament. But ultimately, this is the beauty of COA. We'll be able to see them again very, very soon. And I think people who have voted for GG to win, I can see some people, Sasa Bella, saying, hey, I'm taking 900 apples, Blue Hearts. So congratulations to those of you who have actually won the apples from this predictions. But yeah, it was a very interesting game, right? It was a very interesting game. And GG just showing why they are just a force to be reckoned with, right? GG.
Yeah, definitely. They are geared up to potentially take this win away. But we have to see tomorrow's performance, right? Because after they win this, it's definitely not over, because tomorrow, the team that they will be facing, guess what? It starts with the letter G. It's GR.
GR, Team Glory, right? Yeah, Miracle's over. Now it's going to be Glory. So, I mean, yeah, all of these teams, right, that are here right now in the playoffs, you definitely do not want to miss any of the games, because it's just a one and done deal. Like, the team that loses, there will not be any lower brackets. They'll just, the team who wins will just move on. The team that loses will have to be eliminated. They will be going home. So you do not want to miss any of these matches. And speaking of the matches that we've witnessed today, the shrimp, very well deserved, by the way. Congratulations, Pipicia, because this guy refuses to go down. He's like the Punisher of IDV, you know? He's like refusing to go down. Even after the Hunter just keeps whacking, Xiao Cheng just keeps chasing and hunting him down. Congratulations, very well deserved, I feel.
Yeah, our stream for domination here. Not a panda domination anymore, it's just stream domination.
Let's go.
From Pipicia.
The fingers too.
Yeah, kiting in BO1 and also in BO2. Like non-stop kiting and still delivering an average containment time of 123.6 seconds. Yeah, it's just crazy. His first kite, by the way, guys, in BO1 was 142 seconds with the persist.
That's crazy. Yeah, I couldn't kite half the amount of time, but yeah. I mean, just kiting not against any hunter. It's Xiao Cheng, right? We're talking about MRC.
Yeah.
So just answering really quickly, some people tagging me in YouTube chat. Did you perm your hair? Actually, I didn't perm my hair, but we'll talk more about it later on, because right now the interviews are going to happen.
赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜成都 GG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了西安乌梦还有皮皮虾来到采访，先请两位和我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GG 的西安乌梦。
大家好，我是 GG 的皮皮虾。
哇，欢迎两位，欢迎两位！就这个2比0爽，就这个多跑多抓爽，今天打的实在是太棒了。想请两位用一个词语来形容一下你们今天最大的感受是什么？香翁。
今天动脑子了。
今天动脑，我们今天是有脑监管者。皮皮虾呢？
闯过了第一关。
闯过了第一关，是的，因为我们的淘汰赛制还是比较残酷的。那回到比赛，先来问一下西安乌梦好了，当时那一局就是感觉直奔着那个香喷喷的咒术师就去了吧？那一局你会有一些什么样子的思路呢？
那一局就看到空军在修，然后木偶在修，然后那个骑士也在修，我就感觉咒术也在修，然后我就过去找他了。
脑子一动，我感觉你们肯定在修机，我就打你个出其不意。
对。
那想要问一下皮皮虾，我们今天下半回合的这个祭司也是斩获了今天的 MVP 嘛？当时那一个开局啊，那个侵蚀度感觉是有一点吓人，好像我们半个身子已经在 ICU 里面了，但是后面你凭借自己的操作又把我们从 ICU 里拽出来了，那一波会是个什么情况？
其实16的时候是想好的嘛，166的还 OK， 但26的那一波反应下板就可能今天确实有点就是成分在嘛，就是刚好也拿下了一场，是的。
感觉就是打到线下之后，整个大家肾上腺素分泌，大家就亢奋起来了。那问一下小乌梦好了，当时你在备战间看到皮皮虾那几波牵制的时候，跟我们一样也在 ICU 里面吗？
肯定在啊，鲁哥这板子反下板在下。下的好啊！
光速超绝变脸王，今天真的虽然说有一点点 ICU 啊，但是还是稳稳的拿下了一个3跑嘛。那想要问一下，到了我们第2局的时候，夏哥今天那一个跟喧嚣的博弈，在小树林那边那一个小短板，哎，你一步我一步，你们就这样来回拉扯了蛮久的时间，当时会是一个什么样子的情况？
因为光甲的不怕穿鞋的嘛，我在那个位置都快死了，你有种就过来。 是吗？
就感觉当时玄晓可能你退半步的动作认真的吗？那一波博弈其实拖出了蛮久的时间。那打到后面，我就记得你躲在那个大门那个板子后那个墙的后面，那一波躲的时候有没有心里慌慌的？因为入殓师其实就在你附近牵制。
我那个时候在云里就一直喊，能不能离我远一点？
最不希望桃心过来的一击。感觉你当时还是有一点害怕被发现的。那后面打到整个节奏的话，其实有一点点说状态不是很好的情况下，大家是怎么样找到了机会说完成了一个很帅的3跑？
因为当时我们角色里面守木和飞行家在开门战都很能撑嘛，所以说其实是有提前运营好地道的位置，包括是怎么跑呀、谁该顶啊什么的，所以说也是有惊无险拿下了吧。
天哪，就是感觉有组织、有纪律、有规划，然后就完成了一个非常帅气的3跑。那接下来就问到现在我懵了，好久不见的铁皮人，今天那一局是在什么样子情况之下，你想说教练我要玩邦邦？
看到他们3跑了，我就跟教练说我要玩邦邦。
我要玩邦邦。当时教练说了什么？
教练说 OK 没问题。
今天这个邦邦就给你拿了。那其实开局的时候还是保留了一些咱们邦邦玩家的传统哈，一时间好像没有第一时间找到人，当时会是一个什么样子的情况呢？
当时我本来想去抓调酒嘛，然后那个点位没看到调酒，然后突然下一秒，狩猎本能没了，然后一回头，
转角遇到，感觉这么多年打下来就找不到人，已经被你总结出一些规律了。对于今天自己找人的速度还满意吧？
还满意，因为全是动脑子的，有在动脑了。
对，今天绝对动脑了，不管是第1局还是第2局，那打到后面那一个兴奋，因为空军过来开枪了嘛，那个兴奋也在你的拿捏下嘛。
对，因为我一开始追调酒嘛，然后我看到空军刷中场，我就知道空军大概率会过来帮他开一枪，因为调酒一个人是溜不动的，然后我就带上机身了。
就感觉今天有一种运筹帷幄的感觉，那最后也有一个很帅的压起身。咱们今天是只玩帅的，不玩对的吗？
对的，只玩帅的。
今天就主打一个帅。那今天刚才也说到嘛，赢了这一场，后面还有一场要打击啊，其实也是比较艰难的一场对战。想问一下，像我们有没有什么话想要对明天的比赛说的？
年紧年捏，看着我们这人类瑟瑟发抖吧。
紧不紧张啊？年紧，你们2个小心一点，我们巨人马上就要4跑你们啦。那皮皮虾想要问一下，今天现场也来了非常多支持你的粉丝嘛？今天我们也是拿下了 MVP， 有没有什么话要送给你支持的他们的？
因为成都鸡鸡一般就是路上都比较跌跌撞撞的嘛，然后这一次的话，我们又重新来到了这个舞台，并且是拿下了淘汰赛的第1场嘛，就是后面的场次我们会继续努力的。然后，因为今天赛前韩娃是说了一句，这一场胜利一定会是我们的嘛，然后也希望后面的每一场胜利都会是我们的吧。
好的，希望我们虾哥可以跟队员们说到做到。那也是感谢2位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜成都激进获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们下一场比赛再见啦！接下来也是让我们一起稍事休息，马上回来。
就是这儿了。出发前我们做个标记。走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
我跟我疲れた啦。
没道理啊，方向明明是对的。
ここまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。
うますぎる。哪怕那我到时候你回头啊，我给完了。
他们在干什么？
别看了，快点帮忙啊！1、2、3。
奥の方、いやこれ永遠に向こうに戻されるんじゃないか。
但其实轻轻牵制了，点位太差了。
哇！
怎么就没有人提醒一下这里有块大石头呢？
道端に落ちてる石なんて誰も見ないよね。
啊，疲れた。もう一回やるのはめんどくさいよ。
啊，包在我身上。
我来帮你。我压力。 这是什么东西？哎，哦。早く開けてみよう。
瞬間移動切らずとも救助狩りができていきそうだ。
断了，这影院怎么断了？
Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家来到深渊 Talk。
我是 ITZY 的白鹿，
我是 T 的杨洋。
AbyssⅧの高子です。高子。
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤吧总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 T 战队登台喊话。
大边锋相见。
桃李、一花、佩佩、杨洋、猫猫、苏打。下面有请 FT 战队登台喊话。
我认真，怎么了？阿马铁了，阿马铁了。
欢迎 FT 鸟牌、恶神、酷嘎、阿迪、Mini Blue、Shadow、火源。利剑出鞘，谁与争锋？答案马上揭晓，让我们一起期待 TE 和 FT 的精彩对决。
Welcome back. It's TE versus FT. You can see the black costume versus the white costume, right? So the white knights versus the black knights. And yeah, TE versus FT, that's going to be a super important match because that's going to be the last match of the night. And I'm pretty sure a lot of us have know who we're going to be rooting for, right? For tonight, Chocho?
I think I have had enough disappointment from the live chat, and I will this time around be supporting Team FT, of course.
Yeah. The reason why we're supporting Team FT, we support all teams, but we're supporting FT here because this is the first time that a team outside of Southeast Asia division makes it into the playoffs. So right here, TE with Li Bao, Yihua, Peipei, Yang Yang, Mao M, and Suda will be going up against Team FT, Chocho.
Yeah, and for FT, we have none other than Miao Pai, Hershen, Kuga, Adi, Mini Blue, Shadow, and Yuan. Of course, for Kuga's side, Hunter transition to Survivor, like I like to say, Bisha 2.0, and performance have been pretty outstanding. And also, of course, there are certain inconsistencies, but of course, these are all part of the growing up. Growing up, you know, from Hunter to Survivor.
Yeah. I mean, I'm super excited, honestly. I can't wait to get started with this. You can see the stats are almost pretty similar, right? In this, and even the preferred map as well. So,
same.
Yeah, same. On paper, TE would be the stronger team on paper. But in terms of morale, I feel like FT has a lot to... they have nothing to lose, but everything to gain, right? So right now, it's going to be TE survivors going up against FT Hunter. So we'll be able to see how TE stand up against FT Hunter, starting with Yihua. That's the rescuer main of the team. The sleek white, I like that with the yellow. And that's definitely a very good combination, right, of colors for a jersey. But Yihua, that's definitely a very reliable rescue. Has a Gravekeeper and Mercenary to boot with a 42% escape rate. So very respectable rescuer from TE.
Of course, Yihua. Great stuff. And of course, we have Mao Mao that is in the mix here, of course. Actually, just now Yihua, he also was one of the MVP players in the group stages. Mao Mao, he played the Puppeteer, Whipping Clown, as well as the Novelist, Antiquarian, all the harassing characters. Definitely a menace to deal with. You don't want to deal with it as well. Now looking at this, we have him at 55.1 average containment time. So not too much of getting chased, more of potentially harassing the hunter here and there. So that's probably what we're going to be expecting from Mao Mao as we head on to their third survivor player here. We have Li Bao.
Li Bao, yeah. Signature glasses as well. I don't think I remember seeing him change his glasses as well, right? So, but glasses aside, this guy is the first in place with 198% average decoding progress. So if you need someone who is cipher obsessed, Li Bao's your guy. For sure.
Yeah, that mechanic definitely a menace to deal with. 5v1 situation. Why would you want to deal with that? As we see Yang Yang. Yang Yang played the psychologist, composer, postman, as well as the dancer, kiting, as well as decoding characters here. 63.4 seconds average containment time, so there are times where he's going to be kiting, also not. So averaging out to a pretty decent kiting time actually. So this could be his performance here today.
Could be. I mean, nothing to lose, everything to gain. That's the mentality that they have to adopt here, right? Up against TE survivors. But you gotta feel the tension coming in, right? This is Hershen from Team FT. He has a lot on his plate here. You can see it's almost maxed out as well. So very, very respectable stats here. 50% on the 4 elimination rate. Speaks volume. Hershen stepping in for Team FT. Chocho.
Yeah, Hershen. I'm not sure. Is it just me or like some visual thing because it's looking downwards? But it seems like they're having a great time in China right now. I think he got a little bit cuter, a little bit chubbier on Hershen's side. So I'm glad they're having a great time. They're eating a lot of good Chinese food, and they're still very healthy. They're not fall sick as well. So great that FT is enjoying themselves there. Hershen, of course, we can't forget about him. Hasn't had the MVP yet in my memory, but he's played the Goatman and Hula Blue in BO1 for Team FT.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely his go-to signature character here, right? But while we're looking at the players on stage, we have not forgotten about all of you guys in the chat as well. I see Maini, I see Aoi on the screen now. I also see Identity Vibes. Sasa is still here. Carol, you're still here. It's 4 a.m. in her place apparently. But yeah, some coffee will do you wonders. Salty Sugi as well. Shoutouts to Don. Shoutouts to Emily. Shoutouts to Spoon. Spoon is very important, by the way, guys. We can't live without Spoon. And Nello Dog supports FT as well. What? Did you actually hear the dog? But yeah, Chocho, any shoutouts you want to give?
Of course, let me just see. Maini for sure.
Maini, can't forget her.
Rini, Terinse, Salty Sugi. Oh, I think I'm repeating some also. Norma, BG, Sasabella, Identity Vibes. Be Your Love. Olive Smash. Yeah, thank you guys. You guys have been spreading pretty positive messages for this team, showing your support as well. And of course, Nell's dog will of course be supporting Team FT. Of course, Malaysia Boleh. The dog also knows he's from Malaysia.
Yeah, the dog's from Malaysia too. That's why the dogs are supporting FT, right? So I'm not really sure why the dogs bark whenever it's FT coming in, but maybe that's a sign where, you know, the fighting spirit, right? The woof woof is coming out here for Team FT. But Leo's Memory is going to be the map of selection. Definitely not the map that was preferred in the stats a little bit while ago, just now. But they're going to go to Leo's Memory, and Hershen is going to eliminate Kurt and the mechanic as well. He knows what's up with Li Bao. He knows what's up.
Yeah, he wants to see and wants to catch survivors, not see and not catch. So yeah, and also a 5v1 situation you mentioned is just terrible. We're seeing a Seer getting banned out here once again, preventing a support owl coming in as well. So really, when it comes to this, it's going to be raw kiting from these survivors. Puppeteer in the mix here, it could potentially be them wanting to get for a goat. Actually, it seems to be they're gearing up for a Goatman, also the Hula Blue at the same time. So TE survivors, very well-rounded team comp here, as we see Hershen potentially going to be banning out a rescuer as well.
Yeah, maybe he needs to start banning rescuers, because there are a few rescuers that's actually pretty strong here up against his meta character, right? So Gravekeeper is going to be picked up. That's going to be the rescuer, I fear. Because Hullabaloo, this has to be a Goatman, right, Chocho?
I feel...
Hullabaloo, Chocolate Man?
I feel usually this map is going to be that Goatman. But we will see which one Hershen is more comfortable with, because looking at the statistics that Hershen had for both the Goatman as well as the Hula Blue in the group stages is exactly the same. Like, same...
50-50.
Yeah, 50-50.
Yeah. What he feels, his vibes, right? Like, okay, do I feel clowny today, or do I feel like I want to be a goat today? So, the goat.
I think definitely the Hula Blue is gonna create an opening. Opening for Hershen. Hershen has done miracle plays at Leo's Memory. If you guys remember, I think against WBG's Huan He, he managed to get a Puppeteer Terror Shock and down team instantly at check.
Wow.
So this guy,
WBG, right? Not against any team, WBG. So Hershen, man, he's definitely hearing you, Chocho, going for the Hullabaloo, and maybe wants to replicate that success that he had previously. in this game against TE. So guys, this is a very crucial moment right here, because the team that loses will not be moving on forward. They'll be sent home. FT, the emoji I have in mind for FT is the wolves, but for TE, what do you have in mind for TE? TE. The horse?
The horse. All right, sure. The horse.
The white
horse and the wolves. The horse and the wolves.
Yeah. Who's gonna run faster? Oh, that's a very good comparison. Who's gonna run faster? The horse, which is TE, or the wolves, which is FT? So right now, Hullabaloo is gonna be spawning below Gravekeeper next to the Antiquarian. They're gonna be, it's not gonna be an easy target at all. So Hushan, a lot of work cut out for him, but this is potentially history in the making, Jojo, because C Division, FT, is here to make an impression.
I am excited for this as we see Hush and Baloo. Trump cut, insolence, as well as the excitement. Might potentially be going for the anti-Korean, actually, I feel. And then, some of them with borrowed time and full kiting build on Yang Yang. So this is going to be Leo's Memory BO1 first half between TE Survivors versus FT's Hunter. And this commentary is going to be brought to you by Chocho and Nello Mello.
All right, Hushan with the Hullabaloo trying to find his first target. Who's gonna win, the wolves or the horses? Only time will tell. Hushan trying to spots a Tinnitus actually. Li Bao's in the middle of the map, has to be really careful. I mean, it's a puppeteer after all, so he'll be able to take some damage regardless. But the first double surprise is gonna land a red mark onto Li Bao. Oh, and a black one as well. What a fast mark by Hushan.
Yeah, don't expect anything less from Hushan, and the double surprise will be up again in about 2 seconds. So he's able to still kite it out here. Excitement is ready, but it should be quite not too useful against Li Bao here.
Oh, okay. Trying to play a little bit of mind game in between the pallets. It's fine. He just wants to hit. Oh, nice. That damage. It's fine. He has half a health left to work with. Li Bao trying to run away from this area, trying to not disrupt the teammate Cypher, but Hushan's first skill has already been unlocked. The trapeze gonna be in effect. The double surprise, already one more attack. Li Bao is just one chip damage away. Let's see if Hushan will be able to do it. One more bomb, Chocho.
He's gonna jump over and we'll be able to get it.
Whoa.
This time around. Alright, so he'll be seeing the chat here. Looking at the Cypher, it's not too much now. So this is actually a great start for Hushan here. So Gravekeeper is only coming for the rescue. Cypher still not too much. 2.5 only actually.
Yeah, and Hushan actually, he's just a sliver bit from building full presence. That just shows, even though it was almost 3 Cyphers, but he actually had landed a lot of hits onto the puppeteer. So now the rescue is gonna happen. Yihua has to be really careful. Okay, let's see if the greedy stress paid off. Okay, it paid off big time. Hushan, he still has Li Bao in his sights. Gravekeeper is gonna go down really soon. Li Bao, just one more white bomb in the black and the red bomb. Li Bao is doing a great job. This is an area where he can still do it. Double surprise is not gonna work though.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Able to get the white one now. Another red one when Little Louis ends. Alright, she's gonna keep going for it.
Wow.
Non-stop. So we'll be seeing the chair once again. Now another person that has this tight turner is the Antiquarian, and excitement is available, guys. What play can Hushan play here to potentially deny this? Let's wait and see.
He's doing great. Hushan Baloo is doing great right now without even exposing his trait, right? So the survivors are still very... Oh, okay, they find out now. It's like excitement. Mao needs to be really careful. One black bomb! He fails the flywheel, Chocho! Hushan!
Yeah, and he denies the rescue! But a backdoor rescue from Yihua, so things are still quite optimistic for TE as of now. Li Bao is running for his life here. Now double surprise will be up in about 1 second. Can he get this one? He missed the first one just now.
What a leap! What a leap as well, Chocho. Look at that leap. Paying so much dividend. He's not going to hit, right? He's not going to hit, right? He's going to wait until Puppet Form's over. One more. The white bomb is going to be really close. Li Bao dodging a little bit to the left, surviving a little bit longer. But now Hershen just needs one more. And that's going to be it. Li Bao's going to be down for the count. 3v1. Hershen eliminating one already, Chocho.
Exactly, and Yang is the only person that dares to decode here. The double surprise is going to be pointing out where the nearest survivor is, as Hershen is going to turn it down on Mao Mao. Mao Mao does not have... Oh, we need to take note that Mao Mao and Yihua does not have self-heal anymore. This could potentially be a big difference coming into the end game. He's just going to leave them on the ground.
Yeah, but does Hershen know? They don't have the self-heal anymore, right? That's the question too, because it happened so fast and he was kind of focused on Li Bao as well in the end. But one thing's for sure, Chocho, like, one survivor is down, Mao Mao's on the chair, and if Hershen is able to cut off any attempts to come and rescue, look at how well he's positioning himself, Chocho. Look at this position.
Yeah. He knows where they are, where they're coming from because of the double surprise, and now we'll just teleport over. He knows it's going to be an over half rescue, and if he's able to get Yihua down here at the last cipher, they are going to be forced to decode another cipher, which is definitely available at that corner. So, Hershen, taking quite some time. Yihua doing a great job kiting. All the pellets here has already been slammed down. So really forcing Hershen to destroy those pellets before heading for this chase. Now, still has 1/3 of the shovel to work with. So, buying so much time. They're already decoding a 6 cipher.
Yeah, they have to decode the 6 cipher, right? Because of the distance as well. But chasing after the Gravekeeper, I'm not sure if that's the right plan, but he has to do something to stop the cipher, right? But Yihua now, just one more bomb, and that's gonna be it. No more shovels to work with. Yihua, Terror Shock! That's gonna be it. Hershen's gonna bring Yihua down for the count. Mao Mao is the one that's decoding the 6 cipher at the moment. Yang Yang is still healthy, alive, with Flywheel and 1 jetpack. So Yang Yang needs to be hackful not to be caught off guard here. Hershen?
Yeah, Hershen, he's not going to cam. He's going to play this really aggressively. He wants to get more than just a tie game. As we see him heading straight for Mao Mao is already on his last legs here. Still has a flywheel. And yeah, still alright, able to stun him here. Disarm him.
The disarm's going to happen. Good. That's going to buy a little bit more time. Mao Mao does not have this bamboo sticks to work with because of the silence, but no, it's off cooldown. That's gonna be it. Hershen still trying to buy time.
They're forcing
Mind
the
you,
cipher.
they can force the cipher, but it's fine because Hershen has the teleport ready for late game. It's 1 second away. Let's see, Mao Mao buys so much time here.
Double surprise.
Beautiful. One more, the black
one.
No borrowed time though. No borrowed time, right? He has no borrowed time. They're just gonna pop. It's fine. They're just gonna pop and then hopefully get a 3-man here.
My goodness, what a game by Mao Mao. This double surprise missing once again, Hershen. I think he's a little bit tilted. Still unable to get the last black bomb. And
he's gonna get it now.
With that, he's gonna give teleport over.
No!
Who do we have here? Yang Yang.
He did not chair.
He doesn't have self-heal. It's okay. He's forcing the Gravekeeper to go.
Yeah. He wants to get it, right? He has no detention though, so Yang Yang does not have any more skills to work with, has to be really careful. He's buying him a lot of time. I'm not sure, but honestly, I feel like if he chaired and teleport, that would have been a 3-man for sure. So...
Oh my goodness, this aggressiveness might not be paying off right now.
He could have chaired and then just settled for Yang Yang because then that would have been a 3k. Now Yihua can just go and touch Mao Mao, right? And it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, TE, the survivors, definitely played this, had the upper hand in this. Now we do see bottom left. The healing is happening. They will be able to escape. Dungeon is here though. Need to get this down ASAP. We see Yang Yang will be seeing the chair here. So this will guarantee a tie game. Very unfortunately for Hershen's side.
Oh. Yeah, that was very unfortunate. I felt like he could have just chaired first and then teleport. I felt like the chair was actually kind of near, if I recall correctly. I'm just looking at it now. We can check it a little bit later. But this game, I think TE should be really happy because it was almost certainly a 3k elimination if he actually chaired right there, right? But yeah, ultimately I feel like he thought that the timing was a little off. He thought that probably the T survivors had a lot of time to open the gate and that would have happened. But honestly, Chocho, I mean, I don't understand, Chocho. Like, shouldn't he actually focus on sharing first, then teleport? Because think about it this way. He does not have detention. If he teleported there, it's not like he can stop them from opening the gate. Because if the gate's already open, they can just walk out, right? So ultimately, I feel like sharing first, if the survivor went out, then fine. It's fine. It's still fine. So I feel like there was a missed opportunity there. I'm not too sure about it myself, but what do you think, Jojo? You think that things could have been different if he shared first? Would the situation be different?
Yeah, I think at that point in time, Hershon was also a little bit flustered. You know, like he took so long to down the antiquarian. He probably thought that the gate was probably at, because to us we could see it was less than 50%. But to him, he probably felt that the gate was close to being open, maybe 70-80% already. So maybe he felt the sense of urgency to just teleport over. It's very hard to gauge for him at that point in time, I feel. So for Hershon's side, I think that was definitely a missed opportunity, but I have to compliment TE survivors because when the teleport happened, the Gravekeeper was actually on his way to the back gate already to open that up. So TE survivors just played this very well. They had the preemptive measure that Hershon, there was a possibility that he's gonna be teleporting over.
Yeah.
And he actually did. And it worked out better for TE survivors.
I think TE survivors were kind of happy, right? Like, wait, they didn't share me? I'm alive? the antiquarian's like, I'm alive? Mama was like, oh, thank God. Thank God I'm alive. Ultimately, it's still a draw. And it's true. Like, the chat's also looking at it and like, yeah, it's true. A draw is still not bad. But we're thinking in the sense of that was such a golden opportunity for Hershon, right? Because he did amazingly well from the beginning to the middle game. And the second factor is FT survivors are going up against Pepe next. So would a tie suffice? That's the question. No,
absolutely not. Absolutely not, because I saw Pepe's performance in group stages. It is
a monster. It's a monster. I know.
No. My goodness. I will talk a little bit more about Pepe in a short moment, but I just want to say, luckily for Hershon, it wasn't a 3 escape. Like, can you imagine if Antiquarian actually had self-heal? She'll self-run towards the back gate, and the aeroplanes would definitely be able to get the dungeon.
Wow. Yeah, that would be worst case scenario, right? Because the dungeon was in the vicinity as well. But you know what? There's a lot of what ifs and whatnots, right? But ultimately, it's still a draw. Definitely not the kind of results that FT is expecting, but it is TE we're talking about after all, right? So they are gonna have to work extra hard against Pepe in the next half.
Absolutely. Very, very. They have to like put in everything. Like what I said about MRC just now, survivors, they have to break all angles and pull all their hair. That's exactly what FT survivors need to do here. As we will be shortly starting with the team introduction, starting with RD. Very Saber Kaito, what can I say? He plays the patient, acrobat, and also we see him with also the one MVP play from the group stages as well. I'm not forgot which character it was.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
it's okay. Let's play a game called Is He an E or an I? So let's start with Adi. E or I?
To me, he's an E.
Okay.
He's definitely an E.
Play along with us, guys, in chat. Let's identify if it's an E or an I.
Yeah.
then we'll try and ask them.
E for extrovert, I for introvert, guys. If you guys don't know what that is.
Okay.
This guy, Pivisha 2.0 Kuga, we are saying him. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, he's really shy and avoids eye contact. And I. Yeah.
Same,
I think he's an I. Okay.
I think he's an I as well.
Yeah, he's an ice cream. I'm just kidding. Yeah. He's an I. Yeah. But hey, you gotta. This is just based on our observations, right? We're probably gonna be asking them in IG later on. But what about this one, Chocho? Shadow, an E or an I?
Oh, wait, this one I kind of want to do a countdown with you when we say the answer together.
Okay. All right.
Okay, 3, 2,
1.
I. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? I feel like Shadow, specifically him, he was initially an I, but I feel like he's slowly but surely transitioning towards ambivert, which is like a middle of I and E.
Oh,
for him.
A. So he's an A.
A. So he's an A. He's definitely A.
Okay, mini blue. Okay.
Okay.
Let's count down. Okay. 3, 2, 1. I. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. I. Guys, a lot of the audiences are guessing correctly too. I. Everyone's I. And Giselle saying,
based on observations, that's what we feel. We've been seeing them for quite some time also. I know a lot of you guys are potentially also from SEA or from the NAU region that's watching this also. So if you guys also guessed I, you guys are so. Actually, I'm not seeing Kuga with the E at all. Like, did anybody say E?
no, I don't think anyone's saying E. But I do see someone saying, Giselle saying, why do I look like I'm from America today?
Huh?
Do I look like I'm from America today?
Must be the curly hair.
Probably. Everyone who has curly hair comes from America? That's not true. That's not true. But Pepe, what do you think? E or I? Let's count down, yeah?
Okay.
3, 2, 1. E.
I. Oh. Okay, well, chat. Let us know.
Yeah,
let us
you guys
know
are the
what you
tiebreaker.
think. Yes. We are a little bit 50-50 on this, so
Why do you say I
know.
though? Why do you say I though?
I feel like I've seen him in interviews. He is like kind of shy, not too like very expressive. Like the guy that's really expressive is Adi. Like even like he walking to the stage, right, and then taking the mic, right, with the holding the mic. He looks so excited and smiling already. You know, like that's the E. But then for Pepe is more like calm, demure, no smiles.
Oh, very mindful. I see.
Yeah,
I see.
mindful.
Okay, I think I can see where you're coming from. Okay, yeah, I think he's an I as well. But Adi though, I mean, talking about being expressive, right? Being an E or being expressive, you can see that he's trying to drown the tissue paper with his arm, with his palms, like. So you can definitely feel the stress coming in. I feel like this is the stress showing, right? Because now they gotta get a 2-man out just to draw this first game, or a 3-man escape against Pepe to win round number 1. So I would be sweating my palms if I was in that situation, Jojo.
Yeah, for Pepe, it's probably kind of like normal, like how he usually performs. You're just gonna do it. And one thing I really want to say about Pepe, right, that people don't really mention about him, right, is that this guy, if you remember correctly, in I think it was Chinatown, when the Survivor side, they picked all harassers. He picked a persona build that only had one trait, and then
I remember.
he went full on with the fast stun recovery build.
Ooh.
Worked out for him. So when it comes to Pepe, right, he plays really, really aggressively, and he knows when to pick those builds. That's what I really like about Pepe. We don't see any other hunters doing what Pepe is doing. That's why I really feel like this Pepe, he's definitely a monster. And if you look at his winning rounds, right, it's more than also a lot of the other hunters in the groups in these elimination rounds that we're seeing here.
Yeah. And okay, so now I know how we can identify them as I or E's, Jojo.
How do you know?
If you look at the pictures, the profile pictures that they have, everyone only has one arm up. And Adi's the only one with 2 arms up. So that's E.
So just now Xiaoma one kill.
1 kill. He's I.
Introvert.
I don't think he's introvert though. I think he's A.
He's
A? He's an A. I think
then how do we tell if it's an A? Like potential IA, is it I or A?
I think he's an I too, but he can be an E. Like he has this switch where it turns on during interviews, I think. Or ultimately, I think he's just an I, but he just learns to express himself on stage better because of the number of times he's up there.
We'll see if your theory is true when we see the BO2 first half of
okay. All right.
Was that okay? Yeah.
All right. Let's look at the hand signs here. But one thing's for sure, Pepe has banned out all the supports and the decoders and the rescuer as well. So right now, FT gonna go with their strongest lineups: Aeroplanist, Antiquarian, and the Puppeteer, which probably leaves the first officer, but that's gonna be banned. So what else is left? The Wildling?
Oh, Gravekeeper. Oh, Gravekeeper banned already. The Mercenary? The Knight. This is almost the same team comp as the first half, just that the Gravekeeper changed to a Knight.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, not having the Gravekeeper might be a little bit disadvantageous because you saw just now, right, in the first half, the Gravekeeper also bought a lot of time. He literally kited until the shovels ran out, right? So maybe that's kind of unfortunate that they don't get to play that. But ultimately, Knight is also very strong, right? We'll see what happens here because right now Pepe has to choose between Hullabaloo or the Goatman. And in Leo's memory against this lineup, I don't know, Chocho, you think Goatman for sure? Goatman is a better choice here? Or you think he just wants to mirror Hershen as the Hullabaloo?
I would love to see a mirror match.
Ooh, Hullabaloo then.
Yeah. But then the Hullabaloo's gonna get bullied by the anti-Korean. But if you pick a Goatman, you need 4 cages to kill the puppeteer.
Yeah. I mean, he could choose not to go for puppeteer first. Oh, he's gonna go with the mirror match. Yeah.
Oh, okay, but if he actually chooses the puppeteer here, and the previous puppeteer that we saw, he brought Kite Turner. There was no kiting build at all. So if Adi is the first kiter here, he brings a kiting build, I think we might potentially be seeing a different outcome. Adi also one of the better kiters in FT as well.
Yeah. Adi carried me and Xiao Yu when we were playing Mammoth rank.
I mean, as expected from Adi.
Yeah. He was the only one kiting there, I think. It was like, he was playing the Weeping Clown. And he was like, where are you guys at? Where are you? Where are you at? The hunter's chasing you. Where are you at?
I can imagine him saying that in Chinese. 你们在哪里? 你们在哪里?
你们在哪里? Okay, 我来了. And then he brings the rocket in and I get a free Uber ride. We always get a free Uber ride.
Nah, Adi is kind of like that.
Yeah, exactly. If he plays the cowboy, he's gonna go out of his way to lasso you. If he plays the Weeping Clown, he's gonna go out the way to pick you up. If he plays the forward, he's gonna stun the hunter forever for you.
This guy is seriously so sociable.
I know, right? That's why he's an E for extraordinary.
It's extraordinary, and we'll hopefully be seeing extraordinary kite here. We did see the hunter spawn at the bottom left corner, so we have the puppeteer spawn in the center. We're not too sure whether hunter is going to be tunneling down on that, but Pepe with insolence, trump card, and excitement. So same build, right? As the same build as Hershen, exactly mirroring everything. So there's only one borrowed time on Adi. So there's gonna be Leo's memory BO1 second half between T's Hunter versus FT survivors, and this commentary is gonna be brought to you by Chocho and Nelomelo.
All right, Pepe coming in with a similar builds like what is mentioned and seen on the stage right now. Pepe has only one job, and that is to get as many eliminations as possible. Mini Blue is going to be the one spotted. One more mark, Chocho. One more black mark, and that's it. That's going to be a first damage coming in.
Yeah, a little bit too fast actually. But let's see what Mini Blue can do here with his items. Now, able to get the first prediction right. Can he get the second one? It seems like he will not be able to. So, Mini Blue still doing a great job kiting. Oh, and get the first double surprise attack already.
Nice. That was beautiful. And that's the thing about Knight, right? If there's a Gravekeeper or a Puppeteer, things would have been different here. But Knight right here, you got to play Janken Pawn here, right here. But now the white bomb, the red bomb, and almost instantly, Chocho, and even faster down than the first half.
Exactly. My goodness, Pepe really on the roll here, and Mini Blue also like did not really expect this first kite as well, I think. But though he does have a kiting build, a semi-kiting build, yeah, definitely. Let's see if he's able to rebound kite. Alright, guys, this is definitely not the end just yet. Luckily, the Wanted Order is not on Shadow too.
Well, one thing's for sure, they definitely have to rescue here, right? Because they want to get more. Whoa, but the excitement's gonna come in.
Negate this rescue. Can he deny?
He cannot. Fortunately. Right. But that's gonna be a double down for sure, right?
No, he disarms him, so he can't double down anymore. So great stuff coming from Shadow, great awareness of mine as Mini Blue. Tries to kite out, was able to use his item, but I did not see the prediction, unfortunately. But double surprise gets the last effort.
My God, that was such a fast down as well, and this is why you gotta fear Pepe from TE. This guy is an absolute unit, and downing Mini Blue for the second time, and the Cypher progress Chocho is the 3 remaining ciphers are almost non-existent.
Okay. You know what? We've seen worse Cypher scenarios in today's game, right? So
Yeah.
definitely, I trust in FT survivors. They can definitely do this. Let's see how Kuga's gonna go for this rescue. He's trying to go for the Terra Shot, I think. Oh, okay, able to get the damage onto him safely. Now Knight.
Oh, that was the
Last
fastest
item
champion pawn ever. Okay, fortunately get that one correct, but the last effort is finally gonna be popped. FT doing their best trying to survive, but unfortunately against a Hullabaloo at full presence, and Mini Blue has no more items to work with. It's just really, really hard. And that's why he's gonna go down. It's gonna be a 3v1 now, but Chocho, 2 of the survivors are injured, and 3 ciphers remaining to be decoded. I mean, I don't know, but Pepe looks like he's in a really good position to get more eliminations here.
Yeah, Pepe's kill pressure is seriously unmatched, seriously insane, okay? As we see Shadow trying to kite out. Shadow actually did a great job just now, able to do it again now. Another red bomb, and he will be down as we see him heading towards that area. He's kind of stuck here, able to get out, but the hit still registers. So now looking at the Cypher progress, guys, the 3rd run will just be popped. Now 4th and 5th are still being worked on. Puppeteer is the only one who can come for this rescue. Things are looking very dire for FT survivors.
Yeah, this is really hard, especially since I think it's really just the characters, right? It's really just the character. I feel like yeah, this is just really hard. Adi needs to be really careful not to get Terra Shocked here while rescuing. He's gonna be just 1 sliver of health away though. So now he's gonna pop the last effort on Adi, and Pepe can just go back and chase after Shadow because he's under no threat. There are still 2 ciphers remaining. One's almost about to be done, but here's the problem. The last cipher, how are they gonna be able to complete it in time? Oh, the excitement coming in. Buying more time. Shadow!
Nicely!
Really well though.
Yes, nicely, and not able to disarm him, so allowing the chance for them to decode those ciphers, but we're still seeing them on the standstill positioned. Aeroplanist, where is he?
Well, I think he doesn't want to risk it, but Shadow definitely bought a lot of time with that kiting just now, right? Because now he's gonna be like, okay, Shadow's taking too much time. I realize this. I've got tunnel vision. I'm gonna chair him first, and then deal with it 2v1. That's a really good awareness by Pepe.
Well, Pepe is just really Cypher control when it comes to this, not giving them any chance at all, capitalizing on the fact that they are all injured. They will not risk it. That's the thing. And now Kuga forced to decode the corner Cypher there. Is that the alright? That is the 40% Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where you're sort of delaying the inevitable, right? Because one person's on the chair, the other person needs to decode so that they can at least get 1 man out. Shadow has no items left. He's gonna go down, and now what can Kuga do? He has 2 jetpacks. He's not even rescuing Adi. He's just trying to push that Cypher. So I'm not sure what the game plan is here, but this is hard. This is hard, Chocho. I mean, 2 of them are already out. It's only safe to assume this might lead to a 4-man elimination.
Yeah, it could be a checkmate situation here. As we see Kuga tries to push for that Cypher, 97, 98, 99, and he pops it. And he's able to levitate as well, not able to get into those palleted areas, but how long can he survive another red and white bomb? Another red one, and he will be down. Kuga really fighting for his life here. Shadow able to stand up. Can he open up that gate? Now he does have a trump card, the drum card, as well as a teleport to work with, so this creates another sticky situation for FT survivors. What can they do here?
Well, they can try and get 1 mana escape. That's about the only thing they can do, but Pepe already changing traits to warp, spots the Tinnitus, but with the help of Double Surprise, he'll be able to spot out where the survivors are at. Shadow still has a long way to go before he reaches the dungeon and before Kuga expires, because look at Kuga. He's sitting comfortably on the chair. And it's not even his second chariot.
Yeah, it's definitely not his second chariot. So Shadow really doesn't have any items to work with, and we see the down onto Shadow as we see survivors surrender. So TE from BO1, they have a 5-point lead, so 7-2.
Wow. What a play. And unfortunately, I think this is this kind of situation that's really hard, right? Because Pei, you can almost expect him to perform, especially in BO1. And that was just a testament to how well he plays, right? The 4-man elimination against FT. And FT, unfortunately, with Hushin getting 2 points, 7-2, Chocho, that's quite a huge gap that FT needs to cover. And they need to cover in the next game.
Yeah, so very, very big gap here. Yeah, I mean, let's just solely hit into the start and to the end of the match, right? We saw how Mini Blue as the Knight was the first kiter. Yeah, and I think things just went downhill from there. Shadow was almost denied of a rescue as well. Luckily, his fast reaction, he was able to negate the double down situation, the double down rescues. So I think from the side of Shadow, when it comes to mechanics of the game, is definitely very good. We saw that was a very good statement. I think
no problem with Shadow. No problem with Shadow.
Yeah,
in fact, he bought so much time. Yeah, he bought so much time. Chocho, I mean, I think it's really unfortunate. I don't even think it's the player's problem. Honestly, I just feel like it's just the characters were not well equipped enough. Like previously, TE has Gravekeeper to work with. Puppeteer, the ones kiting, Gravekeeper to kite as well. So here, they don't have a Gravekeeper, and it's the Knight. So I feel like maybe it's just that 1 or 2 differences that's actually bringing in this difference in result. But you gotta admit, Pei is also a unit. But I feel like if they have a Gravekeeper, I feel like the kiting could have been way better.
The Gravekeeper was banned.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because they focused on everything else first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if another character would have been better, giving him a little bit more kiting potential. Maybe a mercenary would have been better. Maybe.
Or a wildling.
Or a wildling. Yes, you're right. You're so right.
I would have loved
maybe
a wildling. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Okay, there is a lot of what ifs here, okay, but it definitely did not happen since it already happened. So, from here, let's see how FTZY is going to come back from this. But we have to say, right, Pei, he did an excellent job. It was just flawless.
He did
everything right.
Yeah. He can order extra. He'll be the one ordering food for tonight's dinner for TE, right? But for now, we're gonna be looking at the highlights.
要帮忙吗？要帮忙吗？要。我接通。走。他走有没有？他走，可能过来找我。走了。收在，我没用的。好的，爬背先别。好的。13、12、11、10，他倒地就要去。飞机去。点门是吗？蓝莓？对，不要点，尽量不要点。他会传的。他死了。
And we are back, detectives, with BO2 of this matchup, TE versus FT. Now, unfortunately, FT is currently losing. We have TE 7-2 in BO1. So now, coming to BO2, what's the game plan for FT?
The game plan is to reset. Okay, reset. How do you do that? You just gotta give a pat on the back. I feel like they have to do it. They have to like give a really hard smack.
Yeah.
To the back of Hushin, to the back of Meow Pie, right? Meow Pie next. Give a hard back. Give a back, a really strong pat. Give a pat to the survivors team and say it's okay. we've come so far. It's okay. Let's just play to our best, and results comes later. Let's just show what we can do, play our best. Because honestly, this is the only road I can see here right now that can allow them to play to the best of their potential. Because let's not forget, Chocho, we agreed that TE, technically, before the start of this game, TE is technically better on paper. And with what happened just now, the showing of PayPay's 4K, I think it sort of solidifies it. So I feel like FT just needs to play solid. Nothing to lose. I think that's the mindset they have to go in. Like, nothing to lose.
Yeah, if we logically put it out there as well, TE is a Chinese mainland team. Professional one, by the way. And FT is a semi-professional one. So, not professional. And the fact that they're able to come so far into the playoffs elimination rounds here is definitely a showing already that SE have what it takes, and they are just fighting for more and more experiences with these teams. They don't have a professional coach as well.
True.
Or some tech that they could use to analyze this team as well. So I think for the side of FT, they can only do as much analysis as they can from what they can see.
True.
Right?
True. Yeah.
And TE definitely, when it comes to wealth experience, skill level as well, we will be seeing a drastic difference here.
True. But it's okay. I mean, you painted the picture, right? Non-professional team going up against a professional team. And speaking of professional, can I just give a shout out to May from Glamour's Hair Studio for this hair? Because I'm so happy with it. And I'm glad you guys take notice, because I don't want to be remembered as Nello the Bald. You know what I mean? So
Nello has hair.
Nello has hair. Thank you, May. Thank you. Shout outs to Glamour's. Really reasonable price as well. So I'm glad that they did this. And of course, a shout outs to everyone who's still here from the very beginning of the stream 7 hours ago. So thank you guys for still being here. And Dantef, you see, Dantef noticing Mellow hairstyle change. Thank you. He looks younger. My God, what do you mean? I'm 18. I'm 18. What do you mean?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's cap. But honestly, yeah, thank you so much for being here until now. And Chocho, I mean, guys, Chocho has an amazing hair too.
Thanks, guys.
Right? Thanks. I want to have long hair like that too.
No, you don't.
Just to reset the emotions. Just to reset the emotions of my boldness at one point. And remember, guys, last COA, I said if FT went further, if they beat a Chinese mainland team or Japanese team, I will go bald. And they did it. Right? So that's why I remembered the boldness coming in.
You went bald and I went pink, so that's why I remember also.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we did, right? Just to show support for our division. Hopefully, and thank God we didn't do that this COA.
Yeah, I'm so glad too.
I'm so glad too. Because what's Chocho's next hair gonna be like?
Oh, people were saying green, and I was like,
green?
No, green is no good, guys. What green? No green.
Oh. But thank you guys. Yeah, thank you for the confidence. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you just want to feel great. This is a great event.
接下来面对 FT 的话，
here's the
我觉
interview
得他们
from a
小
great
组赛的
player.
表现其实还是比较好的，因为他们最后也是出现了嘛，在这个5个队伍当中，他们也是可以出现的。然后我们面对他们的话，我们是绝对不会轻敌的，因为虽然说可能他相较于其他的队伍，他可能会稍微的弱一些，但是能出现的队伍，他绝对不是一个非常非常弱的队伍，我们一定会认真对待你们的，你们就等待我们杀过来吧。
Damn, love the respect, man. Like, you're just gonna hit on, just go for them. You're just not gonna give any mercy at all. So
That's an E.
That's an E. Was that an E? Because his hands was like closed off and like
No.
his the words coming out of his mouth was E, but his hands and body posture was I.
Wow. That's a lot of observing right there going into. But yeah, I think so. Sometimes and that's the thing, right? Players learn to express themselves better too. You can see FT, right? You see, apparently they're smiling now. They're feeling good. So I think that they had this pep talk during halftime, and they're like, "Yeah, we already reached this far, guys. Let's just do our best, go out with a bang, and that's it. That's good, right?" So, that's the correct attitude to come in here.
As we see the player's introduction, because I think previously there were some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be seeing Mini Blues one, of course, the rescuer role here. Unfortunately, we didn't see great results previously in the first round, but the comeback is always possible here. We saw PP Sha's Priestess comeback. It was great. So Mini Blue, let's have some hope for him as we see Shadow looking kind of shy.
Shy, yeah, but looks good. The hair looks good.
Definitely.
Yeah. Speaking of hair, what hair should we do for tomorrow?
Huh? Tomorrow, then I know hair already. Tomorrow
no hair. Well, I'm just thinking. Today it's permed. Tomorrow, what kind of hair can we do? And Chocho today, her hair's straight. What hair can she do tomorrow? Tied up? Chun-Li hair? I don't know.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh? Okay, I tried. But Ali's having fun with this hair. Look at it.
Yeah, it's a dragon, half dragon already.
Yeah, that's an E. E hairstyle. Let's go. What's this? Oh.
GIF.
The GIF. Are they doing TikTok or? Okay, never mind. Yeah, the fans. Yeah. That's why you gotta be careful what you post on social media. You never know when it's gonna be turned into a GIF or a
just
meme.
gonna clip you, just like how you guys clip my face and put it at the bottom of the breaking wheel.
Yeah. Yo. Klaus asking, Nello, if Wolves win, will you get a mohawk? Of course not.
You tease what false?
Yeah. Of course not, because I don't represent Wolves. I'm not gonna do that. And besides mohawk, I'm gonna get thrown out of the studio. What do you think you're doing? This is COA. This is COA, Nello. This is not the audition for the Karate Kid, Cobra Kai. Because do you watch Cobra Kai on Netflix? Because there was this guy Hawk who also has a mohawk. So this is definitely not an audition for Cobra Kai, unfortunately. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. But Carol coming in with the Chocho with a bun emoji with the lovely eyes.
Oh,
there.
you're still trying? I might consider the braid. I haven't done braid for such a long time. I might think about it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do it tomorrow, Eli's gonna have fun talking about it.
Why?
I mean,
wait, did you say Cobra Kai just now?
Cobra Kai, yes, exactly.
Okay. Wow,
exactly.
6 seasons.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty good. Oh, you know what? Another haircut would be cool. Luca's haircut would be cool.
For a guy?
Yeah, Luca's haircut.
For who? Posh?
For Poch, and then Eli can get the Mikey haircut, and then who's gonna get the Weeping Cloud haircut?
Oh my goodness, this one damn tough.
This one Posh.
Damn tough to pull off, but I think Posh can, yes.
I think Posh can, yeah, because he's posh, right? Oh god, but yeah, first officer. I think you can pull off the first officer with a bun at the back. I think.
I'll think about it.
It's okay.
it.
I'm just kidding, guys. But
wait.
Yeah.
I
Carol.
think the map there is wrong. It's supposed to be Lakeside Village. So we had the Leo's memory in view 1 already.
Really?
So guys, there's a error I think on the graphics. It's just gonna be Lakeside Village.
Oh, but I'm seeing Lakeside Village here.
Oh, on my screen it's on the stream also is Leo's memory.
Oh, but I'm seeing Lakeside. Guys in chat, you can see the Lakeside Village map, right?
Oh, it changed. It changed now for mine. Yeah, now it's Lakeside.
I was trying to gaslight Chocho.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. You guys. Yeah, I'm the type to get gaslighted. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh my god. Oh, identity vibes. The AI chat summary says we're styling Nello. I hope not. I hope
Dress to
not.
impress.
Oh, Chocho, wait. Opera singer Pepe. Opera singer against this lineup. Prisoner, Weeping Clown, Acrobat, and First Officer.
I feel that the survivors have an upper hand. They do know that he's going to be picking an opera singer. For Pepe, his opera singer, the results is at least a tie. At least a tie. So... maybe.
I mean, the Cypher Rush will be a problem for Pepe, right? Because Opera Singer is kind of afraid of Cypher Rush. That can definitely pressure the Hunter. So maybe that will give an opening to FT. As long as they can maintain not going down, containing the Hunter for a respectable amount of time, that's going to help a lot. But for now, Chojo... My god, I gaslight myself. I'm so sorry. Why are you laughing? I'm so sorry.
You died.
I think I choked on my own words, but this is Nello Mello and Chocho. We're glad to be your commentators for today.
Okay, we're choking Nello behind the scenes. Let's see how Pepe is going to be performing here regardless. As you see Kuga already in position at the shag area using the acrobat. This is going to be a very tough place for Pepe to chase, but it seems like Kuga is just going to kite out and get potentially a basic hit just like that. And
he's going to be blocked! What's going on, Kuga? Where's the bomb? Kuga? This is not Kuga. This is not Kuga. This is Aguk. He got blocked. Pepe just blocked the acrobat in such
crazy fashion.
A crazy
who would have thought?
Spot.
Exactly. Who would have thought in the global finals elimination round we'll be seeing such a crazy play by Pepe, locking him at the corner as Mini Blue coming for this rescue. We see him on the bottom left.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on, but Mini Blue's gonna be able to rescue, and Pepe's like, okay, let's keep Kuga here in the vicinity. Kuga still has a few bombs to work with, but I'm not sure if it really matters here because Pepe does have a blink to work with. Let's see if that's gonna happen. Blink? No, it's not.
I think he wants to save it. Oh, no.
Oh, in good timing as well. Adi's here, probably tries to... Oh, I'm not sure if you should do that. Pepe knows what's up. He knows that Adi's in the vicinity with a rocket. Pepe's gonna chair Kuga for the second time. Right here.
Wow, like I'm still a little bit speechless at what happened at the start. It happened so quick, so fast, so instantly. I just, like in the blink of an eye, 30 seconds to the match, and Kuga was just dead, cornered by the Hunter. And now Weeping Clown will be coming for the rescue Titana. In fact, Kuga trying to kite out, but will just run away from here so that his teammates can come together to heal up. Looking at the ciphers, guys, less than 2.5. Less than 2.5. You know, I thought that MRC Survivors matchup that round was really, really bad cipher decoding at the start, but this is next level.
It is. And it's very unfortunate because we talked about how fast the cipher rush can happen, but because of that premature down, it's giving a lot of problems to FT now. Because no matter how hard the prisoner decodes, Pepe counters even harder by downing the survivors even faster, right? So here he's hoping to look for the next target, which is at the beach. I'm not sure if you really should be staying here. Careful, Mini Blue! Okay. I thought that slam was gonna connect actually, but Mini Blue needs to use the watch now.
Yeah, which he is finally using it. We are seeing him potentially gonna kite out the watch duration. Ciphers are being pushed, but regardless of all of that, it cannot push that fast, right? First Officer's watch will be expiring. Now Pepe will just chase Mini Blue. With a 12 seconds cooldown left into the watch, how can he survive?
It's hard. And the watch is not gonna be available to use for the next 3 seconds, but it doesn't really matter because Mini Blue's gonna go down now. Yeah, this is where things get really hard because the Cyphers are not moving as fast as they hope to. One person's injured, and Prisoner, the Decoder, is the only healthy one. So what are you gonna do in this situation? And this is not even supposed to be like an easy 4-man elimination here, but I don't know, man. Pepe just made it look so effortless, right? But ultimately, Pepe, he's controlling the Cypher so well too. And you can see the Uber that I talked about is happening here. But honestly, how far can you run away? And the watch is gonna be executed. Okay, it's gonna buy some time. Maybe.
A little bit too close for comfort there, but still able to work out, and I'm just happy for FT at this point in time. Now, RD does not have any items to work with. He's used up all of his rockets. He will be seeing the down here as we see Shadow still pushing that third Cypher now. Last 2 Cyphers adding together, we still need 1 full Cypher, guys.
Yeah, and he's going into the basement. This is Adi's first chair. The sequence of events are just not favoring FT at the moment. Like, yes, they are finally down to the last 2 Cyphers, but Shadow, like, you let the Prisoner come for the rescue. Prisoner does not even have a tie turner. And what are you gonna do here? Like, he can just go for the drop down.
And a flywheel, so Shadow very, when it comes to mechanics,
whoa,
definitely doing very well as he drops down. That was just a performance play by Pepe there. Crazy stuff. And now Shadow able to still kite it out here, doing a great job actually. And yeah, when it comes to kiting mechanics, Shadow, seriously, this player can't be doubted.
Yeah, Shadow's really good. Shadow's really good when it comes to kiting. Okay, let's see if that works. Oh, what a beautiful execution by Pepe. The delayed charge attack, just taking the timing off a little bit. And Shadow's gonna go down. Mini Blue's the only one left with half health, no watch, no items. And Cypher's not even primed. This looks really hard for FT here.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, they gotta fight to the end, right? They gotta fight to the end.
Yeah, no choice, right, but to fight. So, able to teleport back, doesn't have any items to work with. Mini Blue still kiting for his life here. Shadow still taking some time to stand up as we see the hit through the pallet. Shadow finally standing up, will be heading towards the big boat area. No, heading towards the shore. Bottom left, we're seeing him run.
Yeah.
He's running.
Actually, Mini Blue can still stand up. So as long as Shadow is able to kite long enough, because Pepe did not break the connection, right? So I feel like, which one is the one with the most progress, Chocho? Is it?
I think the 11 area is the 85% one, and the big boat is 96.
Oh, but that's not gonna be enough time. Mini Blue is finally gonna stand up, but honestly, how far can you get away from that area?
Guys, I just want to say that we looking at the Cyphers, right? It was definitely a great choice to pick the Prisoner. The Cypher rush is crazy, and if Kuga wasn't stuck at that position, I feel that FT really do stand a chance in this matchup. Yeah, it was just so really unfortunate that that situation happened to Kuga, got stuck there, instant down. That was something that FT also didn't foresee at all coming into this matchup. So hopefully not too much hate or put hate towards Kuga as well. He's also starting out as a survivor. So
no worries, no hate, just love, honestly. Because ultimately, don't forget, they've come this far as a team with this lineup. They came this far with this lineup, so nothing to be ashamed of. They've definitely they made history by being being able to come into the playoffs as the top 12. So that's in itself is already an achievement. But ultimately, they are up against TE, a professional team, and an experienced team. So Pepe, Chocho, this guy, second 4K elimination for the night. What a play.
Yeah, definitely on that 4K streak here in the elimination round. Of course, Pepe, I don't doubt him at all. It's great stuff, but it's just really unfortunate for FT survivors. I mean, looking at the Cyphers, right, it was definitely enough. And if Kuga kited for at least 60 seconds, which I feel that he definitely can, this would have been a completely different story for FT survivors.
As an acrobat, you definitely can. You definitely can. I feel like he was also doubting himself because even though you get hit, if you get stuck, just use your bomb straight away. You will still have that speed boost from the damage, right? The veteran bonus, the speed boost. So I think he could have definitely done that. But I think he was more like, let's not waste the bomb. I'm not going to get far anyway. So I think that decision came back to haunt him because look at how long he lasted. 30 seconds. And that's the least among everyone else, right? So a little bit of slip-ups here. And usually we see that survivors can cover each other when slip-up happen. Unfortunately, the slip-up was just a little bit too much. And Pepe just capitalized on it, unfortunately for FT. But nonetheless, we are still going to be seeing Meowpie coming up next. And if Meowpie is able to get a 4-man elimination, well, FT will still be in the game going into BO3. So, Chocho and everyone in the chat, the question is, do you believe in Meowpie? 4K right here. I think that's the thing, right? That's the last stand, right? Because it's not over. It's not over for FT.
For Meowpie, right? Like, surprisingly, when I was doing the math behind all their matches, Hershen's average kills is actually better than Meowpie's average kills. When it comes to the later rounds, of course, Survivor will definitely stand a lot more chance going against Meowpie's Hunter pool. So for Meowpie, he split out the Opera Singer, BQ, IVY, as well as the Wax Artist here. But if FT's Hunter side, Meowpie has already potentially like, you know what, that was definitely a nail in the coffin. I would like to have fun coming into the second half here. We might be seeing interesting pick coming from Meowpie.
Yeah, like the like the
Evil Reptilian.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one actually.
The Ripper.
The Ripper. Yeah, the Ripper, but with unlimited fog blades.
Joseph.
Wow, are we gonna see Joseph after all? The unlimited photo takings. That'll be great. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's so hard. It's so hard. And the reason why we're saying it's so hard because MRC found themselves in this situation against GG, right? And they weren't able to capitalize in the end. I think the pressure was just too much. And seeing that FT is the non-professional team, first time appearing on playoffs, I think the pressure to get 4K is definitely immense. So I feel like optimally, I think I speak for both of us, Chocho and I think we agree that they should just have fun and play to the best of their abilities. That's it. Right? Just have fun. Don't pressure yourself too much because we wouldn't want anyone to break down. Like, oh my god, I hate myself so much. Or you know when in situations where you put too much pressure on yourself and then it sort of backfires. And then you decide to take a hiatus or something. It happens sometimes. It really happens. And so we hope that it doesn't happen because Meowpie has, from Team FT, I mean, Team FT has such a huge and bright future in front of them. COAⅧ is not the end for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a start. As we will definitely see them again in ITZY, maybe minor tournaments, maybe within the community, SE community, definitely possible. FT definitely has a foothold here, has made their name here, of course, in the COAⅧ stage here.
Yeah.
Think, not too sure how FT is going to move forward from here, whether they will be finding a, they're going to do certain revamps, change of members, not too sure, or are they going to be retaining the same ones? Because we've seen the same members for a very, very long time, except for the removal of Panda from Team FT. I think other than that, everything has been pretty much the same. Actually, also removal of Yash and Panda.
Ultimately, yeah. I mean, there's just so many potential players in Southeast Asia. It's just very unfortunate we cannot see everyone make it, because there are some players that work so well with each other, but because of real life commitments and or sometimes having too many members. I still remember for Team Future, at one point they had 3 Hunter players.
Yeah, that's plus Cougar, yeah.
Plus Cougar, right? So the adjustment made is definitely what they think is best for the team. But again, look at the name. Look at the screen in front of you guys. FT, that's in front of you guys now. That's never happened before. It's happening now. So I feel like this is just the first big step. What they can do now is go all out. Miaopai, if your stats weren't that good compared to Urshan before, I think now's the chance. Now's the chance for you to go all out, right? And yeah, do or die. Because guys, this is the last stand. If Miaopai fails to get a 4-man elimination, FT is going home today from the competition. And yeah, so nothing less than 4K. But TE, they just need one person out. And I feel like this is sad, Chocho, because they only need to draft strongly in getting one survivor out. So this is a very, very hard thing to do for Miaopai. I feel like we're commentating a drama right here.
Yeah.
It feels like we're commentating a drama. Like, oh my god, will Miaopai make
Do or die?
Do or die. Find out in this episode. of COAⅧ. I feel like we're being really dramatic, but
the thing is, if like this is like his like death match, like he's never gonna be coming back.
I know.
I think as long as let's just lighten the mood a little bit. Miaopai, I know he will just do his best here. I think just now, also I was looking into the player hands. I think they're all introverts. For sure.
For real.
They all have one hand up. So
yeah. Mom has 5 fingers. Mom has 4 fingers up, so Mao is probably like an introvert level 4, gearing towards
introvert level 4. Then Miaopai is introvert level 3.
Yeah. No, introvert level 7, because the thumb always means 5. But
okay.
But jokes aside, though, this lineup is looking really scary for Miaopai. Like, you have the all support, you have the acrobats kiting prowess. Unless if Li Bao plans to get hooked. Honestly, right, the only time I see someone get stuck in a position like that is when I see the player play against a Bane who's actually camping a chair and just hooking you into a spot where he can just body blocks you.
Yeah.
That's the only time I actually see that body block happen. Hopefully that's not gonna happen here. I mean, Miaopai's gonna go with the opera singer here. Maybe Miaopai will be able to do the same thing. Block Li Bao in.
If that actually happens, it's gonna be really, really chaotic here in my room.
I know, right? TikTok worthy. Right?
Yeah, so Miaopai, let's do this. Opera singer, he's taking this straight on, head on. He's nothing is unserious about this. It's gonna be serious for him. As we see him spawn at the shore area, coordinator is at the shack area. So yeah, potential first chase here is highly likely this year at Big Boat.
In the Big Boat though, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to chase, right? Especially since it's the beginning of the game. And it's the Seer you're talking about. So honestly, if you went up against the Seer, and the Seer kites him really long at the Big Boat, I think Miaopai's gonna be having a really hard time. So honestly, I feel like he should really go another route. But talk us through the traits, Chocho.
Yeah, trunk cut detention and abnormal on Miaopai's opera singer, whereas the survivor side we are seeing triple borrowed time and a full kiting bit on Yang. So here we'll be getting ready for that lakeside village kite in BO2. Second up between T survivors visiting FT's Hunter, and this commentary is gonna be brought to you by Chocho and Mello.
All right, FT Meowpera is gonna go towards where the seer is, apparently. Seer probably sees where he's coming from. He's already left the boat, actually. Did he leave the boat? He left the boat, right?
Yeah, he definitely did. So there isn't
no.
even any tinnitus here, guys. So Meowpai is really playing with himself here as we see Mao hiding it out there, but just gonna show his trace a little bit. Let's see. Meowpai a little bit lost
Still
here,
not
still
looking.
unable to see anybody.
Yo, what's going on? Meowpai? Meowpai, it's okay. Calm down. Mao is in the vicinity. You just have to circle around a little bit. Meowpera trying to find that first target. Mao literally running back towards where he's easily spotted. So he's like, yeah, I'm here. You wanna see me? Oh, wait. Am I gonna shoot you?
This gun.
I think he's happy taking the gun here, right? You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, yeah, that's a beautiful effect. Meowpai is bringing a pretty aggressive traits. So I think they pretty much figure out he has no excitement. And that's probably an abnormal. But right now, Mom is still doing a pretty good job kiting here. Mom just putting down the pallet, does not even want to try. And pallet stun, Meowpai. But Meowpai is going to catch up pretty soon. Mom, that first damage coming in. But look as the time goes ticking on, Chocho. Oh, wait.
Slow vault, but able to miss the
nice.
first swing, but this hit should still register regardless as we see the ciphers. Almost a 3 cipher kite. And he's trying to hit towards the center cipher, gonna abnormal, he's not even gonna force it. They don't think this is the right play. As we see Meowpai. Yeah, this is actually the cipher progress, right, when we see Kuga fly away.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. But even with the abnormal, right, that was still a very respectable kite. And everyone's still very healthy. So
Very
even
healthy.
even if they sacrifice Mount here, they're definitely coming for a rescue, right? It's fine because they just need a one-man escape. Meowpai, they know that it's a normal. They don't have to really worry about teleport or warp gate or whatever anymore. Oh, nice. Coming back in.
Yeah, leap out. Able to get very close to the chair. So when it comes to roll kiting, also getting close to the chair, these survivors are definitely experienced. You see Mao just hitting straight on for that one. So this means that they just want to decode this shore cipher as their last one. Mao, let's see how far he can go. Another hit and Meowpai will be full presence.
Yeah, I don't think he really minds the full presence anymore. You can see Mao trying to run away, far away from the cipher, as a matter of fact. Meowpai is going to pick him up, going to put him on the chair, and while all of that's happening, 3 ciphers are about to be done. And don't forget Chocho. Acrobat still has bombs to work with, and Yang still has 1 owl to work with. So Meowpai might want to look to waste more resources on the side of TE.
Yeah. Let's see. Meowpai. Yep, Ipa is actually doing a great job buying out a lot of time for the potentially 95% rescue here as we see him heading for it now. Not gonna body blow at all. Just gonna let Mao kite it out. If he's able to kite it out, then yeah, 4-man endgame. If he doesn't, it's fine because they just need a 1 escape like you've mentioned. So things are looking so good for T survivors.
Give all. Yes, nice.
Perfect support.
Yeah, beautiful.
I actually forgot about the owl.
Yeah, I mean, that's the perfect spot to give the owl because look at the cipher running. 3 of them decoding the last 3 ciphers. Meowpai has not gotten 1% down. Coordinator has borrowed time to work with. 1 more. Can he pop? He can pop. 4-man endgame, Chocho. TE survivors. Such a good position.
Yeah, definitely such a good position for them to get a 3 escape. So Mao still trying to kite out here, able to vault over. Now this is the power of Coordinator at this point in time. As we see that fast vaulting speed.
Wow. This one tight area, who would have thought? Buying so much time.
Wow.
Mom's like, oh, what? What
game.
just happened? I think he can do that because the gate's already open, right? So a 3-man escape by TE. That's insane. Meowpera has no answer for TE. And that's it. TE is going to take this away. They're going to move on. And FT, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated from the playoffs. But what a game, Chocho. I think they definitely left nothing unturned there. They played to the best of their abilities. It's just very unfortunate for FT that TE is the better team tonight.
He is definitely the better team here tonight. And FT, they've gained so much experience from today. they will definitely be able to bring this forward, become an even stronger team, and this is definitely not the last we'll be seeing for FT.
Yeah. I mean, there were a few moments where I was thinking, oh, okay, that was a pretty good starting point. And the abnormal to slow down the Cypher progress at all. But what do you think is the reason why TE survivors, was it just a very standard, hey, I get hit, I just move away from the Cypher and that's it? Because I mean, Meowpai, it wasn't, by no means was it a really long 5 Cypher kite. I feel like with the abnormal, he slowed down the game. But what happened actually? Like, what happened? Was it Meowpai that wasn't being aggressive enough? I thought he was being aggressive. Or was it just TE survivors who's just rotating their tight turners and running away from Cyphers?
I think TE just played it better. TE just played it better. We couldn't even spot where the Seer went.
Yeah,
that was
that's
like
true.
the
beginning, right?
If we saw their persona, right, the Seer was the only one that brought a full kiting build, which means he was kind of prepared that if he gets spotted out, he's gonna get chased. But no, he just ran straight out, outside of the big boat area, wasting so much time for Meowpai at the start, and which really amounted to all those ciphers being decoded. Great communication coming in as well with the Seer support. So 15-3 we're seeing here. So congratulations once again to Team TE for advancing further into the top 8 as we see 4 teams eliminated tonight.
Yeah, top 8. Congratulations, definitely to all the teams that's made it on the first day today. Honestly, I can't imagine saying this, but I kind of hope that we went OT tonight. You know what I mean? Even though you and I were the OT kings and queens, but
yeah,
I was kind of hoping to see more the BO3, especially in GG versus MRC. There was and TE versus FT, but ultimately it's just a showing of how important the matches here are. That one mistake's gonna cost you your tournament life, and it's just very unfortunate that MRC, FT, they're the ones with the mistakes that cost the tournament life.
Yeah,
but
and I think for FT, right, this was definitely also not the way that they wanted to exit the matchup. So it was just very unfortunate. But let's look into the highlights now first.
跟我被卡位啊！
哎呀，被我博一刀，我想死。
他没有断腿。
他们带你了没？我去这双十一。
不能，我没有。好跳！不能，你不能叫，你要爬了没？你只能爬。我们要玩那个爬。10、9、8。海边六，帮我爆闪，看你吗？哦，不看了，对不了。不是闪击。门8秒开，8、7。
As we look into TE's interview later on. Now, any predictions when it comes to TE's MVP?
Definitely Pepe, 100%. That guy has been getting nothing less than 4K, 4 eliminations back to back. So I feel like it's definitely going to be Pepe. I think that's a given. But for the survivors, if you're going to crown MVP for survivors, who do you think is going to get it?
I think definitely, from what I saw from BO1, is definitely Li Bao with the Puppeteer. 118 seconds of containment time. So for me, that's him if it's a survivor. But I agree with you, it should be Pepe. But question still remains, is it going to be on the Hula Blue or the opera singer?
If it's based on performance, right? I was more entertained with the Hullabaloo because of I was more entertained with the opera singer because of the body blocking. I think that was entertaining.
And also the flashy play when he blinked out from the big boat. Yeah, that was
very good. That's something we rarely see, right?
Yeah.
And what else do we rarely see? According to Sunny, Koa ended so early today. Yeah, that's what happens when you see impressive plays like this, which ends the tournament lives of other teams. But that's me. What about you, Chocho? Any which one do you see more? Would you say would be highlighted if it's Pepe?
I think the
against
Hula
MVP?
Blue because he really got a fast down onto the knight initially. Yeah, so for
But
me,
Acrobat fell even faster.
that.
Oh,
and see,
you got
we see
it.
the Hula Blue.
Let's go. Hullabaloo. Yeah, that was honestly a really good game too. Because that part, I don't think the survivors made any mistake. It's just him capitalizing so hard onto the survivors, right? Just the early down onto the knight by Mini Blue. Ultimately just snowballing. Very well deserved. And he has 2 arms. He has 2 hands up now, Chocho. So 2 hands.
E.
Yeah, he's now officially extrovert level 1.
Level 1, okay.
Level 1. The reason why we have levels is because, there's a newly born extrovert and there's a seasoned extrovert.
Okay, we'll see. Okay, we'll see if Pepe comes to the interview. We'll be able to tell whether it's an I or an E later on.
Or an A.
Usually for T's, like, they like to bring in Pepe to do the post-interview talking. So let's just wait and see for that. Yeah, as for today's matches, yeah, it's been pretty fast, right? Because I think in the top 12, they had so much 1.5 weeks of time to analyze the games.
Yeah.
So
plenty of
I
time.
think so this gave them a lot of time to study this team. So probably that's why today ended up in a lot of 2-0s. But trust me, when it comes to tomorrow, those are our first seeders in Group A to D that they'll be facing up against.
Yeah,
Not
it's
gonna be
hard.
easy at all.
Exactly. But for now, we are going to find out who's going to be interviewed. Please do enjoy.
可是要恭喜 T 速获得了这场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了佩佩还有洋洋来到采访，两位一起来和我们家打招呼啊。
Hello， 大家好，我是佩佩。
Hello， 大家好，我是杨洋千玺，这边还有一个苏靖凯。
欢迎欢迎，我今天也是非常的荣幸
that's
能够采访到我们两位 TBOYS。那今天的话，其实又是双向奔赴的一天嘛，两位来分享一下我们今天整体打下来的心情吧，佩神。
开心，
开心2个字，非常的简洁。杨洋呢？
兴奋。
兴奋，我还以为你们2个会在这个环节整一点活，有吗？
有啊。
有啊，来，别客气。
能表演一个。
觉得他表演的怎么样？太好了，我们在赛后采访有这样的环节可以看。那我们再回到今天的比赛吧，想要先来问一下杨洋，就是第一局其实喧嚣在手椅拦截上面感觉给到了大家比较多的压力嘛，大家每一波是怎么样去交流，然后化险为夷掉的？
就是首先是电机分配，然后就是电机要分配到位，然后导点要导好，然后救人的话，他拦截的话压力大的话要跟队友说，就是叫队友出来一起帮忙嘛，就是条理分明，就是这样就是下去的话，他喧嚣的机会就没有这么多。
一环扣一环，井井有条，然后咱们就是做到了。那其实在，古董商猫猫的一个2-6，然后包括于说最后那一波撑了也是比较久的时间嘛。当时大家对那局有没有相互的夸夸？
当时猫神还是很厉害的，就是我们一直在夸猫神嘛，然后就是我们就想着。大家一起鼓励嘛，鼓励大家的信心就越来越高嘛。
其实你最后那波撑的也很帅，帮助队友点门，然后又是把没有自己的人给摸起来。今天你们表现的都特别的棒。那下一个问题想要问一下我们的佩神，在那个残局，其实当时追古董商确实溜得蛮好的。当时是直接果断的换节奏了。你对于场上的局势有一些什么样子的判断和考虑吗？
就是当时3板是最后一台遗产机。然后古董商就是操作比较秀嘛，然后我没有击倒他，我就立马回去控电机了。
这就是屠皇嘛，就是每一波的决策就非常的果断，非常快速的能够临场的做出一些改变。那想要问一下，到了第2局的时候，当时一个回速直接回到了脸上，然后就开始有后面让我们根本合不拢嘴的操作，那一波会是一些什么样子的情况？你在场上？
就想秀一下嘛，因为就是想打一下落地刀。然后后面就用闪现补了一下容错嘛。
我要举报这个佩佩，他直接超前回答了我的下一个问题。我们再回到我们的上一个问题，我这个问题问的是那一局的开局，你非常准确的回溯到了妲己的脸上，并且利用我们的地图非常快速的把他秒掉了。那一波是什么样的操作？
就是在看着他嘛，然后看他在那个影子附近，我就回溯过去了，然后他也没有想到，然后我就正常追击嘛。就卡位的话，我觉得就是
感觉来了，
就是我也很意外。
你也很意外，其实那个节奏非常非常的好。那么就到了我们刚才你主动回答的那一波了，当时就是想帅一下。
对。
就是感觉我优势比较大，然后想打一些帅一点的操作，让大家哇，是吧？
对，就是想拦截一下嘛。
那一局信息量其实是有一点大，想问一下杨洋，你在后面看的时候，就是你的 reaction 会和我们大家一样吗？
我看的时候我就想到了卡 Carry 的歌剧，就是都一样帅吧。
看着看着，怎么说有一种熟悉的感觉。
对。
那到了我们后面，想要问一下求胜者这一边，杨洋当时是一个比较脆弱的位置先知嘛？就开局你的拉点思路会是什么样子的？
开局的话，他歌剧应该要从外面跟着我上船，因为防止我偷跑。我看他进去了，我就跑了，然后他在里面找，就肯定找不到的。
找不到，只能找到在海边的那一个猫猫。这个时候，咱们的猫神又是扛起了牵制的大旗。那一局真的天秀吧？我觉得，我想好奇一下，当时你们语音又是怎么夸猫神的？
就是猫神厉害，
太厉害了，
五体投地。
五体投地，今天实在是太秀了。佩神在看的时候有没有觉得说，哇，好厉害？
厉害，
太厉害了！今天真的是两边互相的去秀，互相的去争一个分。那想要问一下我们明天的比赛两位有没有什么话要说的？
加油，继续加油，
继续加油，佩神，
享受比赛。
继续加油吧。
那最后再一个小问题啊！刚才我们的杨洋直接是整活了佩神，作为我们 TFBOYS 的主力一员，你或许有没有一些想法，在我们的赛后采访，给我们的观众朋友们带来一些什么呢？
对啊，你可是队长呢。
你可是队长呢，有吗？还是说再藏一藏？
我现在把队长传授给这一位，传授给他。
你接受吗，杨洋？
他以后就是
我只有这样了，
抽象队长。
行，我们 TFBOYS 还是太超过了，那也是感谢两位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜 T 素获得了本场比赛的胜利，再一次恭喜今天获胜的所有队伍。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Welcome back, and thank you to Rennie as well for translating in the chat. Honestly, we could translate, but we could not be heard. Right, but thank you so much, Rennie, by the way, and hopefully you guys enjoyed the games today. I know that Chocho and I definitely do. We had a lot of fun watching it, and we had fun reading your comments as well, and we had fun with our hairs. I mean, I had fun with my hair, but ultimately, here's today's results, Chocho.
Yep. Of course, let's congratulate WBG, ACT, GG, and TE, all the Chinese mainland team for advancing further into tomorrow's matchup, top 8 quarterfinals, as we say our goodbyes to RC, ITZY, MRC, and FT. So today's matchup, the closest one was definitely our first matchup, whereas the rest was in a 2-0 clean fashion. As we look into tomorrow's bracket, X's Wave versus WBG, Wolves versus ACT, GR versus GG, and lastly Zeta versus TE. Now we'll be looking into the timings of the matchups really soon as well. So also one thing to note, guys, semifinals and the finals matchup is going to be in BO5 format, so matches will be a lot longer. Now looking at our timing.
Wow, just looking at the time itself, this is of course in UTC +9. Of course, you could always check it out in the official Identity 5 social media page as well. But we'll be seeing you guys at the exact same time tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be seeing you. And yeah, we had a lot of fun. Tomorrow's going to be even more fun. You're going to see some more new faces. And by the way, guys, it's going to be Poch's birthday.
Tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? I thought it was third.
No, it's going to be on Saturday. It's going to be on Saturday.
The third.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it right.
Surprise, yes.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, we're gonna give a big surprise. If you guys want to give any birthday wishes, please DM me. Shh, don't tell anyone. DM me and Chocho. We're gonna compile it. We're gonna read it out. We're gonna try and make Poch cry on stream, okay? Because you know what? He's been celebrating birthday with us every COA.
Yes.
So, that would be great. Poch, yeah. Sorry. Is there something today? No. And then we're gonna surprise him. And yeah,
we definitely will.
Yeah.
So also today is also some of us, we are having Labour's Day today, so happy Labour's Day. But if not, also happy May. I'm hoping you guys have a great May. this month. Also, we'll be ending COA this month. So, yeah, hopefully everything goes well. And moment of truth, right? Who the champion of COA 8 is gonna be, where this trophy is gonna land on.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
super excited. But guys, also send your birthday wishes for Porsche too.
Yeah. And Chocho. Yeah, can both send on our IG, okay? On our Instagram is Nello the World, and that's who's Chocho. Of course. And of course, today, if you notice, all the Chinese mainland teams won. Right?
Yes. I mean,
Right?
MRC and ITZY lost, but overall, all
it's still the
Chinese mainland
representative.
teams,
Yeah.
they all won.
Yeah.
So they are still staying afloat here. So if we're looking into the brackets, right? What we're left here for the Japanese division, the only other region outside of Chinese mainland, we have Axis Wave and Zeta division.
Oh, the last remaining Japanese division teams, right? Let's see if they'll be able to make that impact, right? That they can put up that fight against the Chinese mainland powerhouses. But for now, this is Nello, that's Chocho. We're super happy to be your commentators for today. Hope you have a good day. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
好，对，
一个 nice 记者，
没电，
可以，牛逼，荣誉公民杯，可以，牛逼，
键盘假装要救，
可以，牛逼，你这有开过吗？
没开过。可以，
好的。
没闪子，在哪溜啊？我去人行了。
上了。
可以。
先给他撕掉。
给我，搞起来！来！
又给打！又给打！来！
回家是吗？
没有。
我没打过，等他跳，没事，差不多了，够了，够了。啊，好。 2个龙，知道了。这都是尾程。OK。大概率是我1球了。我倒3把了，我倒3把，我天门，我天门。骑士没到到。小门90，我有了。我在大门。他这么你来走，你要起来打个洞。我走小门的时候。3跑，我来3跑。我走不了。OK， 3跑。死了就去啊，手部，我能量你的。不要太急，我就死了。哎，你到时候一定要离我远点。往外走，你能跑出来不？我出来，现在往外走了。往外走，你叫。加油，老白，加油！目的了，老白，20秒。球能消吗？老白。这个消了。下个男。大分顶拿一下，待会拿一下，nice，快走！有个白球他撞了，他如果真倒12院，得你救5局，知道吗？不行，我就入了。定水，可以啊。天门 OK。等一下，怎么样开？哎，不行。都在，我没用的。哦，这爬背先别跑。好的。13、12、11、10，他倒地就要去啊。飞进去。我现在是完蛋！哇，被卡位啊！哎呀，没有搏击刀，我想死。好跳！不能，你不能叫，你要爬了没？你不能爬。我们要玩那个爬技。门8秒开，8、7、6、5、4，还能6。
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're